Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 60. We are officially 2 months straight of Brighter Shores live stream as well as this day since launch. But anyways, today we have a couple things going on. The main thing that we're going to be doing in game is level 231 mining. We were slightly making the push yesterday, but today we are 100% completing the push. The main reason for this seemingly arbitrary number is mostly because if we go check our mining little tab over here, we can end up seeing that there is a particular thing at 231. It is the fibrous brimstone. Why does this matter? This is our first post 200 venture. Currently, we've been doing ventures that are not post 200. Every single one of them has been pre 200. I think the highest level one was the 194 detective one. Currently doing the cinema stick ones just for the XP bonus and everything. So finally running those just so we can make room for our nice next tier brimstone. But yeah, that's pretty much going to be our game plan, is just a lot of mining. I already did some smithing off stream, as well as obviously literally as we speak with our guy doing this. But yeah, we've been trying to do that. We've been getting our mining up manually, especially with queuable actions that came out 2 days ago. Unfortunately, no patch today. First patch since he's been doing patches every day since being back that we do not have a patch. 2 days ago were queuable actions, a bunch of other quality of life. Yesterday was a bunch of bug fixes for some of the stuff that happened during that. And today there is nothing. However, there is still something. I believe the community manager is doing a AMA with, though the answers were already like predetermined, I think. From, gosh, what's the one frog guy's name? I always forget his name. Tell the frog, the guy on YouTube. He's doing an AMA with the community manager, who I also forget the name of. The new community manager for the game. Well, relatively new. They've been doing it for, I think, for a couple weeks now, or almost a month now. But you know, somewhat new, not since launch. But in the last couple weeks, the community manager guy. So yeah, we'll see exactly how that goes. We'll probably just be relaying info from it because I won't be watching it until after the stream. Just so, you know, not to take away viewership or anything. Not like we'd really take that much away from it, but, you know. So we're just going to... If anyone wants to relay any info while it's happening, feel free to do so. We can discuss it with everyone. But as far as me actually watching, I probably won't be doing it until after the stream. Just to not, you know, take away from him when he's doing it. I'm not even sure when he's doing it. I think it's in like an hour or two from now. I have no clue. But anyways, we're going to be mining all day, pretty much. Just one of those grinds that just needs to get done, and we're just trying to do it all in one go. After we get 231, we can kind of chill on it for a while because we let our venture build up and just keep getting the better brimstone. I just really want to get off this weaker brimstone. With that being said, I kind of want to go run every last explosive we have, but I can't run it until 3 hours and 23 minutes from now. So, yeah, we'll worry about that then. And that means tonight, going into tomorrow's stream, we should be able to go claim our very first higher tier brimstone then. Anyways, we'll let this last little one go right here. And we should be good to go. Anyways, hello Isabel, hello Mark, hello Tate, hello Sonny, welcome, 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 welcome. He starts in 1 hour and 40 minutes, nice. But yeah, if any important information that we should go over immediately happens, do feel free to relay it to me. So we can kind of know if there's any like super juicy bits we should probably go over. With that being said, we do have a poll currently going on right now. The poll is something that we were going to mention yesterday. Talked about a little bit, and it is the follower system. If pets followers were to be added to Brighter Shores, what kind of impact should they have? And the 4 options being a strong effect that matters. So, you know, really high impacts, like it will basically be like gear or an amulet or something where it's really important what you actually end up picking as your pet every single time. A low effect that helps but isn't required. This is kind of like what he did for summoning, except some of them were really required. But it's kind of like the summoning that he did back in the day, back in what, 2008, where like it kind of mattered what you chose, but for some skills like it barely mattered, like fishing, like it had like a small impact, but you know it didn't have like a super massive impact, kind of like that, where it's more so like balanced summoning where, you know, there's an effect, but it's not like if you don't have the effect, you're not going to be like, oh no, I don't have this effect. But if you do have the effect, it's like, oh yeah, a little bit extra something. So it's not like it's not required that you do have it, but having it's like, okay, like a little bit extra buff. Then we have purely cosmetic, which of course is pretty notoriously how old school RuneScape does it. And then no pets and followers at all is you just don't want the system. You just don't want things following you around constantly and everyone else, because it'll just clutter the game or whatever other reason you may not want to have pets. Because there are quite a few of them. But mostly I think screen clutter is kind of like the main thing. Because then, like, you know, every unit's like 2 units. If every single person here has like a unit, they'll probably have a toggle for hiding them though. Knowing him, if he was to add pets, and even if they were like purely cosmetic, especially if they were purely cosmetic, I feel like there'd be a toggle that like turns all followers off. So if you're someone who doesn't like seeing people constantly have pets are behind them, you wouldn't. Oh yeah, we did finish all the bones yesterday, by the way. Actually, I think that was the thing we ended on, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I was going to go check. It's like, oh, do I have any bones to go dunk? The answer is no. You know what I should go do, though? Even though I got to backtrack for it. I want to go see how many iron ore I have at the beginning of the stream. Because I really want to know how much we go from right now until the end of the stream. Because we are mining a lot of iron today. Spoilers! How are we getting to 231 mining? We're going to be doing 197 iron. As if we don't already have enough. But it's mostly because the other one requires gas and is way too annoying to bank. Even with the banking method we were using earlier to make it a little bit better. But what's our iron start right now? Our iron start is at 518. I did a bit of them last night. I didn't fully finish them, as you can see, but we got them down to like 500. So yeah, but pretty much whatever the difference from 500 is pretty much how much we got today, essentially. All right, anyways, let's go head back there and yeah, let's get to mining. Oh, I did not mean to misclick there. No, wait, when that happens. So, hello, John. Hello, more zombies. Hello, Amber. Hello, Mad Hatter. Welcome, 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 welcome. Oh, it looks like Purely Cosmetic is winning. Also, we still don't have beaver yet, by the way, in Old School RuneScape. We mentioned that a couple of times, but it's worth re-mentioning right now, given the poll. But we still, I've been doing this since before Brighter Shores even came out. For every second, pretty much, other than leagues, that we've been doing Brighter Shores. We still, at 65 million XP, don't have beaver. You can expect it at around 20 to 25 million. It's a purely cosmetic pet, just follows you around. And there's like 2 transmogs for a bird and a fox. And we still don't have it. We've been farming it every second, pretty much, at Brighter Shores. And even a month beforehand. It's like been a 3-month grind and we still don't have the item. It's actually insane. It's not like I'm not putting a lot of time into it. It's over 1,000 hours and I still don't have it. It is kind of insane. Hopefully pets won't be that rare in this game if they ever do come in. Especially if they're just purely cosmetic. Though even if they do have an effect, regardless. Like, I don't mind rare pets, but gosh, that's a little overkill. Especially for purely cosmetic. Oh yeah, 5,000 ingots? Oh yeah, that's nothing. We actually had like over 10,000, I think. Numbers get scary after 200. Like, a stack is like only 4 numbers, and it's like, oh yeah, that's small. You see a 3-number stack, it's like, oh no, I'm at 0 right now. Stacks become a lot different post 200. They become a lot scarier looking. Oh, I forgot. I don't have an XP pot on me. What am I doing? Oh no! Wait, let me go get it. That's gonna annoy me. Let me go finish 1 cycle, though. Let me go get 1 more set. How did I forget my XP pot? I guess because I wasn't over there. Well, I'm there. Let me go get a cooking contract, too. But I wonder if I forget the XP pot. I guess because we were doing a AFK thingy and just didn't really process, because normally I would just have it on me already. Yeah, how could I forget the 5%? We're gonna need that. 5% less time I'll have to grind today. And we're gonna need that, because we're gonna have to do a lot of mining today. I hope you guys like mining. If you don't like mining, this is definitely a stream to skip. Because, gosh, are we doing a lot of mining today. We are doing so much mining today. At least we get to finally utilize queuable actions a lot more, too. We have been, of course, over, you know, the last several days, or last couple days. But really need to know. You actually voted no on pets at all. Maps already seem crowded, so you don't know how you feel. If there were twice as many, yeah, this is generally a pretty common complaint with pets. I assume we would add a way to hide it for people that don't want to see it, though. Oh, so hello, Ambird. Welcome, welcome. If there's a toggle, then yeah, you would like it a lot more. Oh, so hello, John. You just popped into to leave a like before you go to work. Thank you so much. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Let's see. You would like a pack yak in the flavor of Abyssal Demon? Oh, gosh. Yeah, pack yak was pretty strong. That's definitely in the strong effects that matter category. Because, gosh, pack yak was basically the entire... I'm not sure what it still is like. Does anyone know? Anyone who still plays RuneScape 3, is pack yak still, like, as absurdly broken as it was back in the day? Or is there enough quality of life where pack yak isn't as needed? Because I recall from, like, 2008 to 2011, maybe even a bit beyond that, but that was, like, mainly when I played, when something still existed, that pack yak was, like, the thing. Like, almost every other person had, like, a pack yak on them. It's because of how important it was to store extra potions or food or just store loot in general and everything else. It just seemed like the entire meta of the game was, like, everyone with a pack yak behind them. Especially since I think some things were immune to summoning damage to some degree. So any kind of situation like that, it's like, oh, pack yak. Let's see, what am I doing here? I am going back to the mines now that we actually have XP going. Is that always running in the background? Oh yeah, we've been running that every second of every stream. That thing that I just showed, we've been running that literally every second of every stream, and I still haven't gotten beaver. Other than the little bit of time that we were doing leagues for like that 1 week, it has been running like every last second, and we still don't have it. It's been going for over 1,000 hours, and we still don't have one single cosmetic pet. Well, it's not that we don't have any, but we don't have that specific one that we've been hunting. Though in all fairness, we are like almost 3 times over drop rate, like 2.5 times. But there's also no pity system, so you can go over drop rate all the way to max level. Oh, why do I keep going over here? My brain is like, oh, do bone right, do bone right. Because I know I'm going to put all my knowledge into bone right. So my brain is already thinking preemptively like, oh yeah, go do bone right. But no, that's not what I want to go do right now. We're going to be getting it through knowledge, not through actually training it. Like the normal way. The actual sane way of training bone rate, by not training it at all. Just throw a bunch of knowledge into it until it goes up. We are still doing it through gather just to get the bones and everything, but that's more so just so we have a bunch of 199 material for later for when 4-star weapons come out. How much did you upgrade your pickaxe? We got it to level 30. We didn't max it. I wish we had the money to, but maybe when trading comes out, we could try to push for it. But, oh, but that screen actually... Wait, what? Opening that screen blocks... Really? Yeah, opening up the info screen breaks it. That's unfortunate. That breaks your whole queue, but yeah, it's at level 30 for 11% bonus. But that's unfortunate. I was wondering why our guy kept stopping when I was looking at the menu. But, yeah, it's at level 30, which is 11% extra. 50 is as high as you should realistically ever go. Particularly 25 is, but pickaxe is particularly good. It gains the biggest benefit of any tool in the entire game as far as overall benefit for getting it upgraded. Just because it works on basically every active and passive possible. There's only 1 passive and 2 active activities that doesn't work on. Gold panning passive, minecart active, and blast mining active. Which reminds me, we gotta do some blast mining today. Also, one weird thing. Cueable action does not work on blast mining. It's kind of weird. Like, at all. Like, also, the new respawn system doesn't work on it either, if they haven't fixed that yet. I'm not sure if it's supposed to, or they're doing that deliberately. But it actually uses the old respawn system. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I didn't pick up a water earlier. Oh no. During one of our AFK downtimes during this, I need to go pick up a water real quick. I completely forgot to get one before the stream started. I have like my half-finished bed water, but I want to get a fresh one because we're definitely going to need one for how much mining we're going to be doing today. Stay hydrated. I'll do it on our next set just so we can get a nice AFK room. And hopefully we can make it back before he even finishes doing his ore, which is another nice thing too. But we'll see if we can get it in time, hopefully. Alright, drop all, collapse, drop all, drink potion, and should be good to go. Click on the little rocks. Alright, let me go click on all these and I'll be back in like 1 second. As soon as we click on all 8 of these. Alright, there we go. The power of AFK, or the power of cueable action. Actually going to utilize the AFK time slightly. Alright, just got to click on all these real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, be back in 1 second. Go, go, go. Water speedrun. Alright, I almost made it back in time. Not quite. But pretty close. Honestly, that's not bad. That's a lot of AFK time. Look at all that free mining XP that we couldn't have ever done in the past. Oh, I made it back for cycle. Look at that. We even made it back for cycle. It's like we never even left. Gosh, I love cueable action. It's like we never even left. But we got a lot of mining to do this stream. Like a lot of mining. The alternative is Carbonice right now. The problem with Carbonice is 2. If we bank it, it is worse than iron. And if we don't bank it, we are getting 0 smithing XP. So we're in a weird dilemma. Like the in-between. And the in-between is just do iron. Which is why we're still doing iron at this mining level. Unfortunately, isn't a good middle ground other than iron. I wish we had a better ore to go do. Or rock in general. But until they put a closer bank to Carbonese, it's in a really weird position. And even if they do, it might not be close enough compared to Iron Bank. It probably will be. But currently it is 9 rooms away from a bank. Which is kind of crazy. It's actually the second furthest resource in the entire game from a bank. Oh no, is it going to keep doing this every time? Why? Why have they not fixed this yet? I forgot about this. This is kind of annoying. I might just try using it in between. Alright, let me just do it right now. There we go. Okay, that cancels your queue too! Gosh, they really gotta fix that at some point. It's one of those like small things with knowledge that we were mentioning the other day where it's just kind of annoying. Like, it's such a good mechanic, but there's still so much clunkiness to it that definitely need to be tweaked at some point. Luckily, all these things respawn at the same time now due to the new feature they added 2 days ago, so it kind of works out. But no, what are you guys trying to focus on right now these days? Is my purpose still for special attacks? Is one of the reasons, whenever we say, like, we're doing Mines Mantuban, if we ever say, like, we're doing a Mines Mantuban grind, or we're doing, like, a mining grind, or trying to get, like, anything in Mines Mantuban up, it almost always means, indirectly, we're trying to make our weapon better. We're trying to craft a better weapon. So when special attacks come out, we'll, you know, have, like, a 200+ one. We already kind of pretty much do. Bone Right's not quite there yet, but, you know, it's pretty much there. After we just get Gather up a little bit more, and, you know, we're dumping knowledge into it today. We'll be dumping knowledge into it when we do Mind Fighter, stuff like that. Like, we're pretty much there. It doesn't say 199, but it's pretty much there. It's getting there. Very, very soon. By the time special attacks realistically come out, it probably will be. It's been one of my goals for a while now. Hopefully special attacks are a lot of fun. And actually worthwhile to get on weapons. Well, it's definitely better than nothing, that's for sure. It can't possibly be worse than nothing. As they currently are. Like, I really enjoy mining. It's one of the reasons we went Crown Knight. Because I knew I would do a lot of mining and smithing. Because I like mining and smithing in pretty much every game ever. And this game is no different. Especially now that we have queuable action for it. For that huge quality of life. Because max efficiency takes them all. You followed your stream to complete the main line quest. Now just waiting for episode 5? Nice. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are in that camp. Where they're kind of just waiting for more content to hit the game. I don't mind endlessly grinding, though. But if you do want, like, one little side quest to go do, if you haven't already. So you already did Spider Nest because of the mission. But doing Lost and Found quests, and probably Mantuban's Legacy while you're at it, because it gets you some free XP. But doing Lost and Found quests is a good side quest to go for if you still want to kind of grind for something. Before, you know, everything else comes out. It lets you make 4-star weapons and armor. And it is exceedingly relevant for when special attacks come out. You don't technically need to have, like, you know, 100 in the skills, 200 in the skills, like what we're doing and stuff like that. You can simply just complete this quest, and you're already going to be able to make level 50 4-star weapons of any kind you want. I think it brings you, like, 49 if you get, like, the bare minimum requirement. Actually, even 50, I think, if you get, like, the full requirement for everything. Without boosting. It lets you make a level 50 weapon as a 4-star. So definitely worth considering, as it helps out a lot when special attacks eventually do come out. Just so you have access to whatever ones are really good. Whatever ones those might be. Obviously, we don't know what the effects will be on any of them or anything like that right now. But it's a good side quest to go for. It's one of those that the game doesn't force you to do, but is pretty required to go do. As a pretty core feature of the game. Not as core as, like, tuning to a chapter, but, you know, pretty core to be able to go and actually make 4-star stuff. Especially once 4-star stuff has special effects. Like if they ever add armor effects, which currently don't exist. Or if they ever add special attacks, which are coming soonish. We don't have an official date, but probably in the next month or two, we should have special attacks. No official date has been given, though. Hey, where's the poll currently at? I'm gonna go see. After 13 votes, we have ourselves the following. If pets and followers were to be added to Brighter Shores, what kind of impact should they have? We're at 23% for a strong impact that matters, 15% for a low effect that helps but isn't required, 46% for purely cosmetic, and then 15% for no pets followers at all. So purely cosmetics definitely in the lead then. And now that I think about it, pretty much every MMO I've played recently does have purely cosmetic pets. None of them actually do anything that makes them do anything. Like Old School RuneScape doesn't. Palia, they're purely cosmetic. Unfortunately, they're money locked in that game, but they're also purely cosmetic. I haven't actually played an MMO in a while where your follower actually does anything at all. I do personally like when they do a little something. Also, I just realized I have 95 XP pots and 95 bars on the ground. Technically, it's 96, but it says 95. Because the weird +1 thing. But yeah, I haven't actually played an MMO that has like a follower system that actually does anything beyond just like a little cosmetic thingy following you. It's definitely a lot more balanced that way because you don't need to worry about ever balancing them because they simply just exist. So they are balanced based on how good they look or how much someone wants them as a follower or how rare they are to flex that you got it. Is that something that a lot of people use pets for as well? Like on our hardcore and old school RuneScape, there's a few pets that we could flex that are a little bit harder to get on a hardcore. Like the, I don't know, what's a good example of one that we have? Because there's not too many. All of them are pretty easy. But I'd probably say Zolcano, because I really like group skilling in that regard. It's a really good group skilling activity for mining and a few other skills, but mostly mining and smithing. But I was doing it on my way to max just to kind of help it along because all the smithing material and everything. But ended up getting pet and completely green logged by the time I was pretty much on rate. So yeah, we ended up getting pretty nice there. But like we ended up getting the pet there, and it's generally pretty common to die there. If you step on the wrong tile for more than like a second and a half, you kind of just auto die. But all you have to do is just not pathing correctly. We have to do that for like tens of hours on end. Not consecutively, but you know, to end up getting everything from the activity. So I'd certainly consider it a slightly dangerous pet. Let's free some other ones like the beaver we're trying to get. Though I wouldn't really consider 3 months of constant AFK as free. It's been over 1,000 hours and we still don't have it. It's free in the sense that you can't really die while doing it. But not free in the sense that, gosh, over 1,000 hours and still don't have it. That's kind of crazy. That's one other thing I almost want to pull. Like, how rare should rares be in Brighter Shores? Like a weapon compared to a cosmetic? Like, let's say there was a boss that could die in 1 minute. Or let's say 2 minutes. A boss that could die in 2 minutes. That's probably a poll that we should do as a point too. Like, if a boss dies on average in 2 minutes, how rare should its main drop be, and how rare should its main cosmetic be? Is I would say for the main, like, the thing that you're actually killing it for, the thing that matters, I feel like you should be able to get it in under 10 hours. And for the main cosmetic, I feel like it should be guaranteed after 100 hours, maybe with a chance to get it prior, but guaranteed after 100. I feel like that's fair for most bosses. Maybe a little bit lower than that. I just really hate when a boss is like hundreds of hours just to get your uniques that you need from them. Especially when you go unlucky on them. When they have like no pity system on their main drop. Which is perfectly fine. I generally like a pity system on the cosmetic, but not on the main drop. And normally the main drop needs to be way lower than the cosmetic. Could have pets that unlock at certain levels for exorbitant prices. Oh gosh. The only problem with that is it basically becomes like a cape part 2. I don't mind the concept of, you know, like leveled required thing that then just requires resource. But we already have something like that in the game. It's the skill capes right now. Like, I don't mind the concept because obviously we already have the concept as well. But, I don't know, having 2 of the same concept might be a little bit bloated. Given that we already have a gold sync based on level. It's just a keep on your back rather than a follower behind you. Like, the concept does work, but the game already utilizes it for something. So are there daily activities? Yes, there are dailies in this game. They're called ventures. The 2 easiest ventures to unlock are 21 Merchant, where you can do a 24-hour thing, and you only have to check it once per day. And you start off getting grapes, and then it goes to better alchemy supplies. Right now we're doing cinnamon sticks, because I'm just doing it for the first time bonus and get the potion supplies for when we do end up making it. But yeah, you can run grapes at 21 merchant, and it keeps improving from there, what you end up getting from it. And then at, there's 2 other easy ones, either 34 detective, which gives you a little bit of money, or 35, or technically 31 mining, whatever it is. Basically, if you complete out the 3-star quest, the Mantuban's Legacy, which requires 29 mining and 35 smithing, and the ability to kill level 35, you will unlock a mining venture that you'll immediately be able to do after the quest, because the quest will automatically give you the XP you need to be able to do that venture. And because I believe it unlocks at level 30, but you need to have the quest completed, but the quest brings you to level 30 at 20 from 29. But anyways, doing this gives you the explosives that we're actually trying to get to right now. I'm trying to get to the next tier of explosives this stream. Is why we're farming for 231. I think I'm at tier 5 explosive once I get there. This is tier 4. Next one's tier 5. But doing that quest allows you to start getting tier 1 explosives, which you use for blast mining, which is really good if you're a hammer mage. It's still somewhat relevant if you're not a hammer mage, but it's mostly relevant if you're a hammer mage, as some of your best weapons actually come from Deathstone. Most notably, your hammer. Your yellow hammer comes from Deathstone. If you're not a hammer mage, it doesn't matter as much, but it's still a good quest to get out of the way just because of all the free smithing XP and everything. It gives a lot of free XP drops, like pretty much every quest. But it also unlocks that venture. One other way to end up doing it pretty easily if you really like fishing is at 39 fishing, which I haven't actually done yet. But you can double do lobster. It is the earliest one that you get through fishing. And one nice convenient thing about it is both the ventures are right next to each other. So you can just claim one, claim the other, and be good to go. You don't have to walk all the way across the map or something. You just claim both of them, and boom, you're good to go. They're really close proximity to each other. And the fishing ventures, that's the biggest benefit that they have, is you can take 2 of them very, very freely in almost no time at all. You just take both of them, bank them, boom, you're done in like 30 seconds. It's really quick compared to the average venture where you go to one, do something, then have to go all the way to a different one and then do something. But the fishing ventures are right on top of each other for lobster and oyster. Yeah, they're basically like dailies. Most of them take 12 hours, but the merchant ones seem to take 24 hours as far as their duration. So you can do whichever one you kind of prefer. The only problem right now is you can't set 2 24-hour merchant ones. At least not until they add the ones for Chapter 5. Because there's a bunch of building material that you can get, but you can't currently get it. You can from chests, but you can't get it from ventures for some reason. I'm not sure why. But eventually you will be able to by the time Chapter 5 comes out. So good evening, B. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. But yeah, there are dailies in this game. They're not that intrusive, though. And I really actually like the daily system in this game because it can never get too overly convoluted. Currently, you can only have 2 venture slots, and even if they add more in the future, the most you're ever going to have to do is 6. And depending on what ventures you're doing, you can do all 6 ventures in about 3 to 5 minutes or so. It doesn't take that long at all to go do them all, especially if you're doing the quicker ones. But yeah, there is a daily system, and it does help. I do advise doing these and getting these rolling, whatever ones you want to focus on. But yeah, they're not like so good that if you miss them, you don't really care. Like I haven't been taking them on my alts at all. I've only been doing it on my main account. I've still been doing all the AFKs, you know, the passives on my alts and getting them knowledge when they need. But I actually haven't been doing any ventures on them, even though I do have 1 unlocked and soon to be 2. But I'm just kind of ignoring them on them. Because while they are helpful, they're not that big of an impact. But, you know, if you're actively playing or going across them, they're worth taking. You can even incorporate them into natural gameplay, too. Like, if you're doing, like, a chef run in Chapter 1 or in Chapter 1 for any reason, you can easily do a double fishing venture pretty quickly. And set it up within, like, not even a minute. Like, literally, like, seconds. It's one of those things you can almost just kind of route as you're just going around doing whatever. Am I ever going to do any tutorials? Yes. I've been meaning to cover guides on this game. The only reason I haven't is because everything keeps changing so much. Like, one thing I wanted to cover was, like, a mining guide. But mining guide already changed as of 2 days ago because queuable action. So because of how rapidly the game is changing, I've been kind of hesitant to cover guides. So I've been answering any questions on streaming, you know, kind of going over things as we go. But, yeah, as far as actual guide videos, we haven't really covered any specifically. We've covered a lot of useful info, like, during our, like, 60 streams so far. However, obviously, most people aren't going to watch through 60 entire streams that span for so many hours. But, yeah, I do eventually plan to cover guides. I just really haven't been because guides become so outdated in this game already. Just because, the game keeps changing so much over time. Like, even just mining alone, if I covered a mining guide, it already changed 2 days ago due to queuable action. Some of the methods that you would end up utilizing. Obviously, most of the info would still be relevant, but, you know, it'd still be missing info compared to, you know, now. It's the biggest issue with covering anything right now. Especially combat. Because combat's about to get, like, so absurdly overhauled. And then when special attacks come out, it's not even going to look the same after whatever overhaul they do, plus the special attack changes. Oh, look at this guy with his gold pickaxe. Wow, you know how far that is? We'll be there someday. That's 346, which means he's at like 372 probably doing iron right now. Because he wouldn't be doing it otherwise. He'd be working on flint or something else. Or even mine carts. But yeah, 346, wow. That means at least 372 mining. Actually, he's probably doing the opposite grind that we're doing. He's probably going for the 380 for the top tier brimstone. Or the one that does, the top tier of, what would you call it? The top tier of Deathstone. This is the material you start getting. You can't do it till 490 or something. They can start getting it from the Venture way early. Actually, that's something else that's going to be kind of weird. This is a gigantic gap. You know that thing that we're farming for today at 231 brimstone? Guess what level we can start using it at? Because it is not close, like, at all. We have to... We start getting it at 231 from the daily. And we can start using it at... No, not that. At 348! 348. That is a jump of 117 levels. 117 levels of doing this daily. We will eventually be able to use it all. We are going to have over 1,000, maybe 2,000 brimstone ready to go. We are going to have so much explosives. We are going to explode that entire mine at once. Mines of Mantuban won't even exist after how many explosives we're going to have to do there. It is so many. Like the whole cave will cave in on itself. Yeah, I think it's actually literally impossible to watch my entire streams. Most people just watch like the first week or whatever they kind of fancy the most as far as what they want to know. That's why I've been trying to do slightly more thematic streams here and there. Like today is the mining day. Today, if you like mining, we are doing nothing but mining. If you want to see some efficient iron mining and maybe a few other methods, because we're probably going to be doing some blast mining at some point in the stream as a break from normal iron mining. You can't use the NICU system on it though. But I will do a break from normal mining to go to blast mining at some point. Use up our 200 something explosive. I'm just waiting for the daily. So we can do that in 3 hours from now. But in 3 hours from now, we'll probably do some blast mining. Just to break it up and to use the daily thingies we're going to get. But, yeah, I've been trying to do slightly more thematic streams. So if someone wants to, like, fully skip it, they can. Or if they want to fully watch, like, something that they want to see, they can. Like, if you want to see, like, how, you know, decent mining works these days. Or, you know, what the meta is, but I was actually covering a video on it. For some of the things. Obviously, we're not covering every mining method this video or this stream. Most I'm probably just doing 2. Iron mining with efficient banking, as well as blast mining tile perfectly. But, yeah, we're not going to be doing, like, every method because we just don't need it at our level range, of course. But for our eventual guide video, obviously, we'd have it more concisely and everything like that. But and I've been trying to stick to slightly more thematic streams. Just so, you know, if someone wants to watch it, they can. And if they want to skip on it, they can. That way, they're just a bit more focused. Oh yeah, no problem. At least we're banking. Yeah, it's only efficient if you're banking though. But it is like dropping 50 gold per hour on the ground at tier 5. So you really shouldn't be dropping all. Like you can, but you're dropping 50 gold per effective hour of banking. Not per hour, but per hour of banking you're dropping like 50 gold on the ground, so it's generally not worth it. Also, this is pretty over the top, this method, by the way. It's perfectly fine just to do the AFK 888. And this method isn't too much more efficient. It mostly just saves you one time having to bank. Like, you may notice a lot of people just keep walking there every single time. Rather than doing the stack thing. And the main reason why we do the stack is there's some amount of downtime between the spawns. And you generally want to be utilizing that downtime. And what we're basically doing is trying to move the stack as close to the bank as possible. While not wasting any time of mining. And that's the same thing we were doing to Carbonice earlier, when we kept running like all the way to the other room when we were doing it the other day. Because what we were trying to do is maximize the downtime between the respawn of the ore and everything. Trying to get as close to a bank every single time. Does drinking XP potions before you use knowledge points help? Yes. Drinking an XP pot does increase the knowledge of whatever you're doing, assuming it's from the same chapter. So as long as I boost something from Mines of Mantuban while I have a Mines of Mantuban buff going, it will give us the benefit. So whenever I throw knowledge into bone right with that 5%, we are also gaining 5% more bone right XP from the knowledge. So yes, they do work on knowledge, but only on the same chapter. Like if I was to throw knowledge into gatherer right now, which is something else I need, I will not get the 5% from it because it's a different chapter. Even though I'm using the point from Chapter 3, it's going into a Chapter 2 skill. So it's looking to see if you're boosted for Chapter 2 and not for Chapter 3. You can offset this, of course, by having 2 potions or by, potioning the other one. However, it is generally best just to be potioning whatever you're currently doing in your chapter, just so you only need 1 potion rather than 2 different ones. You can still use 2 different ones, though, like if you're using like a 5% and a 7%. I just haven't gotten the alchemy to really start utilizing 7%, though. But we will eventually. At some point we will. Not quite there yet, though. Wait, you can queue an action on... Wait. Oh, I just learned some new tech. Wait. We just learned something right now. You can queue a ground item. Wait, that has movement implications. Ooh. You can queue a move. They did it. You can queue a movement. Wait. It's technically been in since queuable action. You can queue a movement. You just need a ground item to do it with. Oh. A red X ground item? It doesn't work, though. When you're in combat, it cancels all actions like that. We learned that from doing blast mining earlier. So, unfortunately, you can't red X with it. No. Because it would cancel your entire queue. But it does allow you to queue up a movement, technically. But you would have to, like, pre-drop an item every time. Probably your potion. So you can technically do it by doing a walk queue on your potion, which would also respawn your potion. Or, reset the timer for it. So that's interesting. That would probably be good for carpentry. If you're banking carpentry, that allows you to queue a walk after you finish your inventory. Well, the only problem with that is oh! Yeah, your inventory will be full, but that's fine. Oh, we're definitely going to have to do that with carpentry later. Honestly, I almost want to test that now. So basically what you could do with carpentry if you're banking all of your supplies is I was saying before, oh, we can't queue to go walk to the door. But you actually can. All you have to do is put your EXP pot at the door and just pot it over there. The only problem with that is you do have to walk a little bit out of your way slightly. So it might not be worth really doing it that way. But basically, if you drop your potion at the door, like right at the door right there, like inside the room, but all the way at the, like, the door frame, after you finish going and having your 24 inventory of your finished product, you can queue up the action already on your potion, so you'll already move towards the door. And then you can go head over to the thing, then go reset, drink your potion, then go to your thing, get all your logs, and then boom, repeat. So it makes it a little bit more AFK to have the auto bank, but you kind of have to have your potion at a weird spot that wastes like some of its time, is the only big downside of that. Because you're probably wasting like 1 or 2 logs worth of XP if you do it that way. However, it does allow you to queue movement towards the door, which was something that we weren't able to do before. It was something I was kind of messing around with in that room because you can't queue a movement. And we were trying to see like what the closest one was. But yeah, you can actually do a potion on the ground. You can simply do it off your potion. It's a little bit inefficient because you do waste some of your potion time though, is the only problem with that. You're wasting like 1 or 2 logs worth of potion time. But it comes with the benefit with being able to AFK walk towards the door once you finish all your product. So it's a little bit of a trade-off. A little bit less XP for a little bit more AFK. Not sure if we'd utilize that whenever we do carpentry. But for anything that I do need a bank, we might. We'll see. It's just a lot of things I need to do in carpentry right now. We just don't really need a bank that many. Maybe like a few hundred, but then just scrap the rest for XP rate. Because unlike Leatherworker, it is actually way more efficient to sell than it is to bank. Leatherworker, it's actually pretty fair for both banking and selling. Banking is still slightly quicker, but not by much. Whereas selling is slightly slower, but still, like, they're both viable. Whereas carpentry, selling is way quicker compared to banking. It's actually absurd how much quicker it is compared to banking. Which generally makes it a lot more favorable to sell rather than bank. As you're hurting your XP rate so much. Whereas it's kind of a 50-50 if you do it for Armor Maker. As it's pretty fair for both. But it's really biased towards selling for carpentry for some reason. So hello MK Jets, welcome, welcome. It's mostly because the sell location is like 2 tiles away. And the bank location is like 30-something tiles away. Plus you have to backtrack. It's almost like 60 tiles away. Effectively. It's closer than the leather bank, but it's still so far away. But yeah, I haven't seen any working situation of red Xing in Brighter Shores. There's a lot of weird things you can do, like movement tech-wise and a few other things like that. But when you're in combat, it kind of disables every single way that you can click on an item or on a menu or something. They kind of thought ahead to make sure that's not possible. Even though there is some funny movement tech you could do to kind of like aggro skip them and a few other things like that. But yeah, you can't do like red X like you can in Old School RuneScape and a few other things like that. Like, it doesn't really stall them or anything because you're not allowed to do actions like that. Assuming the actions even would stall them. Bone Right can have bones next to timber, but logs not lumber. Well, it's mostly because of how the production thing works. Otherwise, you'd have to walk a mile and a half to go get your resources every time. Like, it kind of makes sense, because I'm pretty sure it's closer than where carpentry is. I mean, where leatherworker is. Like, it seems like it's far away, but compared to leatherworker, I think it's actually slightly closer. I'm pretty sure it is. It's actually not too bad. It just feels bad because of how much closer the shop is compared to it. That's like the main thing that makes it so bad. Alright, we got half of a level out of 1. Hello, Boogas. Welcome, welcome. Hope all has been well. But yeah, from my guesstimation, though, I haven't really been keeping track of it like too hard. Yeah, it's gonna take us almost like 9 to 10 more hours of mining. Mining is not quick. It's one of the slowest skills in the game. It's one of the reasons why this pickaxe is like so upgraded. Like, out of any gathering skill, I think it's actually the slowest out of any of them. Because woodcutting respawns so much quicker. Plus it has Bramble Suave, which is good. Fishing, I guess, is also somewhat slow. I guess fishing's the other one that's kind of like leisurely slow as well. Because it has some of the same respawn issues that rocks have. Particularly with any of the 6 spawns. Fishing's also just a lot less useful. Oh yeah, we're still ranked 12, by the way. There's a bunch of people still protesting the leaderboard. And or willingly hiding. Yeah, we're technically ranked 12 in the game, kind of, quote unquote. We're currently ranked 12. See, it says ranked 12. We're ranked 12. Our Mantuban ranked 10th though. We were like 10 earlier. But it's because it's like really tight right here. Like B-Tez is literally tied. Chino's like 8 up on us, same as Meru. It's because I keep doing post 200 rather than just doing Bone Right or Mind Fighter. Imagine if we did Mind Fighter for like 2 days. We'd have like an instant plus 100 in 2 days. The only thing we need to do to get rank is literally just touch combat. Especially in Mines of Mantuban, but even just in general. I've just been waiting for a lot of the combat rework before I really bother. Like special attacks and whatever they're doing in the near future. Hopefully the AMA today will shed some light on it. As I believe he's doing that in about another hour from now. The AMA with the dev. Or, well, not the dev, but the community manager. Or I believe it's community manager. It's someone. Someone on the team. I think it's the community manager, though. So we should just get some juicy tidbits of info in the next few hours, hopefully. It might be one of the few times I use Reddit, because Reddit will probably have a summary on it. So if anyone wants to relay any info from that one stream, do let me know. I know some amount of people will be watching it. I'll be watching it after the stream. I just don't want to take a viewership from him during. Or if there's anything juicy to go over, I do kind of want to still, like, you know, mention it. Any idea when the quest will come out? Who knows? He might announce it today. But yeah, they are working on a new quest, I believe for Chapter 1. Hopefully it adds a teleport, because there's no second teleport to Hopeport. But hopefully in the next month. They haven't given any official date. For all we know, it could be next week, could be next month. No official date has been given. But there is a AMA with the dev today, so maybe he'll give an official date soon. Because that might be one of the questions that get asked. Because there's probably going to be a question about quests. And he'll probably bring up the quest that they're currently working on. Because currently they haven't added a single new quest since launch. The game's been out for 2 months and there's been 0 new quests. I mean, not launch, you know, early access, but, you know, still, like, open to the public. So, technically launched. Obviously, it hasn't hit 1.0 yet. But they still haven't added any new quests since then. Which is kind of crazy, because I think he had 100 quests by the 5-year mark the first time around. And, obviously, we're only 2 months in. But we're at 9 right now. And he hit 100 within 5 years last time. And currently we're at 9. Within 2 months. With 0 new ones added so far. 100 all Hopeport? No, I think it was supposed to be a mid-level quest. I'm not sure. I can't remember what they said for it. Even if it is a 5-star quest, the current scaling of 5-star quests aren't too high. Like, the highest you'll need is like 60 Forager or something. Which means I do need to go grind a little bit of Forager. But, we don't currently know the requirements. The only reason I say Forager is Forager and Gather are the only 2 skills that have not been used for a quest yet. So if they're adding a new quest to Chapter 1, which I believe is what they were doing, it is almost guaranteed going to require Forager. And if they ever add another one to Chapter 2, it's almost guaranteed going to require Gatherer. Just because it just hasn't been used yet. This is the most likely one to target. Doesn't mean it will, but it's the most likely one to be included. So if you haven't gotten your Forager to like level 50, now might be a good time. Because when that quest comes out, it's almost guaranteed going to have like a 30, 40, 50, 60 Forager requirement. They haven't mentioned that it will, but it's very likely it will. Luckily, if it is a 60, it's not that hard to go grind 4 levels real quick. Yeah, there we go, as easy as that. Gosh, I love that so much. It's so satisfying banking all 120 at once. I wish there was more sets that were that perfect. I haven't found anything more satisfying so far in the current state of the game. As far as like efficient methods than turning in 120 iron at once. Within like 45 seconds or so. It's like my favorite thing to do in this game right now. When it comes to mining at least. Is the 120 iron ore turn-in. Oh, why did I redrop my potion? I meant to pick it back up. Whoops. I didn't mean to drop it. Luckily, it's pretty quick to just pick up on our way back. Oh yeah, yesterday we finally got base 200 Chronopolis. It's one of the reasons why we're kind of pivoting back to Mines of Mantuban. As aside from making money, we don't really have any other goal we really need to go do in Mines of Mantuban right now. I mean, not Mantuban, I mean in Chronopolis. At least until we get closer to Chapter 5. Because the only other thing I really do is, like, AFK the raid dens. Merchant and Leatherworker I only need if we need more money. At least until we get closer to Chapter 5 where we actually need Leatherworker. But at the moment, of course, we do not. So we're kind of done with Chronopolis, aside from the AFK raid dens here and there. Or, you know, active AFK. Doesn't mean we won't be visiting it here and there, though. Because we're eventually going to need money again. Because we are going to run out of our gold very quickly. We got 3.6 gold. We are very dirt poor again, as we pretty much perpetually always are in this game. Can't wait till trading comes out, because then we can start being less poor every single time. Because we can just sell, like, a bunch of resources. That's one nice thing about, like, normal gameplay kind of mode. Is when you're playing in Iron Man mode, you can't just, like, sell out random junk. There's a lot of issues I've had with hardcore Iron Man as well, like in mid-game. Because you end up needing, like, a bunch of money for stuff. Later in the game, you have more than you ever know what to do. But we're kind of in the mid-game of Brighter Shores right now, where, you know, you need money for, like, everything, but have none. But the second trading comes out, you just sell anything in your bank for money, and boom, you'll be good to go. Like, if I want to go sell the 5,000 ingots I have, tier 5 iron ingots, boom. We just made so much money. Not sure what they would go for each, but they would definitely go for a pretty penny. Probably at least 8 silver each, if not 10 silver each, if not even slightly more than that. If they're already processed and ready to go. And that's a lot. Because that's like, what, 50 gold right there? If we sell them for 10 silver each, isn't that 50 gold? I'm pretty sure it's 50 gold just in iron bars right now. It's like absurdly high. But if we were able to sell them for 10 silver each, so they might go for a little bit less. We don't really know where the market is. But if these were, as a bar, were to sell for 10 silver each. Yeah, that is, that's a lot. Let's say people buy it as the ore more. It's hard to tell. Like, if they're going to be worth more as an ore or worth more as a finished product. It's one weird thing that also in old school RuneScape, when it comes to uncut gems, I feel like is a good example of it. Where the XP rate of it for crafting is really, really, really good. But the lower tier gems are in like a weird in-between. Because even though they're good for doing for XP, so most gems, the uncut version goes for more money. But when it comes to the lower tier ones, the cut one is worth more than the uncut. The reason why the uncut is normally worth more, at least for player trading, is because you get the XP from it. And then it makes it, you know, like a more expensive object. But it's because you can claim more XP from it. But it's still hard to tell exactly how it'll be in Brighter Shores. Like, do people want to buy ore, or do they want to buy the finished product? Because when it comes to higher tier stuff, they might actually want the ore more than they want the bar. Because they can double dip the XP rather than just claiming it once. So we don't currently know where the market's going to be on that. For lower tier stuff, people will definitely want the final product, like for tier 1 to 4 for sure, or tier 1 to 3. Maybe with tier 4. But tier 1 to 3 for sure, it'll be, they want the finished product more than they want the, you know, the first part of it. Because the first part of it just isn't good XP. But that could be slightly different for tier 4, tier 5, tier 6. Where people might actually want the ore more than they want the finished bar. As you can double dip the XP rather than single dipping it. So it's not as needed to have the final product already good to go. Because I know that's probably where I would stand. For tier 1 to 3, maybe even tier 4, I would want to buy the bar outright. But for tier 5 and 6, I would definitely want to go and make it into a bar myself. To double dip the XP. I was not sure where the market's going to be on that. There's a lot of things we just don't know. Because it's just, basically the price is whatever the market is willing to pay. So it really comes down to where the market is. Which we don't really know until trading comes out. It's hard to really tell. How many months for party system or full release? Since we have such a checklist now. Last I heard, it's like 3 to 6 months from now. Realistically, probably summer. If I had to guess a date, based on everything they said and current trajectory, sometime in summer. Either early summer or late summer. Most likely late summer. But based on some of the dates they've been giving, it could be early summer. Or even slightly earlier than that, like April or May. I highly doubt it, though. But it's likely going to be early to midsummer. We'll probably be in 1.0. And by that, I mean PvP will be out, trading will be out. What other big things? Chapter 5 would be out by then. Possibly, it might even be launching with Chapter 5. What else would be out by then? Obviously, a bunch of quality of life. Combat rework would be out by then. Pretty much the whole checklist. If not the entirety of the checklist. But yeah, the biggest ones being combat rework, PvP, trading, and Chapter 5. There might be one or two other kind of big things. Obviously leaderboard as well, but they already did leaderboard. They still got to fix leaderboard, but they did already implement it. And look, we're ranked 12. It says ranked 12, we're ranked 12. We're technically ranked like 25 or 26 right now, I would say. I think they're adding the true rank update probably in the next week or two. Because a lot of people are protesting it right now. So much so, I'm basically doubled in rank. From just the sheer amount of people protesting it. So if you guys haven't already, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Helps people find the stream. And also, if anyone knows when that other guy's stream starts, let me know and I can go link it. If any of you guys want to go and watch both at once or watch his stream instead for a little bit. Or have both of them going. Because there is an AMA starting soon with well, the lead developer. Or not lead developer, I wish. But the community manager for the game, I believe. There's like an AMA stream that's going for like 2 hours or so. I'm sure if you'll be able to ask anything during the stream itself. I think most of them are predetermined questions, but they might have some time at the end for taking any question. Oh yeah, special attacks as well. Did they actually mention party system? I think that might be in there. Yeah, I hope a party system makes it. I hope a clan system makes it too. I also hope at least one boss makes it before launch. I don't think it is because they didn't mention it on the thing. But I really hope at least one boss makes it into the game before release. I don't think it will, but I really wish it would. Oh, was it on the checklist? Okay. There's currently nothing to use a party system for, though. Like, if they add a party system, there's nothing coming between now and launch where you would even need a party system. Unless they mean a clan system, in which case that's still kind of useful, because then you could use it for, like, trading and such. Basically be a merchant clan. There's not much else you could really use it for, other than just, like, chatting and socializing. I'm definitely going to be setting up a casual clan, though, in this game. It's just going to be a really casual, no requirement, just come stay high and do whatever kind of clan. We'll do a little bit of everything. It's going to be a very chill, just kind of relaxed, no requirement clan. Anyone can just roll in whenever. Also just for socializing, trading, and eventually grouping up when there's actually stuff worth grouping up for. Because I highly doubt anyone's going to group up for, like, group fishing or something. Yeah, they did mention most bosses are hopefully going to be multi-skilling. And that you'll be able to do multiple skills at once. Like, the example I generally always give is, imagine if the boss from Chapter 2, the big toad, that you have to repair the raft. Imagine if that boss gave Scout XP while also giving Carpentry XP. You would need ash planks in order to repair the boss, so it would consume a resource that also requires wood cutting indirectly, unless you buy it from other players or buy it from the shop. So it would indirectly use wood cutting. It would give you Carpentry XP as you use the logs to repair the boat. And of course you get Scout XP for killing the boss itself, as well as whatever unique drops and everything else that the boss gives. Whatever loot drop table it has. But it'd basically be giving you Carpentry while also giving you Scout. While indirectly giving you wood cutting if you're wood cutting your own ash planks. It wouldn't actively give it to you, but you know, you'd still need ash planks somehow. So you're either buying it or cutting it yourself. But during the actual boss fight, you'd be gaining, you know, Carpentry Scout in that situation. And boss fights like that, I wish they would do a lot of. Just so you can get a free skill in there. Also, you know how much better Carpentry becomes instantly if they ever do that? Carpentry goes from, like, one of the worst, if not the worst skill in the game, to one that has a super fun boss that you're going to camp all the way to 500 Carpentry. You're going to have that thing green logged, like, 20 times over. You're going to have, like, 100 something of every unique on that drop table. Just to go train Carpentry without doing Carpentry. So what happened to this room? Why did I get the empty server? This room's generally been so crowded. Where is everyone? It's a ghost down in here. Guess I need to go, like, server shift or something. Luckily, all your ground items do follow you, by the way, if you switch server. They'll actually follow you if you log out as well. As long as you come back within 10 minutes, it doesn't matter what happens. It is 10 real-time minutes, not 10 logged-in minutes, though. So it does keep ticking down when you're logged off. However, if you log off, your ground items will still be there. If you switch servers, your ground items will still be there. There isn't a single thing that kills these other than 10 minutes passing. I guess technically a server update, but I've actually done it before with a server update, and they actually still lived through server update. Like, these things are almost invincible. Almost doesn't matter what happens. As long as 10 minutes hasn't gone by, your ground item should be alive. Because we've done it through server update, we've done it through logging out, we've done it through switching server, and every time they live. Yeah, it's kind of insane. This room is actually so over capacity. I actually got a 0 room because I had to queue me into a different room because it's so populated. That's actually kind of crazy. I think that's the first time I've seen that happen. Where this room was so overpopulated, it had to put me into an empty server. Because the main server has too many people. This room's been really bustling ever since queuable action came out. As a little reptile, welcome, welcome. You love carpentry? Oh no, I feel like I give carpentry too much hate. It's not that bad. Especially if you're just doing it AFK and not doing it like actively. I think the problem with me doing carpentry is every time I've ever trained it, I've trained it pretty actively. Like, you know, I was just trying to get the carpentry done as quickly as possible. But the way you should really be doing it is like nearly AFKing it while just doing whatever else. But every time I've ever needed to do carpentry, it was for a quest requirement. It was for either 32 for obviously Spider Nest or 50 for the Lost and Found quest. It has never been just for the sake of doing it slowly over time. It has always been because, okay, I need to go get this quest done as quickly as possible. Let's just power grind it and get it done. I've never actually done like super AFK carpentry yet. Because the next situation is not as bad. It's more comparable to Leatherworker in that regard. Except with less thinking as far as where you have to bring it. Because it's the same process every time. Whereas Leatherworker changes every hide you go. So it's technically just easier Leatherworker. If you're doing it like super AFK. Power training, cooking, and carpentry is something else. Yeah, we did a whole stream of cooking with that one time. For the Branolf inheritance. I'm not sure why. There was actually a lot of people who watched that as well. Compared to our average streams at the time. I'm not sure why it was so much more popular. But we basically cooked stew for an entire stream. Like 80-90% of the stream was literally nothing but cooking stew. And bacon sandwich. It's really bad to power grind. When you should be doing like, you know, some amount of the bounties and stuff like that. As well as putting knowledge when you're in that dead of a zone. Which we were doing at a certain point. Once we got like to, you know, like a few levels before it. As hello, Chad. Welcome, welcome. Hope your New Year's been going well. Yeah, Rocky Road ends up giving a lot of points. Rocky Road's kind of insane. Honestly, I turn in Rocky Road even if he wants 10 items. I don't care. It's just so much XP. You basically have to do it, even if you're losing money. But yeah, you should always take Rocky Road regardless what it is. It doesn't matter if you make like negative 100 silver. It's probably still worth it. There's just so much XP. Especially if you're turning in like 3 or 4 Rocky Road at once. You're on your break at work? Nice. Hope work's been going well. We're currently stuck in the mines, having to mine literally all day. All day, every day. No, not every day, but definitely today. It's been busy? Oh gosh. The post-holiday rush. I feel like a lot of people do a lot of shopping this time of year. There is one thing I do need to go buy. I just need to shimmy around some money on Monday when I go to the bank and do some food shopping. But I'm finally getting a Steam Deck. Not sure how much it costs after shipping and everything, but gosh, it might be like almost $800. I've been putting it off for so long because I was like, I don't really need it. But between Brighter Shores and just some indie games coming out up around the corner like Slay the Spire 2, I really want to have it for stuff like that. As well as whenever I'm traveling, because I don't really have a proper computer to travel with these days. So a Steam Deck is actually going to be perfect for whenever I go see family and stuff like that. Or see friends or anything. Oh yeah, I do need to get a case for it. Does anyone actually know, does buying a Steam Deck come with a case, or do I have to get a case separately? Because that's even more money. I didn't even think about that. Because I'm going to need a case for it whenever I go somewhere. I assume it comes with one for that price. Does anyone actually know? Is Isabel here? Or anyone who has a Steam Deck? Does this highest tier Steam Deck come with a case? Or do you have to buy it separately? I sure hope for that price it comes with one, but yeah, I need to get one if not. Because whenever I go traveling, I would need one. I don't need it for, you know, when I'm around the house or anything, but if I'm going to like the airport or something, I'm going to need it. I said hello, Stefan! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Podcast in about 40 minutes. Yeah, I'll be linking it when he starts to stream. For anyone that wants to watch it. Also, if anyone wouldn't mind relaying any juicy bits of info, I would love to hear it. Actually, who knows? Maybe I'll even have it on the TV. I do have a TV in my room. I could always play it on the TV so it doesn't, the audio doesn't come up on stream. Maybe I'll do that. Actually, that'll work out perfectly. I'll bring it up on my TV. So I can actually relay info immediately then. So I will actually watch it live, but I'll watch it through the TV. Just so the audio doesn't come in through stream. Or it shouldn't come in through stream, hopefully. We'll find out. But it shouldn't. I think the mic's far enough away where if I have it quiet enough, I'll still be able to hear it, but it shouldn't make noise on stream. So if you guys want to watch it separately or anything else. But yeah, I forgot about that. I can just put it up on my TV. I don't have to put it up on the computer. Because I got a TV right where my bed is, which is like right next to my computer. Not like right next to, but close in proximity. I gotta keep forgetting it's there. Like, I can literally touch it from where I'm sitting right now. I keep forgetting it's there because I always consider it like the bed TV rather than the sit in computer chair TV. There's only one TV in here though. This is my monitor's just like absurdly wide. So sometimes I have like a YouTube video on the side of it or something. But just so we don't have a weird double audio, I'll be having it just on the TV. So if you want to watch it, you would have to still go to their stream then. Well, I'll be able to then relay whatever juicy bits of info. So if anyone does hear something that I miss, someone will probably mention it in chat. But yeah, we'll go link it as well when he starts to stream. Does anyone know, does he already have a pre-stream link on his channel? Like a stream starting in like X minutes thing. Because I can link that and have it pinned. Because I haven't done this for any of his other streams, but this one's pretty relevant since he's talking to, I believe, is the community manager. So he's probably going to drop a lot of juicy info on us. Whereas any other one that he's done in the past has just been, like, you know, with random people like us. Which, you know, those don't really matter that much. Like, if I ever go on his thing, like, that's definitely a pretty skippable one. Or just some random person. You know, it'd probably still have some interesting things to say here and there, but, you know. It's a bit different, like, a random person from the community compared to, like, the actual, like, community manager of the game. Who has a bunch of insider info that, you know, the average player wouldn't have. Hey, we almost gained our first mining level this stream. By like an hour and a half, we'll have one level. And it's only going to get slower because our EXP rate isn't scaling. So even though this one might take an hour and a half, you know, the other one might take longer. So that means we're going to have to do at least, what is that? Times 5, at least 8 to 10 hours of mining today. But that's why today's the mining only stream. If we have some time, maybe we'll throw something else in there, but I don't think we will. If we want to push for that 231, it is mining only. I will be doing a different mining method soon. In 2 hours and 15 minutes, we'll be doing blast mining. Aside from that, it's just going to be purely normal mining. Or, you know, iron ore. We're going to have so much iron ore to go do later. That's hello, Sir Valiant. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hope your 2025 has been going good. Also, that's the other question. Do we start putting knowledge into mining? I think I'm actually going to do it for the first time ever today. I'm going to do it after blast mining, though. So for the next 2 hours and 14 minutes, I'll be putting into Bonerite. But after that, I think after we finish blast mining, and during blast mining, I'll probably put it into passives just so we don't need an EXP pot annoyingly. But after blast mining, I think we put it into mining. It'll be the first time I ever do it in a post 200 skill. But just to speed it up a little bit, because we're going to be in a pretty dead zone for EXP. In all fairness, we're still going to be in a dead zone after that, but at least we can start getting better per day XP from our daily. We're basically in a dead zone all the way till, what, 239 if we want to do the AFK. And even then, that's assuming we want to do the mining AFK. The problem with that is it gives us stone as our resource, not anything else. You were taking a break from Blighter Shores to play some retro games? Nice. Yeah, still need to go finish Old School RuneScape's League. We still haven't done that. We still need to earn like 7,000 to 8,000 more points at some point. We still got like another 2 weeks. I still haven't done the holiday event for that game either. I need to go do that tonight. At least the holiday event before they cancel it. I don't think it's being canceled until next week's Wednesday though. But I should probably go get it done tonight. Before it expires. Like the Brighter Shores one that already expired on the 2nd. But that game always updates on Wednesdays, so we're safe until Wednesday. But as far as games I plan to play this year, like new ones, so far the only one on my radar is Slay the Spire 2. Xenoblade Chronicles X, I'm not sure if I'm going to be streaming or not. I'm probably going to play it, but I'm not sure if I'm streaming it. Just because that 80 to 100 hour RPG is quite a big investment to get into. For people to be watching that much time. Because it's a very story heavy 80 plus hour RPG. But Slay the Spire 2 I do plan to do a lot. And that's one where you can watch like any stream and know what's going on. Honestly, I almost want to do a poll for that at some point. On, have you played Slay the Spire 1? Like, yes, no, or yes, no, but know what it is, and no. Because I'm actually curious. Because I do plan to do a lot of Slay the Spire 2 when it comes out. At least for the first week. Beyond that, I would just play it in my own time, probably. But the very first week of Slay the Spire 2, I'm probably going to go really heavy on it. We'll still be doing Brighter Shores every day. but a lot less. We'll still be Ave King in the background if nothing else. But the first week that Slay the Spire 2 comes out, I'll probably gonna be streaming it every day for that week. We'll still do like a short Brighter Shores thing, kind of as a recap of how we've been doing AFK every single time, as well as just playing a little bit. But I do plan to do that game pretty heavy. It's on its launch week. I think it's launching in early access though, but it should still be pretty feature complete. Like the core concept of the game should still be there. It might just be a little buggy and, you know, still missing a few things. But most of the base concept should be there by the time it launches. Or, you know, by the time it early access launches. No official date has been given, though. All they said is it's definitely coming in 2025. But we don't know if it's like early 2025, mid 2025, late 2025. For all we know, it could be December of next year. I mean, of this year, I mean. Yeah, Slay the Spire 2 didn't make the same mistake that Darkest Dungeon 2 made. Darkest Dungeon 2 tried to nuke their entire formula, and it didn't quite work out. Where Slay the Spire 2, they kind of realized they already hit gold, so they just clicked copy-paste, and then just made it better. Which, honestly, I kind of wish Darkest Dungeon did that. I didn't hate Darkest Dungeon 2, but, gosh, it was nowhere near as good as Darkest Dungeon 1. I still enjoyed my time, but after one playthrough, I was like, yeah, I'm done with this. Whereas Darkest Dungeon 1, I think I've had like 4, 5, 6 playthroughs already. On various difficulties, challenge runs, stuff like that. Whereas the second I finished Darkest Dungeon 2 the first time, it's like, yeah, I'm never doing that again. It was fun for the first time, but we're not doing that multiple more. Whereas Slay the Spire 2, I'm easily going to do hundreds of runs. I definitely want to get to Ascension 20 if they still have a similar system like that. Unless they're going to be overhauling that for a new system of Ascension. Do you just buy all your potion reagents? Generally speaking, kind of. It depends what potion it is, or if you're selling them, or if you're keeping them, as well as what you have as secondaries. For the most part, I plan to bank 70% of my alchemy, probably. Like 70, 80%? Probably 70%. I want to try to bank as much as possible before we do it. But, oh no, it really depends what potion it is on if it's worth it or not. There's also some situations where I only grab one ingredient and then buy the other. Just because it's not worth getting both manually. Or, you know, getting both from doing whatever the activity is. Because generally there's one that's way easier to get than the other. And the other one's generally pretty similarly priced. So you normally want to gather the one that is better XP and or easier to gather quickly. And then just buy the one that is more annoying to get. But yeah, I really need to go get alchemy up. Alchemy is so useful. I'm just waiting until I have a lot more of it banked. Because I need 200 Mind Fighters so I can get a bunch of that banked. I need 200 Gatherers so I can get a little bit more of that banked. Though not that much more, but, you know, slightly more. And then, I'm not sure if I'm doing Forager beforehand. But if we did, that would also, of course, obviously bank a lot through Forager. But, I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. I'm still not sure if I'm doing 200 Forager before Alchemy. I need Alchemy so badly right now, and I keep putting it off until we have all the other grinds done. But, I'm just have to do it without Forager just so we get it done before, you know, in a timely manner. Because right now I plan to get 200 Bone Right and 200 Mind Fighter before I do it, as well as 200 Gatherer. And that's like the earliest I would go do it, is after 3 more 200s. I would have to get all 3 of these, a 135, a 138, and a 100 to 200, before I would even consider doing Alchemy next. And that'd be like the earliest I could do it. Which makes me kind of want to do it exactly then. Because to also throw something like 200 Forager on the mix of all that, having to do 4 of them just seems like so much. Compared to just finally getting into Alchemy. It's one of the most useful skills in the entire game, and I've been kind of neglecting it pretty hard. It's pretty chill as well. Also, queuable action works on it, by the way. Not on the AFK one, but when you're doing the active method, you can triple queue the 3 processes. You can't queue up the potion, like taking the potion, but you can queue up the 3 other steps. So you can get it in perfect cycle and just click all 3, and then wait for your potion to spawn. And just stand there, you know, stand on the potion spawn tile. So you can queue it pretty nicely. It's not that much worse than before, I mean better than before, but it's still helpful. Oh, I hate when I do that. Just to be on cycle, I want to do it that way. I know there's a waste of XP and everything, but this is going to bother me if it's, I grab one rock and it's just like slightly off. Yep, someone's buying their bones. Instead of going to the bone zone, they're going to the bone shop. Also, by the way, if you want to bank bones, it is quicker going to the storage rift than to the storage bin. It is a shorter distance to go from here to the storage rift than it is to go from here to that bank. So if you ever want to mass bank bones, it is actually better to go from here to there and just storage rift it, assuming you have spider nest done, though I would assume you would if you're like mass buying bones. And rather than going all the way over there, it is slower going all the way over there. Is you only need like 24 just to dunk them real quick or something. But if you're doing like hundreds of them, if thousands of them, you definitely want to be using the storage rift. The only real exception is if you're only doing 24. But if you're doing like any number pretty much more than 24, you should be going to storage rift rather than to the bone bank. Are all of the tools only upgradable in Hopeport? Yes. The only enchantress in the game is in Hopeport. There's currently no other chapter with an enchantress in it. So whenever you want to upgrade your tools, you have to go to Hopeport to go do it. Is I believe one of the only facilities in the game that there's only one location for. There's a few of them like that, like changing your appearance and stuff like that. But yeah, it's one of a few that the only place for it, despite it technically being non-chapter specific, is only in chapter 1. Like there's potion storages in multiple chapters, material storages in multiple chapters, other things like that. But there are a few mechanics that technically could be in any chapter that are only in chapter 1, like the enchantress, like the barbershop. They could theoretically be in future chapters, but currently only exist in chapter 1. Is upgrading the wood axe worth it to get the witch wood? Getting it to level 10 could be helpful. I feel like at that level range, getting a 10 for like 2 or 3 gold, whatever it is pretty good value. I would say the 3 main stopping points, or at least the ones I use personally, are level 10, 25, and 50. 25 or anything, you know, above 25. But 10, 25, and 50 are like the 3 main stop points. 10 is you need the tool but don't have that much money but still want to get like a little bit extra XP. That gives you 4% extra XP. 10 is pretty nice. It gives you 10% and is the last level that you could do that still gives a 0.4% increase. After that, it goes from 0.2 from 25 to 50. And everything from 25 to 50 is only if you have like a lot of money and really want to commit to a skill. Like for mining or something, I got to level 30. But 50 requires like over 100 something gold. And it's pretty much a max tool at that point, because you should never really go above 50 ever. But realistically, you should pretty much never go above 25. And in early to mid game, you tend to just only go for 10. Unless you just really want to commit to a skill or just really have the money from other skills like merchant, leatherworker, and other things. But otherwise, just 10 is enough for a lot of things. Just get 10 of like the more useful ones that you want to use immediately. Because getting a 10 tool is like under 3 gold, I believe. So they're pretty cheap. And they still get 4% XP, which is a lot. Like right now I have like a 10 sickle, as well as like a 10 hand axe. I do want to get them to 25, but they don't have like an immediate need to get there. Though this one does, actually. The handsaw does. I actually do need the handsaw upgraded. That's basically what's blocking me out of woodcutting right now. It is not having a level 25 handsaw because I want it before we really power grind it. It's definitely not required, but it'll save time. It's like 6% more XP compared to what we're getting now. Which is not like a huge amount, but definitely adds up over time. If we're going like all the way to 200. And let me go check. Does Tell's stream thing... Let me go check something real quick. Is his stream up? Let's see. Brighter Shores. Where's the frog guy? There's the frog guy. Alright, does he have a pre-stream up? Because I want to go get the link for it. Let's see. I'm putting it up on my TV right now so that I can listen to the audio. No, I don't want to sign in. Let's see. I found his channel. I don't see the pre-stream though. He doesn't have it up. No. There it is. He does have it up. I found it. Oh yeah, I can go get it then. Nice. All right. Perfect. All right, let me go and get you guys the link then. Let me go try to link it to the YouTube thingy. Let me do that while we do the queue right here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, anyways, what am I doing? Let me go get you guys the link. All right, now that I got it there, let me go get it in the other side. YouTube. Let's see. There he is. Q&A. Where's the share button? Why is that link so much longer? Oh yeah, I'll still use this one, I guess. Why is this share link so much longer than the other share link? Oh, well, I'll use this one. Alright, where's our guy? Let me go... Wait. Oh, so let me go do this so it doesn't unmute it. Or mutes the other thing, I mean. Let's see, drop that. Do that. Gosh, I'm multitasking too many things here. Alright, let me go get our thing drink. Click those other two things. Alright, let me go get this link. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Let me click on all these. Alright. Starting soon. On what's his name again? On Tell's community channel. Let's see. Where is his thing? Where is he? What's his name again? I'm trying to get to his name. Tell's. On Tell's community channel. There we go. Link. Okay, I think I got the correct link. Let me know if that link works. If anyone could click on it. Ideally a new tab so it doesn't delete our stream. Our viewership's gonna like tank out of nowhere. It's gonna drop to 0. But yeah, that's where he's holding it. Alright, let me see. Now let me go get it set up so I can listen to it, but it doesn't do audio for you guys. Okay, I think I have it set up properly. Alright, there we go. Okay, I think I got everything set up. We're good to go. Alright, now I should be able to hear it and you guys shouldn't. Oh yeah, let me go get rid of this so you guys don't hear it. Let's see. Alright, I think we're good to go. Alright, there you guys go. But yeah, he's doing an AMA, I believe, with the community manager for the game. With Fen Samuel. I'm pretty sure it's Raw's community manager. Alright, the link works? Okay, there we go, perfect. But yeah, that's where the AMA is if you guys want to listen to it. Or mute this stream while listening to it, or even stop our stream to go listen to it. I think it goes for like 2 hours though, it goes for quite a while. I haven't actually watched one of these yet, actually. I like skimmed through the other ones, but I never watched them from like beginning to end, just because they're a little long. As I create content every day that's like similarly as long. But it's a little bit different since this is like, you know, like the community manager. Like that and Andrew Gower are like 2 huge ones if he was to ever do it for them. Like this is the closest we're getting to Andrew Gower yet as far as something like this. In like a live sense, so. Should be pretty good. He's pretty much second in command almost. Not quite, but you know, as far as publicly available knowledge, is like the closest we can get other than Andrew Gower himself. But Andrew Gower mostly hired this guy so he wouldn't need to do it himself. So he could focus on actually developing the game. Hey, what's the poll currently at while we're doing a bunch of tabs? After 25 votes, if Pet's followers were to be added to Brighter Shores, what kind of impact should they have? 12% say it should be a strong effect that matters. 24% on the low effect that helps but isn't necessarily required. You know, it'll be more than nothing, but still small enough where if you don't have it, you're not going to worry about it too much. 52% are on purely cosmetic followers, and 12% on no pets or followers at all. Is where the poll is currently at right now. The pet poll. The poll pet. You get a pet for voting on the polls. Could you imagine if this game had in-game polling? To some degree, I almost hope it doesn't ever get it. I feel like it's done some really inverse effects to old school RuneScape. I understand why old school RuneScape has it. But also, I feel like it hasn't done the intended purpose of what it's supposed to do. Like at all, especially in modern old school RuneScape. It's basically just a vote no to PvP system poll. Because the whole community, it basically has a confirmation bias. Because they keep adding PVM to the game, it keeps just reinforcing more PVM. And keeps unenforcing skilling and PvP. So every single thing that's ever PvP, it's like gets completely downvoted. And then anything that's like PVM, it's like, oh yeah, we definitely gotta go add all that. Regardless of what it is. There's some exceptions to it, but it does tend to happen a lot. Because the community keeps getting more PVM and PVM based, which keeps making more PVM and PVM based polls, and it just keeps reinforcing itself over and over again. It's the biggest issue with the poll system, I would say, in old school. It has like almost confirmation bias. Or because it keeps going in one direction, it just keeps going even harder in that one direction. In an infinite loop to keep just adding more and more in that direction. And then never adding other stuff like skilling or PvP. PvP in particular has been so neglected in that game. There's one thing I hope Brighter Shores does get right. I don't really care if they do or don't. Because, you know, like I don't normally play just for PvP. Like I'll engage with it, but, you know, I'm not going to only do PvP. Like the day PvP comes out, it's not like we're going to be like in PvP only pure. But, you know, I still engage with the mechanics, so it being good is still nice. But, yeah, it is, like, long gone in old school these days. Like, it's still there, but most people are doing it more so for gambling than to actually do PvP. It's basically just gambling light. Yeah, there's one thing Brighter Shore's been doing pretty good with the community. Like, they've actually been pretty in touch with it and everything. Anything that ever was, like, really suggested by the community, they've generally been doing in a pretty timely manner. Hey, 227 mining. Nice. Oh, that's funny. Some people are complaining about the censor in Brighter Shores in the chat of Telstream. I don't know, if you guys have any issues with the current chat filter in game, I've never done a poll on that. I should do that for tomorrow's poll, maybe. Because I hear so many people talking about how bad the chat system is in this game, and I have never had a single message ever deleted. Though in all fairness, I never do like any cursing or profanity or anything like that, so it's never really been an issue. But I have literally had 0 messages ever deleted with the chat system in this game. Like, ever. In the whole 2 months we've been going, I've not had a single one that got denied for being censored. But I hear everyone constantly saying that it's pretty bad. But no, I've had full conversation with people and everything else. I guess I just don't use any of the trigger terms. That makes it unhappy. Can't even say buying GF. You're doing a pet rescue at the moment, and Jim's award, nice. Yeah, I still should probably be keeping tabs on that occasionally. There's still like several pets I need in that game that I just haven't bothered getting it because it's like pure RNG. Like unless you're checking the game like every hour. Which I do check it a couple times a day, but not like every hour. For those good old pet drops. Apparently, the AMA is starting in about 7 minutes. So hopefully we'll have some juicy info to relay soon. But if any of you guys haven't clicked that link yet, that link brings you to the AMA that's going on. Someone's mentioning true ranks when in chat. That's funny. Yeah, half the leaderboard's protesting it right now. That's why we're ranked 12. 100% accurate. We're ranked 12 right now. They're probably doing it. It's definitely going to be answered in the AMA. There's no way he doesn't answer it. Like the whole leaderboard shenanigans. There's definitely going to be at least one question on it. Let's see if they're going to be fashionably late. The stream says it starts in 5 minutes. Also, I believe doesn't do that one streamer thing. That's one thing that I always hate with, like, VODs after the fact. I'm not sure if he does it, though, because I haven't actually watched, like, the other ones all the way from the thing. But does he do, like, a starting screen when the stream starts? It still waits, like, another 15 minutes? I always hated that. I don't understand why people do that. I don't think he does. But some streams have, like, a starting soon thing. Where, you know, it'll say it'll, like, start at noon, but then it'll have, like, a whole screen where it's like, oh, you're just gonna have to wait here. Normally, if I need a delay, you know, I just, like, delay the whole stream. But some people, when they delay, they, like, have, like, literally a waiting screen for, like, 20 minutes or something. I just simply just don't click the start stream button in that case. Some people, like, it'll, like, start the stream, but then they'll have, like, a wait here for, like, 30 minutes kind of the window open. I don't understand why people do that. Well, other than to make more money. That does make more money doing it that way. But other than more money, I don't understand why people do that. Especially when you have a VOD after the fact. I don't think he does do that, though, hopefully. I know something pretty common with, like, Twitch streaming, though. But it makes the VOD really weird after the fact. Because if anyone's watching after the fact, the stream starts with, you know, like 20 hours or 20 minutes of, like, dead space. There's a level. And the bone right you go. It's really annoying where the level currently occurs, but at least it's after the first rock. The main benefit of that is they're all set to the first timer now as of 2 days ago. So as long as it's after the first rock, that's actually not too big a deal. Yep, I misclicked. That is bad. I have consumed an entire tile. No! It's so inefficient. That's a pretty major misclick. All those tiles lost. We have to double backtrack a tile. Hey, Red Bean is doing this. Wait, is Red Bean doing it the wrong way too? Wait. Oh no, he's just telling. Okay, he's fine, he's fine. He's doing some kind of very elaborate route. I wouldn't be surprised if every time he goes by that shop, he buys the bones. Yeah, the other stream starts in 2 minutes. For anyone not watching it actively, I will be relaying all info. I'm pretty sure most people are watching it in the background or both at once or something. Or they all moved over there already. There's 120 people viewing there. So basically everyone has consolidated their entire stream into a stream at this point. Because I assume there's a bunch of people still streaming on Twitch right now as well. Probably like everyone linking over to the community channel thing. He's just like the main community channel for the game. I'm pretty sure most of you guys know of him already if you follow like any amount of videos on YouTube. Given that you guys are from YouTube here since we only have YouTube streams. But most people are probably aware of him. He's like the main community channel for the game. Tells tales. The frog guy. I always call him the frog guy. He's always forget his actual name. But Tells Tales is his full channel name. It should start any minute now. They might have some technical difficulty getting everything set up. Oh, what am I doing? I gotta go bank. It's banking time. Satisfying 120 iron return. Oh, it started exactly on time. Those started to a waiting screen. But it has started exactly at the timer. I know, hopefully we don't have like 30 minutes of waiting screen though. We're starting the waiting screen section. Because someone's asking who's grinding while watching this. And PM Twisty said all of them, everyone. I think we have PM Twisty added. We can actually see if he's telling the truth. I highly doubt he, or, you know, he obviously is. He's been on that power grind. Yeah, he's still around. I can't remember if he did 500 leatherworker. I'm pretty sure he did. I'm pretty sure he did it without merchant. Like pretty much everyone with 500 leatherworker currently. I don't think there's anyone in the game with 500 merchant and 500 leatherworker currently. There's people working towards it, but I don't think there's a single person with both who did the 500 merchant grind and did the 500 leatherworker grind. There will be in like a couple weeks to a month from now, but I believe currently the number is 0. Hey, they're here. Ah, there's the community manager. Okay, I have it a little bit too low. Let me higher it some. Oh, good. It's not coming up on the mic. Oh, so he's a VTuber now? He got a frog model. Oh no, I can't say hello because I don't have it open in the other thing. I can say hello here though. Hello. $118 questions. Oh gosh. Well, this is gonna take forever. Oh, sneak peek. That means special attacks, hopefully. Why is he a frog? I'm not sure. I don't know. Our profile image is a dragon. I don't know. Dragons are cool. I guess frogs are cool. He's been doing den raids. Yeah, he's 200. He did like so much den raid. I don't even think he has a level 100 yet, but he has like 200 for detective watch person. Or, you know, 100 other than those two. We can go check. Let me go see. Yeah, he has literally 0. Oh no, bone right. But other than that, it's just detective. He's even doing push 200. I assume he's a guardian. Because he's dumping everything into bone right, the knowledge. Alright, so far they're just going over cubal action. We haven't gotten to any new info yet. Is it? I thought people had platinum for a while. I could have sworn people already had a platinum for a while now. Yeah, I know. There's a photo 2 weeks prior someone just mentioned in chat. How is he taking credit for the first? It's been done for like 2 or 3 weeks already. He's claiming credit for the first one. Oh, that first guy must be mad. Some guy stealing the credit even though he did it like 2 weeks ago. Oh, caution time. So let me turn on off third party. He's interviewing the community manager. That'd be funny if he mentions not RuneScape. He's answering what games he's played as a community manager. Yes, he has RuneScape experience. Okay, he qualifies. He qualifies for the job. Gosh, I got like 1,000 games in Steam that I just haven't played alone. Not even counting also ones we played. Gosh, my backlog on Steam is so long. That's kind of funny. He just said he learned how to code from RuneScape private servers, making them. That's hilarious. Oh, he says next chapter is his favorite episode. Ooh. Interesting. He mentioned the two cities. I mentioned that too, that the two cities feel more like Brighter Shores. Oh, he said carpentry's best. Okay, his opinion doesn't matter. Never mind. Just kidding. Never mind, never mind. Stonewall Hill might not be good. They're currently talking about toxic players now. The community pretty much has none. Which I would say is pretty much the case. I would say at this point, most of them have been phased out from, like, launch. Anyone still around isn't really toxic at all. Generally speaking. They didn't expect people to play as much as they are. Yeah, there's some people going like 20 hours a day or something. Our average is like 12-ish. Fell out of top 3 for sleeping too much. Yeah, I would never lose sleep on this game. We've been very careful not to so far. Oh, he actually does check the Steam community discussions. A lot of devs just kind of ignore them completely. You mentioned he also leaks things. So far, he only leaked one thing so far, though. Oh, he accidentally leaked episode 6. That's funny. It looked really deliberate. But he actually accidentally did it. That's funny. Oh, Ian Gower is doing a bunch then. They're talking about each of the people on the team. And of course, we already knew Paul Gower's writing it all. It's a pretty small team. That's like 8 people. So Ian Gower actually is helping a lot with the coding then, even though Andrew Gower is mostly leading it all. Yep, I forgot stone. Oh, they're slowing down on quality of life for bigger content. PvP. Combat rework. Ooh. Nice. Alright, they're slowing down on quality of life, focusing on content now. Oh, they got a roadmap as well. Not a public one, though. Yep, there he is. Samuel. You mentioned he's in the credits. There he is. Alright, they're done with the interview. Now we can get to the real questions. Alright, will there be any additional rewards for leveling up? Yes. Higher level quests. Alright, so that means the quest stars at the beginning were correct then. They're probably going to add like 100, 200 requirement eventually. Oh, and they're not buffing Enchantress. No! Because it's completely useless at 500. Alright, more storage stones. Yes or no? Ooh, no more storage stones. However. Oh, builder profession in older areas. Some people were suggesting that, and he actually said maybe it might happen. Oh, that'd be cool. Gotta get that bridge in chapter 3. Alright, they said they will rebalance some of the skills requirements. Like alchemy having like a potion for 40 that requires like, you know, 100 something in another. Yeah, repeatable bosses and raids, we know about that. Yep, more shortcuts through quests, nice. Reconfirming equipable potion. Oh, quest reward for wieldable potion. Wait, what do you mean what episode it would be? It'd be episode 1, wouldn't it? That's huge, though. Equipable potions are going to be locked behind a quest. They say search feature for map might come, but they probably have other priorities. Oh, pets? Oh! Oh, unique transmogs to professions. Likely be done in future. They said maybe the pets. Ooh. Don't mean in a month, but don't mean in 5 years. Alright, 2 years from now we get pets. Someone say no pets, please, in chat, in the other chat. We have a poll for it right now. Trading hats from last year will never be tradable. They also confirmed Easter 2025 event, which we already knew, though. They also mentioned they're doing it for Halloween. So these confirmed Easter and Halloween, which we already knew, though. But we haven't ever heard them confirm it till today. Oh, check on all banks at once. Is this a yes or no? Possibly. That's concerning. Yeah, that's how I was going to do it earlier. Just do the trading thing. You can see it there. Alright, so they said yes, but it'll probably be through the trading screen. You might not have a different way of doing it. That'd be kind of clunky, though. You have to trade someone just to see your inventory. Or storages, I mean. Ooh. They might be able to lock these open. Oh, you might be able to lock these with, like, right-click lock. Wait, they're actually locked with queuable action? Huh. Interesting. But yeah, they're gonna lock them in place so other actions don't ruin it. Oh! Sell into the Quartermaster directly. With the Quartermaster spell. Oh, that's huge for combat. Combat buff coming. You can sell every drop you ever get. Oh, that's huge if so. Especially for production. But more so for combat. Questquake to Transmog. Yes. Huge. We mentioned that earlier too. Oh, Venture's going to be slightly shorter than 12 and 24. Just to make it easier to spam them. Oh, jukebox for all the music in the game. Oh, you might be able to eventually hide other people's names. Kind of like this. Shields only work when you have a one-handed equip. So it is coded correctly, it just shows weirdly. Oh, hide UI for screenshots, that'd be fun. Oh, you might be able to use mouse 4, mouse 5 eventually as well. Without having to rebind it. Oh, perks to skill capes. Oh, that's a controversial one he just confirmed. Oh, that's kind of huge. He also confirmed you'll probably be able to trade directly with merchant and some of the other trading things. Because right now it's kind of clunky, like for the chef and merchant. Oh, non-Steam clients being prepared. Special attacks. When are they going to be released? Alright, sometime in 2025. December confirmed. No. Oh, necklace slot. Gosh, you just keep saying 2025. Alright, boss's dungeon raids. Let me guess, 2025? He basically said after chapter 5. Oh, minigames? He's probably also going to say after chapter 5. Yep, after chapter 5. So bossing and minigames after chapter 5. Eventually. SoonTM. Oh! Oh! He said he might actually add professions to past chapters. We already knew they would grow with side quests. That's not new. But yeah. That's huge. Ooh, procedurally generated dungeons might be a thing. Dungeoneering round 2. He's doing it again. Not anytime soon, though. Well, Dungeoneering Part 2 is coming out. Yeah, Dungeoneering is a minigame, not a skill! He said it! Saved. It's not a skill. Phew, we dodged a bullet there. Oh, mobile progress. Yeah, that's good that they're not making dungeoneering a skill. It's just gonna be an activity. That's what old school did. Old school RuneScape. Oh, 1.0 release. Let's hear it. Sometime 2024. Or 25, I mean. Yeah, this most of the stream can be summarized by, yeah, it's coming like eventually. Not too much definitive info. The biggest thing so far have been skill capes, and I guess just reconfirming that Dungeoneering come into this game, but not as a skill, but as activity. Also, equipable potions are going to be quest locked when they do come out. Oh, so hello, Blaze. How have I been liking Cubable Action? Oh, I've been loving it so much. We're currently listening to the Community Manager podcast right now. It's currently linked if you guys want to check it out, if you guys haven't already. But if you're wondering what I'm randomly like commenting on constantly, it's the thing. I just didn't want to steal viewership or anything. Or, you know, I didn't want to play the audio here, just so we don't have like a double audio. Oh, no. He said he doesn't know when good PvM content's going to come to the game. They already mentioned after Chapter 5 is probably when bosses are coming and raids and everything, so... We're probably going to hit 1.0 with 0 bosses in the game. Yeah, they're currently working on Chapter 5 and 6 as far as development. I said, hello, Kyr. Why don't I stream on Twitch? Oh, no, I just always streamed on YouTube. After we did it for like 1 month on Twitch like 8 years ago, we just went only on YouTube. Oh! Boss loot is going to go directly to your bank. Isn't that how RuneScape 3 does it? I think. I know there's something in Old School that you could do it. Like the lunar chest that they added for Volamore back in March. You loot it, and instead of it going into your inventory, it goes straight to your bank. But that's how it's going to work in Brighter Shores for a boss. You'll get like a boss loot screen, and you can just bank it all to your storages. The reward for Monument, he can't say. Alright, storage likely to increase for equipment. They said in a while back that they were probably going to lock it behind quests as well. Oh, the acid shield's going to be equipable, potentially. From that one spider quest. Let me say material. Wait, you didn't say anything, though. He didn't say. He just acknowledged the question. Oh, there it is. Say yes. He's thinking. It's yes. Okay, he says he can't do too much. Okay, he didn't confirm or deny that you need the materials. That means yes. He just confirmed it without confirming it. In Builder, you build many things. Fancy things, great things, the biggest things. Can't do a Trump voice. Alright, he's about to confirm what it's called. Is he gonna say Worm Wrangler? Is he gonna say Worm Wrangler? Oh, here it comes. The gathering skill for chapter 5. Worm Wrangler. Delver! Okay, that was pretty close to what we mentioned earlier. Or that was mentioned the other day. Someone in chat. I don't think anyone said Delver directly, though. Masturbator! Someone nicknamed it Masturbator. Yeah, now he's got to call it Worm Delver. It's not Worm Wrangler, it's Worm Delver. It's officially called Delver. How am I watching the Q&A? I'm watching it through YouTube. Is it even anywhere else? I just have the audio muted so you guys can't hear it. Just so there's not double audio. They're keeping the chat filter as is. I personally never had an issue with it, though. They are improving the chat filter, so if anyone's having an issue with it, they are improving it, but they're not getting rid of it. It's not opt-in or out, it's always on. Make a thread of all the issues right now. Someone's definitely gonna make that. I don't know, is that a problem? Has chat filter really been that big of an issue? I still haven't seen it block anything yet. I never realized it's been this big of an issue. Only stops you getting angry? Isn't that a good thing? Alright, temporary events are just gonna be for holidays. That's good. Yeah, they're likely only doing 3. Christmas, you already confirmed the other 2 too. Easter and Halloween. Just those 3. Pancake Day event. He did mention maybe Valentine's. Well, they gotta unblock buying GF if they're going to have a Valentine's Day event. How are you gonna buy your GF then? Oh, profession chat channels. That'd be fun. Initially, trading is only player to player. And then maybe eventually they'll make a grand exchange. Oh gosh, clan-owned stores? Oh gosh. Oh, we're about to make a trading clan. Yeah, so he's just reconfirming that Chronopolis Market is the only place you could trade from your bank. Everywhere else, you can only trade to 24 in your inventory. But yeah, no grand exchange system coming, only player to player initially. Auction house. Compared to play instead of player owned shops. Won't be anytime soon. Yep, they're doing grand exchange again. There's no time soon. Oh, more of World of Warcraft rather than RuneScape. I'm not sure what there is like. Oh, our NPC shop's gonna get nerfed. I was wondering about this too. Oh. Prices are gonna be adjusted. Ooh. Shops are getting nerfed. I knew it. I had concerns with that. But yeah, the shops are going to stay, but they're going to get nerfed into the ground. Well, time to buy all your shop items now. Or get all the gathering to do it yourself. Time to go buy 10,000 tier 1 ore. Gambling's not allowed, but they're adding the sand casino. What? I'm confused. If you're caught gambling, you'll be penalized. So why are they adding the sand casino then? I'm confused how the sand casino is going to work then. How's PvP going to work? Yeah, it won't be sand casino. It's just going to be casino. Minus the sand. They need to add the party room. That will fix that completely. Add like clan party room, like they did in the other game. So you could do like a drop party. Because they were talking about like doing giveaways, like streamers doing it and stuff. Because we're definitely giving stuff away for free, just to people. But having like a party room clan system would work so well. Just drop a bunch of balloons, pop them all, random person gets it. It's both luck and skill based. And completely random. Okay, you're probably only going to be doing group content for dungeons and raids. Oh, you won't be able to ever private message someone not on your friends list. Could you make a bigger friends list then? Oh, Iron Man mode. I think they already confirmed they are. Oh, icon though. What's he gonna say? Yes. Okay. Ooh. Alright, so what we already knew. Alright, so you're gonna be default be an Iron Man, but if you trade a single time, you're de-ironed. Yeah, it's permanent opt-in when you opt into trading. I'm still not sure yet if I want to do it or not. I think I am, just because so many mechanics are built around it. If I want Iron Man, I'll just play the hardcore and old school. Like, normal Iron Man just kind of lame without, like, higher stakes. I need, like, that extra mechanic on it. Oh, there will be an icon for Iron Man, though. Like a crown or something. And you'll still be able to use the vendor shops too, but keep in mind they're gonna get nerfed. Oh, 3 character trading. Let's see. No! You initially won't be able to trade between your 3 characters, but to change it down the line. Oh gosh, we're gonna need middlemen. Who are over middlemen? And woman. Oh gosh. We gotta do trust trading until they add it. Like, half a year from now, probably. There's gonna be so much scamming. I'm pretty sure I could trust most people in chat, though. But for the average person that don't have people they might be able to trust. Oh gosh. There's gonna be so many scams being reported. I don't think we're gonna get scammed, hopefully, but there's definitely people who are gonna get scammed. Because you have to trust trade to trade over anything in your account to another account. No golden Santa hat. I could be able to combine the hats. Will Monument be tradable? Assumably, yes. Monument should be tradable. We were talking about it yesterday. It should be anywhere from about like 500 gold to a platinum. It'd be really expensive, but it should be tradable. You could just buy the entire thing. It'd be hard to find a seller, though. Or to have the money to even afford it. Hey, Savage Shores. What have they done? I think they've done a lot of gathering. Let me see. I think they were the gatherer person. Yeah, Savage Shores the gatherer guy. He's rank 1 gatherer. Assuming there's not a hidden above him. Oh yeah, we're top 12 right now? Yeah. All the people are hiding. They still haven't addressed the comment yet, or the question yet, of the leaderboard situation. They're probably saving it for the end. Ah, the other guy who he's competing with ended up playing old school RuneScape leagues. That's funny. Yeah, we slowed down because of that too. We went down so many leaderboard ranks during that time. I'm still need to finish leagues too. I wasn't going for dragon rank, but I still need to finish out rune, which is hard to do with only 1 hour a day, basically. Oh, we got a dirty dropper on our hands. He got to 500 gather and he dropped everything. Wait. He just leaked info. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh. You can drop trade. He confirmed drop trading. He just leaked drop trading. Well, get ready for the drop trading scams now as well. He just leaked drop trading. Oh, that's funny. Whoops. I'm not sure how that's going to work with a 100 ground limit, though. Like, how do you have a 100 ground limit, but there's also other people around you with items on the ground? That'd be really funny if you could delete other people's ground. But yeah, I'm still not sure how that's going to work if that does get implemented. Because every person has a limit of 100 items on the ground. So can everyone drop 100 on the ground in the same location? Also, how are you going to do dropping during merchant? Because you're not going to be able to do drop merchant method. Oh no! Do we have to go get 500 merchant before trading comes out? How does other players affect the limit? Well, it still might just be 100 tied to player, but then the game has to remember whose items are on the ground. We don't know if it's per room or per player. Because right now it's per player because you only see your own. Well, what happens if you drop 50 and someone else drops 100? Do your 50 get deleted? Yeah, it might just be 100 per player. Just keep it like that, I guess. And it won't interfere with each other. Like how it is now. Because you can spread it across like 20, 30, 40 in a room. In 3 different rooms. But yeah, I hope that isn't a feature, though. Drop trading and everything. He's played for the next 20 years. It's funny. I mentioned at the beginning of this game, this is my next 10-year addiction. We're 2 months in. Yeah, they haven't asked a question in a while. Oh, next guess. Not Andrew Gower. Could you imagine? Oh, the guy that got Leatherworker rank 1. Yeah, we've seen him a lot of times. Wait, Ryan got banned? That's funny. He's joking about reward trading. He got banned for asking the Haktua bot how much they were selling their gold for. That's funny. They manually banned it for that? That's funny. I'm not sure if they're asking any more questions on the Q&A thingy. They're kind of going through like a guest array. So who knows, maybe he'll leak something like dropping, drop trading, like he already did. Yeah, that we already knew. Haktua girl was a bot. Oh yeah, someone was saying earlier, rank 1 is currently in our room with us. Zima's here. Zima's mining with us. Rank 1 Brighter Shores, kind of, quote-unquote, rank 1. If you ignore, like, the 6 people ahead of him that are invisible. They still haven't brought up the leaderboard controversy on the stream yet. I'm kind of surprised. They keep bringing on people who are, like, top leaderboard, but it hasn't. The topic still hasn't come up yet. It's coming soon, though. Wait, he started dropping his leather? No shot he dropped them. No way did he drop all the leather at the end. He dropped 200 gold worth of leather. No way. What? It's actually kind of insane. You... He dropped 250 gold worth of hides. That's crazy. Yeah, he ended up getting second instead of first. Or, you know, the guy called he. He's still called he, right? I think he is. Let's see, where is he? Yeah, he's still he. He hasn't been playing as much since he got 500 Leatherworker. The Tannery Wars. Oh, good. He's a Southsider. Yeah, that threw me off when I saw Chino on Northside one night. Because it was such a foreign concept to me. I do use both, but Southside's better. But yeah, rank 1 Leatherworker says Southside is better. And I generally use Southside. So we are correct. They're both exactly the same. There's no difference between the two. It reminds me of like Wintertod and Old School RuneScape doing East instead of West. Because I'm always an East Sider. When I first got there, I went to West and I was like, this feels weird. And I went to East and it's like, okay, that's better. So now I'm an East Sider and Wintertod as well. I think West is actually slightly more efficient though with how that game works. But for Leatherworker, East and West are both, or North and South are still the same efficiency. Yeah, you can infinite Wintertod now. I was considering AFKing on my hardcore after it gets Beaver Pet. And I might actually do North Side, like Northeast. Because unless they've updated it since Brighter Shores, it's actually impossible to die there now. If you have an HP cape and a regen bracelet. Or a max cape. Unless they've updated it to make it occasionally kill you. But last I checked, before Brighter Shores came out, they made you unkillable. So I could just full AFK it. You also don't ever need a bank. Because you have infinite HP and it gets auto-banked now. Well, it technically gets put in a storage thingy, but it's basically like auto-banking. So you can camp it for infinite time now. And never die. But he's putting knowledge points and AFK in the merchant? Oh gosh. Just because he has to do it like so AFK. I wonder if they have any more guests or if they're going to go back to questions now. What's kind of crazy is they still haven't brought up the leaderboard thing. Despite having 2 people with a 500. Loves merchant. Also does 1 merchant level a day. Yeah, I do plan to use the 211 passive. I only plan to do it to 216 though when we get the next upgrade. But yeah, we're going to be doing it at 211 all the way to 216. And then at 216 we go back to doing it to 222. But I could do post 200 leatherworker. But I have to stop as soon as we hit 216 because the XP rate's going to be way too good to do it actively. Oh, questions are starting back up. Yay! Because I was going to say, that was definitely less than 118 questions. Alright, I guess they're over. Question time again. A community manager confirmed bullying the player base. Leatherworker. Ooh. Oh no. They're gonna nerf Leatherworker. Oh, time to do Merchant and Leatherworker. Oh no. They're... Alright, they're nerfing Leatherworker. No! Alright, everyone. Wait, the pivot. I still want my 231 mining. Okay, I know my pivot for the rest of until it gets nerfed. We gotta do Merchant Leatherworker until they nerf everything. They're nerfing Leatherworker. Go, 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 go! Alright, everyone do Merchant Leatherworker before they nerf into the ground. They only said they're nerfing Leatherworker, though. They didn't say they're nerfing Merchant. Yeah, this is not a drill. Leatherworker nerf incoming. Ooh, quest rewards for new special attack weapons. I'm trying to think, what does Old School RuneScape have for that? I know Darklight was the first one ever. I'm pretty sure. It was like the OG spec weapon from a quest. Or did the Darkish crossbow and other thing come in first? I don't remember. And both are still used to this day, by the way. Was Karasi quest locked? I don't think it was. I know Old School's Karasi isn't. I'm not sure about Old School. I mean, about Arcer, I mean. But the first one was, I believe, Darklight. The second one was Darkish crossbow and Bone Dagger, which are like a defense lowering thing. But there's no accuracy roll in this game. Actually, all of them lowered accuracy, or made it more accurate to hit. But that mechanic doesn't even exist in Brighter Shores. Oh, debuffs and stats effects coming. Oh, that's a big confirm. That's one of the only new combat info we got so far. Oh yeah, I really hope they have that. Like freeze effect, burn effect, stuff like that. Necromay lifesteal. Maybe a lifesteal over time effect from a Necromay spec? Like almost like a Gloom thing. Where you lifesteal slowly over time for extra regen. Where it's not like one big regen at once, but it's a slow over time kind of regen after you spec them. Almost like a life sap over time rather than all at once. Just so it's a bit more balanced of a lifesteal. Oh! Faction presents. Please. Please post it publicly. Post the data. But yeah, we didn't get any definitive data on it. That's sad. Naturally occurring bones. Will you be able to change faction? I said this before release, they're gonna probably back down on it. Or, you know. Let's see. Yeah, I said that before release. Is they're almost guaranteed going to back off on the class system thing and eventually delete it. They said they're currently not going to have any changes, and if they do, you'll probably only be able to change once after they make a lot of drastic changes. I don't think I would uncryonet Knight myself, though. Oh, more than 3 in the future. Is there? No plans for more than 3. Oh! He pretty much just confirmed special attacks do guarantee elemental damage. It's kind of like in the gray area on if it would or wouldn't. I kept speculating that it probably would based on the percents and everything, but he pretty much just said it without saying it. Special attacks are going to do pretty much guarantee elemental damage. So if you do like a fire special attack, you're doing guarantee fire damage rather than a percent roll. As well as whatever else the weapon does. A burn effect or extra damage or whatever else. But yeah, one thing he didn't confirm with the range special attacks if you have an ammo saving effect is I'm curious if some or all or none are going to have an ammo saving effect when you do a special attack with range. Like, will it actually consume one of your 4 ammo? Because he didn't say one way or another. He kind of dodged half the question. Oh, a digital book with all the behind-the-scenes lore and artwork. He's leaking lore. 21 episodes! 21 episodes? Well, I told you guys they're gonna have to start like another chapter 2 thing with like the next 10. We kind of already knew this, but they've never like confirmed a number. Like we knew it was gonna go to 20 eventually. But they're already lured to 21. Like, we kind of knew that, but they never, like, said it. But that's, like, the full confirmation right there. 21 episodes already planned, lore-wise. And as we see, that number could be even higher. Oh, oops, what am I doing? I got a bank. 21 better start now, all right. Yeah, we're basically playing the demo right now, gosh. Like the demo of the demo. And obviously it's going higher than 21. 21's just where they're at right now, lore-wise. That doesn't mean they're only going to stop once they hit 21. I wonder if he's going to answer if he's going to ever expand free-to-play to further. Yeah, they already have a lot of skills planned too, not just the lore up to there. Well, we kind of already knew it was going to go high. Like, we knew it was going to go to a double-digit number. Like around 15, 20, 30. We just never really had a number. But he finally defined the number, 21. And that's only what they currently have planned. It could go further, obviously. Like, we kind of knew that, but it was never put into a number exactly. When is 21 release date? Are you kidding? It's probably like 10 years from now on this right here. Like 7 to 8 years. Because I assume it's about 2 to 3 chapters a year. He hasn't answered that question yet. Based on the time frames they've been giving, it seems like it's about 2 or 3 a year. Oh, more professions in the future? I think he already answered this and said yes. Yeah, he's saying that. Wait, he said no? Wait, but you said yes earlier. Wait, what? Alright, never mind. Scratch that. No new professions for old episodes. He must have misspoke earlier. Oh, big leak coming. Big leak. What is it? I'm turning the volume up. No, don't do it to us now. I need to know. Oh no. He's edging us. I just realized something funny about the Leatherworker nerf, though. Once it gets nerfed, I'm just gonna bank all of it. We're gonna sell everything prior to nerf and just bank everything after nerf. Because they confirmed something pretty big, that Leatherworker's being nerfed into the ground. Money-wise. When is Leatherworker nerf? No confirmed date. Do it now. Go, go, go. But no official date when Leatherworker's getting nerfed into ground. They just confirmed that it is. Only the gold rate, though. Obviously not the XP rate. Also, banking them is still the same value. Ooh, Hunter. Oh, only a maybe. I really want to see Andrew Gower's current take on Hunter. What he would do with it with modern tech. He said maybe on it, though. He smirked. Hunter confirmed. Oh, good. They might have a queue system for raids. Please do. It's so annoying that old school doesn't. That's why I, like, never touch raids. Or do them solo only. But yeah, it looks like he just confirmed. You'd probably be able to queue into a raid. It just kind of set your role and skills that you would end up doing. It's actually pretty huge. Because that's one thing that kept me from doing group raids in old school. It was just so much more efficient just doing it solo than trying to get a team. Except for Theater of Blood, because it's forced group content. But there's no queue system for it. You gotta actually, like, compose a team and find people. But it looks like there'll be, like, a queue system of some kind for when they do add raids this game. To Brighter Shores. So the league system is both an MMR system and a bracket system. Weird. So it'd be like a level bracket, but also an MMR system. Interesting. Oh, Andrew Gower live stream eventually. The lead developer himself. Ooh. It's gonna happen at some point. We haven't really heard from Andrew Gower directly much since launch. Or at all. As far as like actually heard him, other than just like text. It's something I missed too. Gems of War used to, the other game we covered for 10 years, and still are. They used to do dev streams so often, like, I don't think they've done it for like 3 or 4 years now. They kind of stopped after pandemic. Oh, they might get beta testers for dungeons and such. I didn't bother doing it for the game launch because I just started with everyone else. But to test like a new raid or boss early would be kind of fun. The main reason I didn't do it for the main game is because I was sick at the time, so I didn't even bother signing up for it. Plus, I had a feeling I wouldn't even be approved, even if I did. Though I probably would have if I did. I was just too sick to really do it at the time. Because that was the month I was like absurdly sick. I haven't gotten sick in a while, but that month was like so bad. I'm pretty sure I caught COVID or something. I just kind of rested it off though. Oh, so I know my venture's ready, by the way. I've seen it since it has been, for once. The only reason I'm not doing it is I want to finish these last 3 potions. Oh, they're gonna be marketing the game. Ooh, they do plan to around launch and everything. And they said they're not in a rush at all. Because obviously they're playing for the long game. Yeah, they're really long game, gosh. 21 chapters in advance. That was something that was pretty evident really early on, though. Just with how upscalable the system is. Like, the game's like 5% done currently. And even at 100%, it's still not done. Like, you can still keep adding to it. Like, even at 1.0, it's like maybe 10%, not even. The development scope of this video game is as big as the level scaling. He's after 1,000 hours, we're not even 10% done with all levels. And it's only with 4 chapters. Imagine 20 chapters and more. Ooh, 3D animators next hire. Ooh. Ooh, they wanted more animators for quests. Also, probably top with special attacks and bossing and stuff later, too. Like, obviously every boss unit needs a bunch of unique animations and everything. IRL merch for in-game achievements? That's funny. Oh, that's really funny. Unlocking merchant. Unlocking the merch store by having 500s. That's funny. Oh, that's really funny. Honestly, I would buy one. I would need level 500 first, though. I would buy the watch person one with the cool dragon on it. I'm not sure how they're going to sell that many, though, but... Because even everyone who gets a 500, not everyone's going to buy it, obviously. I definitely would get one. Oh! They said the thing, but even more so! Oh! We're here for the next 10 to 20 years. Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 60 of our 20-year-long Brighter Shores Let's Play. They just said if the player base goes to 1, they would still be developing the game. I will be that one person. Obviously, it's not going to go that low, though. Yeah, I wasn't joking when I said this is my next 10-year addiction. I might have underscoped the 10-year, though. If there was only one Brighter Shores player, that would be us. We won't be here till the end of time. And no one on their team looks at the player account. I love it. Honestly, that's how I've been since day one. I've been saying this even when it was at like its peak. Even when we're at like 100 viewers, 200 viewers during some of those streams. Like I said, if we have like 2 viewers and like the player base is like under 1,000 or even under like a couple hundred, we'd still be around. As long as he's still developing the game and everything else. Like obviously it's going to improve over time. And even if it doesn't, as long as it's still getting content and everything. As long as we're having fun. Obviously there might be times where we play it like less or more at a given time. Alright, we'll go say that for later. Well, the Tenerife versus Cooking War made it to a class. That's funny. A community written quest. That's kind of funny. Actually, that's what we might need to do for our poll tomorrow. Cooking versus Tanner. Which side are you on? It depends if it's pre-nerf Tanner or post-nerf Tanner. Though even then, you still use it for armor maker. Carpenter's in the middle, I know, right? Poor Carpenter. Yeah, that's the only thing I have skeptical on with the community manager. He said one of his 2 favorite skills, one of them was carpentry. I'm not sure if I could trust him. I just find that a really funny one. Like, it was just with every skill in the game. Especially when you have, like, cooking and leatherwork and other things. Why carpentry? Like, I know it's not the worst skill ever, but it's... Gosh, it needs work. Not a fan. Using cabbages as dead slots. Oh gosh, someone's gonna make a Cabbage Man mode then. It's definitely not gonna be me. I would never make an account like that. I didn't old school RuneScape either. If I was to make an old school RuneScape series, it'd be a fresh hardcore. And if I was to make one for RuneScape 3, it would just be a normal Iron Man. I would never make like a region locked, tile locked, inventory locked kind of account kind of thing. Oh! The big leak that he's been edging us on. Wait. Volume maxed. Wait. Huge. Depending on combat. Ooh. Oh. Say it. Oh. Merge. Merge? Merge. Wait. Wait. Merge. Merge? Merge is a big word. Well, how does it get merged, though? How? We need more intel. No, you can't just... He's edging us again. SoonTM. Okay. Keep the image up, please. Alright. Oh, so by the way, they said they're going to merge combat and then merge gathering. Now, what's going on here? Respec! Oh! 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 Oh. Alright, that makes sense. Oh. Oh, you're going to be able to respec your combat. Oh, that's huge. Is it the icon? He said there's more info somewhere's hidden on here. Oh, yeah, it might be one per episode. It might be one respec per episode kind of thing, where you respec for each chapter. Kind of how you would tune for each chapter as well. The flowers on the pillars? Oh, what? Is it upgraded pillar? Oh, no. The image went down, so I can't see it. I don't want to miss anything else that happens.
Yeah, I could stare at that image all day, guys. So I'm not sure what's going on. I'll post it in the Discord when
What does respec actually do? We don't know exactly, but you'll be able to respec all your combat, and in the future, you might be able to respec all your gathering. They're combining all combat, so yeah, I haven't been saying much because I'm trying to listen to it. But you're going to be able to respec all combat and respec all gathering in the future. Well, only gathering if, you know, combat goes well. So all gathering will eventually be attached if... well, first, all combat's going to be attached. And then they're going to do the same for gathering. If the combat one goes well. But the respec was basically on the obelisk. So you're probably going to be respecing... we don't know exactly how it's going to work, obviously. They'll be sharing more in the future. But there's just going to be one combat skill. So it does look like they are actually deleting all these then. Based from earlier, it didn't seem like they were going to, but apparently are. Oh, the image is back up. Yeah, the respec being on the obelisk likely means you have to do it every single chapter then. You basically, like, spec to the chapter. And allocate all your stats accordingly. Or whatever you'd end up doing with it. They're not deleting all combat, they're merging it. They haven't explained how they're merging it, though. Like, is it better to go 500 on one or 200 all? Because we might have to 200 all pivot so hard right now. Yeah, basically there's going to be one overlying combat for everything that you keep respecing into. But yeah, there are flowers on the obelisk, like it's upgraded. He still hasn't confirmed which one is better, though. Should be getting 200 all or 500? Because based on respec, I would assume 200 all is better. He's still never confirmed, though. No! Alright, so what do we do? Do we do Leatherworker pivot or Combat pivot? I wish we had more info. Now I don't know what I need to do. Should I be doing Leatherworker because they're going to nerf it into the ground? Should I be doing Combat because they're going to delete it? What do I do? Do I do one Combat to 500 or do all of them to 200? I'm not sure how to use the info they gave us this stream. Because I can't do all three at once. I can't train something to 500 and everything to 200 and Leatherworker to 500. Yeah, we're getting evolution really, really quickly in this game. That's gonna, like, change everything. And they're gonna do the same for Gatherer if the combat one goes over well. So that means Gatherer, Gatherer, Forger, and Worm Wrangler, officially called Delver now. But not for long if it gets deleted. Oh, where do you find a stream? I have it linked. Or don't I? I think I have it pinned. I have it pinned to chat right now. The AMA of Brighter Shores, if you click on that. It's right under the poll. Or above it. I think it's under. What's with Leatherworker? Oh, they're nerfing Leatherworker profit into the ground. Banking is still the same value, but selling it is going to get nerfed super hard soon. So time for the merchant leatherworker pivot. We're basically forced to do it now. It's not a matter of it's optimal, it's a matter of it's required before they nerf it into the ground. Merchant's not getting nerfed, but leatherworker is the profit from it. Oh, where am I going? Are they done? Wow, that's a lot of info dump, though. A lot of it kind of new or kind of vaguely new, but a few things super huge and all that, though. The biggest one, obviously, being all combat is truly being merged, and Gather will probably be as well. Oh, yes, please! Tell us the leveling! Someone ask! Someone ask, quick! Someone ask, should we be leveling to 200 all, 501 skill, or what for combat? Please, someone ask. I don't have it open to be able to type in there. Someone has to be. Let's see. But we need to know if we need to focus on one combat or all of them. I'm pretty sure there's a billion people who's going to be asking it, though. But it's so important to know. Oh, they're not releasing inactive names. Once you have a name, you have it forever. You will never lose the unlimbered version? Oh, wow, that's permanent, whatever name you get. Well, we permanently got Tacit and Bird. True leaderboard's not being ignored. Leaderboards are going to get fixed. They just don't know when they're going to fix it. But leaderboards are going to get fixed. SoonTM. He was working on it last weekend. Be patient. Oh no, I don't really care if it happens or doesn't happen. I know some people who are like really competing really care about it though. ZZ is still #1 though. Hey, a lot of people are asking about the combat thing. He hasn't answered it yet, though. Here it is. Oh. Is your respec tied to the chapter, but you still get overarching points from all of them? That means 200 all is the answer then. Kind of. Alright, nothing new there. Stop recalling 40 people for calling you noob. Oh, we need to start calling everyone noob. Confirmed. That's kind of funny. People are actually reporting people for calling them noob. I don't feel like I've typed it one single time in this game. We'll need to use that a lot in PvP, though. Alright, we're gonna be so toxic in PvP, by the way. If there's NHing in this game, we are NHing so hard. No honoring. Yeah, that's everything. That's still huge, though. Combat merge? Oh, I don't know what to do now. We all have to do a poll tomorrow. The leatherworker merchant grind versus the 200 all combat grind. We're gonna have to poll tomorrow. Whatever the winner is what we do. But yeah, we gotta do one or the other. They're both getting buffed, nerfed into the ground. Well, leatherworker's just getting nerfed. Combat's still question mark, question mark, question mark. But yeah, we'll do a poll tomorrow. I'm not gonna do it now, though. But tomorrow's poll is leatherworker versus combat. Technically merchant leatherworker, since we'll need both. Because leatherworker's getting nerfed into the ground and combat's getting merged. But we don't know exactly how that merge works. Yeah, that's a lot of info though overall. They're still going slightly, which is why I'm not talking. Also, by the way, I never explained why I moved back to Deathstone. I want to finish all this because we're getting to 231 Venture. Oh, they're going to be ramping up quest speed. They kind of hinted at that earlier, but that's a new confirm too. Because they got another 3D animator, they want to start ramping up the speed at which they increase quests. Oh, hello, Chino. Welcome, welcome. Glad you never bought a combat cape? Yeah, I never did either. Did he confirm what's happening with them? Are they just getting deleted or something? I don't understand what's happening with them. There's still so many questions. Honestly, so many things were answered, but I have more questions than how many things were answered. Well, his original game had 100 quests by, like, what, 5 years? By 5 years, he had, like, 100 quests. So what is that? That's over a quest a month. If he does the same rate that he did back in the day. Yeah, they're still going. The wrap-up keeps trying to wrap up. See if he can leak one more thing. That's the only reason I haven't closed it yet. Alright, there we go. Wow, that's a lot of info to take in. That is a lot of info to take in. I don't even summarize this in a quick summary right now. What just happened. Because that was a lot of things. Not even sure where to start. Yeah, I know. That was an interview and a half. Gosh. So, biggest takeaways. They have the lore moved forward 21 chapters. We knew it was going to be high, but they've already lored 21 chapters. So that means they're doing more probably than 21. That's just how far they've done the lore for, is 21. Which is a very big number, given that we currently have 4. All combats are indeed getting merged, but there will be a respec system. How either of these two things work, I have no clue. They also did not confirm if you should be going for 1/500 or 200 all. He said whatever you're doing now is probably fine, which means I'll be doing both. They're nerfing Leatherworker into the ground as far as how much profit it makes. When or how much so, we don't know. But Leatherworker is being nerfed into the ground. Not the XP rate, but the gold per hour from it is being absurdly nerfed. Other things. Gatherer will also probably get merged. Gatherer, Forger, and... oh yeah, also, Chapter 5's thing is called Delver, by the way. Unfortunately, not Worm Wrangler. But Chapter 5's gathering skill is called Delver. And if combat merging works well, they're also going to be merging all the things with a hand on it. So not only is every single thing with a sword going to get merged, but every single thing with a hand is also likely to get merged into a similar system. What that system is, we don't really know, other than that you can respec it out of Obelisk. And you could probably do that per every single chapter, respec out an Obelisk. But beyond that, we don't really know. I don't know, what else was big that got announced? But we're going to have to do a poll tomorrow. Oh no, what do you guys think? Before we do the poll tomorrow, what do you guys think right now? What should we be focusing on after we get 231 mining today? Because that's still my goal. I'm not pivoting right now today. Still want to get to 231 so we can get this venture rolling. So we at least have one post 200 venture. Because that's the whole reason for doing this. But beyond that, I don't know. What do you guys think? Merchant Leatherworker before Leatherworker gets nerfed? Or go all in combat? And go like 200 all combat while also off-stream AFKing the raid dens? Leatherworker because I'm always broke. True. Not wrong. But we're going to be doing a poll tomorrow, and whatever it ends on is what we're doing. I'm not going to pull it today, though, since we already have the pet poll. Oh, yeah, they also confirmed pets are coming. They didn't mention if they're going to be cosmetic or non-cosmetic or anything like that. But it's in the very large category of they would love to add it, but they're not doing it anytime soon category. Which is a very big reoccurring theme of the stream they just did. Or, you know, with a lot of his answers. It's that, yes, they are going to probably be doing it, but no time soon. Like, we're talking, like, even after 1.0. Like, we're talking, like, 6 months, a year from now, stuff like that. But stuff like that is coming, just not yet. But yeah, merging all the combat's pretty huge. That's a something. That is definitely a something. Still not sure how I feel about that something. But we'll have to see how it pans out. Merging all the combat and probably merging all the gatherers, too. I'm still not sure what we should be focusing on, but I think we do have to do the 200 all combat pivot. But I can't do 200 all combat pivot while also printing money from Leatherworker, though. We can't do both simultaneously. We can't both do combat and leather. We could do one, we could do the other. Can't do both. Ooh, that's gonna be a hard choice. Do we want infinite money or be ahead of the game when combat rework comes out? So regardless of how they do the merging system, we'll already be good to go. Oh no, I am, from some people mentioning in chat, I almost am leaning towards Merchant Leatherworker. For two reasons. One is we still don't have special attacks. The other one is, Leatherworker nerf, we know for sure is a nerf. We don't know if combat's a nerf. But Leatherworker nerf is just definitively, like, dead. Like, they're just killing Leatherworker. They're about to, like, shoot Leatherworker in the back. Whereas combat is probably going to be better later. It's just the problem is the merge system might make it really bad if we don't 200 all now. There's just a lot we don't know about it. Which makes it hard to tell. But we know for sure they're just killing Leatherworker. How badly they're killing Leatherworker and when they're killing Leatherworker, we don't know. But we do know they're killing Leatherworker. Whereas the combat reworks overall should be an improvement, especially when special attacks come in. Well, did they say that they're just going to buff everything else? The way he said it, it definitely seemed like he's going to lower the profit of Leatherworker rather than buffing the profit of everything else. Regardless, I would still make doing Leatherworker now good. Will they take it away from you later? I don't think they would. I don't see why they would. They were joking about that, but I don't think they were serious. Like giving people negative gold. You thought he said, well, I don't know. I'll need to go re-listen to it later when I'm not, like, talking over it partially, like we were during the stream. I'll definitely rewatch it later. Not right now, though, obviously, since we're streaming and everything. But later tonight, when I'm just, like, eating and everything, I'll rewatch the entirety of it, and we'll discuss it more tomorrow and everything. Well, of course, we can still discuss it now, but, you know. I was, like, talking over, like, a third of it. So I might have missed a few tidbits here and there. I might have talked over. Yeah, I did hear that. The person who went for rank 1 leatherworker dropped 250 gold worth of hide. You know how mental that is? Like, I can't even fathom that. Like, there's a difference with, like, not banking something. And, you know, your money stays neutral. But there's a completely different thing when you're buying an item and negativing your money. Just to save a little bit of time. Like, that's way different than just picking up a material and then dropping it. Like, if we just kept dropping all the stuff stone. Though, in this case, it wouldn't even matter because it's on route to go get more. But, bad example. But, you know, if we did it on, like, iron or carbonice or something. Like, it's different dropping all carbonice because you're money neutral. It's a completely different thing dropping all leather when you're money negative. It's not like when you drop for, like, gather or something where, you know, you're missing out on profit, but you're not negativing your money. Dropping from leatherworker, you're literally negativing your money. And he did that from like 390 to 500 and lost like 250 gold. That is insane. Just for rank 1 leatherworker? Yeah, it was saving 1 minute per run. But you know how much money he was dropping per run? At that point, you're almost every inventory is like almost a gold. Like every 1 minute, he's costing him a gold. Maybe not all the way at a gold, but pretty high. Like, he was dropping like 30 to 40 gold an hour. Which is not low. But yeah, he was dropping anywhere from 30 to 40 gold an hour or something. Or not that high, but it was something like absurdly high. At least 20 gold an hour. Like an absurdly high amount. Is it why I'm never going for a rank 1? That's just insane. You know how absurdly inefficient that is just for a rank 1? Also, what we're doing here now is finishing up blast mining, and then we're going to go back to iron. The only reason I pivoted to blast mining is I ran out of potions. But we will be pivoting back to iron. I just want to use every last explosive we have. And then I'll just go sell the other 12 when we get them later. And then tomorrow, we finally get to claim our first ever post-200 venture. We're almost there. Guess going leatherworker until the nerf, then never touching it again. Honestly, I'm probably going to do the same thing. I'm really considering the merchant leatherworker pivot. It'll give us an excuse to finally go actually train merchant. I'm still going to do the smithing AFK tonight, though. But starting tomorrow, we are merchant AFKing every single day. Even if it's not worth it at our level range. Just to speed through merchant. Just so we can do leatherworker. I might even do the super extremely bad thing and actually throw knowledge into merchant. Dun dun dun. I'm not sure if I'm going to go that far, though. Because that's kind of crazy to do. But I don't know, we'll see. It might be the knowledging merchant route just so we can do leatherworker quicker. Because I got to get to 222 to do my next hide, and then I got to do it again. Though 2 hides from now would hold us over. The problem is 2 hides from now is like a billion merchant level. To go up 2 hides, I would need 239 merchant. 239 merchant doesn't happen overnight. That is not a short grind. From where we are, that is like a 30, 35 hour grind. Maybe even slightly more. It's at least like a 30, 35 hour grind. A little bit less if we use passives and knowledge on it. But assuming we're not, it's a 30 to 35 hour grind or so. Just for us to be able to do Leatherworker until it gets nerfed. Or until everything else gets buffed. I could have sworn they said it's getting nerfed, though. Does anyone else know? Did he say that Leatherworker's getting nerfed, or is everything else getting buffed? Because someone else earlier said that it's not getting nerfed. It's just everything else is getting buffed. But I could have sworn he said Leatherworker's getting nerfed. Like, not the actual product or speed, but the, or XP rate, but the money per hour. He was going to investigate it? Okay. Okay, panic level Leatherworker. I see. If nothing else, it's a great excuse to actually make me do the efficient thing. Which is go keep doing Merchant and Leatherworker all the way to 500. Obviously, I'm not going to go that far. But if nothing else, this is the excuse we need to panic over in order to encourage us to go do Merchant Leatherworker. Because the most efficient thing we could be doing right now is Merchant Leatherworker. Mostly Merchant. But Leatherworker would make it so we'd eventually be forced to have to do more Merchant. Because I'd eventually hit the Merchant wall. Which we're already at right now. I need 222 Merchant to be able to move on to Leatherworker. But it'll be the thing we need to finally encourage us to go do Merchant. Because I've been putting it off. The 500 Merchant grind. We're not going all the way to 500, obviously, but number bigger. I will still poll it tomorrow and see, though. And whatever the poll says, we will do. It's going to be 200 all combat plus AFKing the raid dens off stream versus Merchant Leatherworker. I won't be polling it today, though, but that's going to be our poll for tomorrow. And whatever it is by the end of the stream is what we're going to do. And I'll probably do a mix of both tomorrow. But I really should go focus on Merchant and get to 11 to make sure I have the AFK at least. That's probably going to be the plan for tomorrow. Get to the 211 AFK for Merchant, and then the rest of the time I do combat. Just so we have a little bit of a mix. And if we ever get bored of Merchant at some point, or not bored, but, you know, burnt out for Merchant. It's not really boredom, it's more so a brain needs rest. If we ever hit a brain needs rest part in Merchant, we'll simply just go and do combat in between. Probably Mind Fighter, because I still need it for Alchemy. As well as 200 all mines in Mantuban. So we need it anyways. Well, time to go change the watch person icon to a platinum coin. I'll get to finally see if YouTube will let me. Because I still haven't tried editing a emote that we currently can't have anymore. Because, of course, a lot of the subscriptions we got were temporary. From people gifting like 20 or 10 or 50 and stuff like that. Like a lot of those are expired, and obviously most people don't renew them. The $2 a month thingy for all the emotes and the little icon and everything. So I'm probably going to replace, if it lets me, the watch person icon with the platinum coin. I'm not sure anyone would be trading with platinum coin, but... Also, that was something that happened during the stream, too. The person who they showed as the first person to get a platinum coin was not the first person to get a platinum coin. There was someone who posted an image of it like 2 weeks ago, didn't they? Like, that's the one thing I was really confused by. Am I going crazy? Wasn't there someone... I was mentioning it earlier. But wasn't there someone like 2 weeks prior that ended up getting a platinum coin? But they're mentioning someone from like 1 day ago to be the first person who got a platinum. But I'm pretty sure it happening like over 2 weeks ago. Like, they did it before Christmas, I'm pretty sure. Tell and he knows what he knows. Because the first person who actually got a platinum coin got pretty gypped there. Because the person who was showed was like probably the third or fourth person. Wait, there's something after platinum too? Did he actually say that? Really? Is there actually something after platinum? That's kind of insane if so. You know how much a platinum is? Like, platinum is already so much. A jade coin? Jade coin would be pretty cool. Alright, 2 more inventories and we never need to do this again. Oh no! I did the thing again! I hate when I do this. Let me go bank it real quick. I hate when I do this. I forgot to go bank it. Why can the explosive thing not be closer? Why is the explosive bank a mile away from blast mining? It's already so bad EXP wise. Why do you need to make it even worse? In before the Rune Knight coin? Could you imagine? That'd be really funny. Or it'd be called the Adathril coin. Like a between Jade, but also their version of like the Heist ore. Because the Heist ore is not Rune in this game. It's called Adathril. Or whatever that green one's called. Which would also be Jade colored. So they might call it the Adathril coin, but it'll look like a Jade coin. Because Adathril is the Heist tier ore. It's not the Heist tier stone, but you know. You'd likely make it out of ore, not out of stone. Unless we're going back to primitive ages. But the highest tier ore in this game is not Rune Knight, but Adathril. Which would also look like a Jade coin. Because it's green. Let's see. What am I doing? But if they were to do that, it would be like a Jade-looking Adathril ore. Or an Adathril coin. Let's see. Where am I going? Oh yeah, back to Mine Deep. The Bitcoin? But yeah, that Q&A thing was crazy, the amount of intel we just got. Also, why am I so bad at aggro skipping today? That's the second time we've been called out in 2 combat rooms. I missed both of them. Every single time we could have failed, we have failed so far this stream. But yeah, we'll do the master poll tomorrow on if we should do combat pivot or leatherworker merchant pivot. Whatever the result is, what we'll do. Because both of them we need. It really just comes down to which one we want to speculate on and which ones you guys want to see. Because whatever it is, we're going to like hard grind it for a while. Until we have more info on how combat works or more info on when leatherworker is going to get nerfed or everything else is going to get buffed. Or whatever on earth they're doing with it. Though, if leatherworker does get buffed, I'm just going to bank every hide, therefore. Like, let's say, hypothetically, in 2 weeks from now, leatherworker gets nerfed by, like, 30% gold. I'm just going to bank literally every piece of leather. Because we're eventually going to need it for armor maker anyways. Let's just bank it all. You can just treat it as a purely negative money skill instead of a money-making skill. Because that's likely what I'm going to do. Let's say, hypothetically, it gets a 30% gold nerf. I'm just going to bank 100% of it after the nerf. I just use it for post-200 armor maker. Oh, also, that's another thing. He didn't say it, but he kind of said it. He didn't say this, so keep in mind this is not confirmed, but he said it without saying it. Armor will indeed require bones, dunked bars, and etched stones. He didn't say this is confirmed, but he couldn't say yes or no. Which means it's probably confirmed. He just doesn't want everyone hoarding like 1 billion, 10, 20, 50,000 of each of them. But he said it without saying it, pretty much. He didn't say it, so it's not confirmed, but he said it. I've been saying that for a while now, but he kind of said it without denying it. Because he wouldn't deny it, which means it's almost guaranteed the case. Like, if it was only leather, he would have said, oh yeah, it's only leather. But he said it without saying it. He dodged the question so hard. Because otherwise it just would have been a definitive no. It's just leather. But to make bone right armor, you're almost guaranteed also going to need leather and bones, etched bones, or dunk bones. For cryonite armor, you're going to need, you know, smithed bars and leather. And obviously for stonemason armor, I mean hammer mage, you'll need leather and etched stones. Not confirmed, but basically confirmed. It's not confirmed though, but it's kind of confirmed. So stock up now. Which ones you need? Who knows? That we don't know. But you will need them. We don't know which you'll need, but you will need them. Probably. So etch stone's gonna be expensive, yes. Yeah, out of all of them, etch stones are the most annoying to do. Case in point, blast mining right now. No, I actually enjoy blast mining. It does need a bit of a buff though. The only reason I'm using these is because we're finally unlocking our 231 venture, so I want to get them all at the bank. And what better time than right now before we unlock the 231 venture? And the ones I get from tonight, I'm just going to sell to the shop. The 12 I get tonight, and then start up the venture. And then tomorrow we can claim it for the first time at the beginning of the stream. Particularly not at the beginning. I think we'll claim it like the 3-hour, 4-hour mark or whatever it is, but somewhat at the beginning of next stream. Also, we're almost to our goal, by the way. Our goal this stream is just 231 mining. That's pretty much my only goal. I'm not sure if I'll keep going after that, but that's pretty much my only goal today. Secure 231 mining. We are currently almost 5 hours in, and we're at 229 starting from 226, I believe. So we've already gone 4 levels in almost 5 hours. So we're getting a level like every hour and 15 minutes or so. Though we're at a bit of a dead zone, we are getting a bit less XP. Because I'm using a 197 mining method for most of my mining. Right now we're doing a 207 method. But iron ore is a 197 method that we're doing pretty much all the way to 229. So the XP rate's not the greatest, but just with how quick it is to bank, it's still worth doing. But yeah, anything that I missed, by the way? Is there anything big that you guys took away from the, like, what's the biggest thing you took away from the Q&A if you guys were watching it? That I may have missed, or just even just in general? Because that fusion thing was, like, absurd. I think the 21 chapter thing, we kind of already knew that, vaguely. Like, obviously, they have, like, dozens of chapters planned in advance. But hearing an actual number just seems insane. Like, we already knew they were probably, like, a dozen or 2 dozen in advance. But hearing the actual number of 21 just confirmed, it's like, oh, wow. They really are serious about it. Like, obviously, they were eventually going to get that high. But hearing it actually be said, it's like, oh. They really mean it. Also, one other thing that was confirmed that I absolutely love, and I said the same thing even myself when it came to streaming this game. They don't care if there's only one player playing the game. They will keep developing it. They do not care at all what the player count is. It could be 10, 100, 1,000, 1, 100,000. They will keep going. They also mentioned they will advertise the game once it's in a more complete state. Which is also interesting. Obviously not right now because it's still so early. Because you have to keep in mind, all the notoriety that this game has gotten is literally because Andrew Gower's name is on it. So they're definitely going to need to do an advertising push to basically say, hey, we fixed the game, come back now. Any complaint you had about it, it's probably fixed. Plus we actually got endgame content now. Or, you know, like a year or 2 from now. It still has a ways to go, though, obviously. It's not going to get there overnight. The game was made solely for our enjoyment. Honestly, when I heard this game was announced, I was like, oh yeah, that's my MMO. That's like the game. This is like the game I've been waiting for like forever. Because I've been waiting for a game like this for so long. And I've tried a couple and they just didn't really fill that itch correctly. Like Albion Online and a few others like that. Like, they got somewhat close, but then there was, like, just some really big turnoffs that they did design-wise. I was like, it's not quite for me. Like, it's good, but it's not quite for me. Albion Online's issue was it had too much of a focus on PvP. It actually had, like, pretty much the exact opposite of, like, old-school RuneScape or RuneScape 3 or Brighter Shores. Because Brighter Shores' issue right now, more so than anything, is there's way too heavy of a focus on skilling. Which doesn't affect me because that's my favorite thing. So it doesn't really faze me. But Albion's Online had way too heavy of a PvP system. Like, if you weren't planning on doing a ton of PvP, like, there's no point even touching that game. Unless all you plan to do is only PvP, pretty much. It's like 80% of your gameplay. Oh yeah, the dropped items are visible leak. Well, he didn't technically... Oh no. He said it, but it might not actually be the case. But if that is the case, that kind of complicates things. Because how are you supposed to do drop juggling? It's one thing that's actually really interesting in old school RuneScape leaks. Because old school RuneScape actually has this issue. Where if you drop something to the ground, everyone else can see it around you, even if you're an Iron Man. And especially if you have trading enabled. But, the way that leaks fix this in old school RuneScape is everyone is an Iron Man, so no one can touch your grounded items. Which is the way that it currently works in Albion Online right now. I mean, not Albion Online, I mean, Brighter Shores right now. Wrong game. I meant Albion Online earlier, not for this. But, the way that works in Brighter Shores right now, of course, is, you drop your items and it stays there for 10 minutes. No one can touch them. Doesn't matter if they're an Iron Man or not an Iron Man or have trading or anything, they cannot touch it. They can currently not touch your items on the ground. However, that's going to change once trading gets activated, potentially. People can touch your items, which means you can't do merchant juggling and a few other things like that. Like, if you have trading enabled, there are still other ways you can completely break merchant into the ground. Most notably, you know, trading the actual goods. There's going to be people literally just standing at a stall selling items. Imagine someone at the meat stall just selling soap for, like, I'm not sure, what would a fair rate even be? Like 100 silver for 6 soap. And they're just standing there constantly trading it or something. Could you imagine? I'm not sure what rate they would need to get for that to actually be profitable, though. But I feel like it'd be around 100 silver for like a set of 6. It depends how popular it is to actually buy from people. Because the more popular it is, the more they can make. Or, you know, the more they can cycle through. Because if they can sell all 24 soap within, like, you know, 30 seconds, that's way different than if it takes like 3 minutes. Which are two very different numbers. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. But, I don't know. If you can see other people's items on the ground, or, you know, and actually pick them up and everything, it's going to lead to a couple problems. Not just with scamming, but also with, what do you call it? Not just with scamming, but, you know, you can't, like, drop juggle or anything like that anymore. Because after a minute or a few minutes or 5 minutes or whatever the timer is, people would be able to see it on the ground and just pick it up. Unless you can opt out of that system. Also, they did confirm gambling is not allowed. Why is their PvP system staking then? I don't understand. But gambling is quote-unquote technically not allowed. Don't sue us. Disclaimer. But, I don't understand why they're bringing back the Sand Casino then. Unless I'm fully misunderstanding how PvP is going to work. Which I didn't really give too much light on it. We didn't really learn anything new from PvP from my understanding of what happened this stream. Or, you know, during the AMA thing. We didn't really learn anything we didn't already know. Other than that gambling bad. And is against game rules. But then why is the PvP almost set up like exactly like gambling? Let's see. What are we going to right now? Hey, I need potions. That was the big issue. I ran out of potions earlier. Now we can go back to iron mining. And probably grab a cooking contract while we're over here. I'm in a pretty dead area though, so I'm just gonna have to grab the really easy ones. Oh, PvP equals skill? Not with how most people do it. Especially if it goes anything down what old school RuneScape did at peak Sand Casino. Like, people found a way to get rid of all skill from PvP and make it purely a slot machine. They slot machined the duel arena. And they're just going to slot machine whatever the duel system is in this game, potentially. Though obviously he'll do measures to probably try to stop it. I would sure hope so. But they're definitely going to try to slot machine the Sand Casino again. But it'll probably crack down on it pretty quickly, I would sure hope. Unlike old school RuneScape that took them like almost like 7 years. Before they're like, we just gotta go stop our money printer. Because the legal fees would be more money, or more money lost than keeping the Sand Casino running. Let's see. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we're going back to Mine Deep. I mean Mine Normal. Also, there's no good cooking contract there. It's a big issue with our current dead zone right now. There's so few tasks worth doing because I don't have the product to go do any of them. Oh yeah, that's something else. Shop prices are going to increase after trading comes out. We don't know by what margin, but almost everything in a shop will go up in price. Even more of a reason to go do leatherworker now. Because hides are... Or actually, maybe hides won't be more expensive because there's no other way to get them. But other things like ores, wood, carpentry supplies, everything else like that, they're going to go up in price after trading comes out. Also, what is that misclick? Why am I so bad at aggro skipping today? It's just not our day to be doing that. That's like such a free one, too. Just a single diagonal. The guy hitting the other one threw me off on my visual marker. Alright, anyways. Back to the iron grind. We have returned for 2 more levels. Oh, I forgot. I turned Q-ball action off. I'm like, wait, why is my Q not working? Oh, no, I'm gonna have to manually do this one. I just change it in between. I was like, wait, why is my Q-ball action not working? I forgot. I turned it off for blast mining because it doesn't interact with blast mining. Not only does it not interact with blast mining actually doesn't use the new respawn system either. It still uses the old respawn system. I'm not sure if that's an oversight or intended, but it's actually using the old respawn system. Maybe that's like an EXP balance system thing, but I think that's just an oversight. They just forgot about it. Like literally everything that happened 2 days ago in the patch doesn't even affect blast mining. You can't queue it, and you can't use the new respawn system on it. Queuing it makes sense that you can't because of how it works. But it's weird that the new respawn system doesn't work on it. I guess to some degree it kind of doesn't matter since you can't queue it anyways. Alright, let me go change the setting. Let me turn third-party FX off so we don't hear billion pickaxes. And turn queuable on. There we go. And we didn't even miss any ore. Perfect. Alright, back to messing with queue actions. But yeah, today's goal, 231 mining. Tomorrow's goal, 211 merchant and do some mine fighter. And then during tomorrow, when we do those two things, the combat with merchant, we're going to be polling if we should do the merchant leatherworker pivot or the combat pivot, like the 200 all combat pivot. And whatever the poll is by the end of tomorrow's stream is what we'll do for, you know, Tuesday forward. As far as Monday, I'm not sure what we're doing on the shorter Monday stream. I don't know, do I have anything good to go do on the shorter Monday stream? I'm trying to think of something fun we could do. That's like for that shorter bit of time. Because I like doing like something a little bit more unique since we're doing it a little bit shorter. I'm not sure if there's anything we really need to. I guess we could pre-up our weapons if we do go down the combat route. Like, let's say combat wins. I could go make a bunch of weapons or something. I don't know, we'll see. That's assuming combat wins. Because I have no clue which one would end up winning. But whatever the poll says by the end of tomorrow's stream is what we'll go with. Oh, also, they confirmed pets are going to be coming, by the way. And also, on our current poll, after 49 votes, if pets followers were to be added to Brighter Shores, and it's not if, it should be when now. I use the term if because today they actually confirmed they are adding them. It's more so a matter of when than if. But when, sometime 1, 2, 3 years from now, when pets get added to Brighter Shores, what kind of impact should they have? 12% is a strong effect that matters. 33%, and personally the one I would prefer the most, is a low effect that helps but isn't required. So not having the pet isn't going to be detrimental, but having it gives you like a small little perk. And third and the highest one, and also how it's implemented in Old School RuneScape, which is probably the most noteworthy one. I think it's done that way in RuneScape 3 as well. Not counting summoning, but if you ignore summoning, I believe their pets are also cosmetic, but summoning isn't. But anyways, then winning in 43% is purely cosmetic. And then all the way in dead last, tied with a strong effect, is 12% for no pets or followers at all. Just don't even bother adding them. Though they did confirm they are going to be adding them, by the way. So anyone in that 12%, whoops. They actually did confirm they're adding them. It could take years from now. But they did say they are likely considering a pet system at some point. I wonder if that's going to work. We have no clue. But they did say that during the AMA. Also, one other thing that came up. Cape perks. Capes are going to have perks in the future. What those perks are and how good they are, we don't know. So, capes aren't going to be... There's two things they're going to do with capes that were confirmed today. One is they're eventually going to be transmogs. So that means they could eventually release combat capes then, and you just do a transmog for, you know, your other capes. But not only are they eventually going to be transmogs, so you can just wear any cape while having any cape of any stats, they are also likely going to have effects in the future. What those effects are, who knows? But like the mining, 200 mining cape I have right now might have a tier 3 mining effect of some kind. Maybe making an extra chance that I get an ore. Maybe automatically smiths the ore. Actually, that would be really cool. Though that would be somewhat more like smithing, though. Maybe that's the blacksmith perk. Could you imagine? Though that would go more into mining. It'd be kind of weird, though. Honestly, I wish that was the mining perk. Instead of giving you like an extra ore or converting into money or something. Because you could do that for some things. But I really wish, even though it seems more like a smithing perk, or maybe that could be a good pet perk, but I really wish the mining cape would have a chance of auto-smithing a bar and giving you the XP for it. This exact tool actually exists in old school RuneScape as well. It's called the Inferno Pickaxe. It's the second best pickaxe in the game, though depending on what you're doing, it's actually the best pickaxe in the game. It will occasionally convert whatever you're mining into a bar, giving you the full amount of XP, as if you smithed it, or in this case, blacksmith. Which means you can mine while still getting smithing XP, plus you have less that you need to overall smith. There's also activities where it deletes the ore. Like when you're doing like granite, it would like auto-delete it. And of course that would work for stone too. Not deleting it, but it would auto-etch. Like something like that. You could have like a small percent, like let's say on the 200 keep, it's like a, I don't know, a 6% chance or something. That every single ore you do has a chance of being auto-smithed. And every single stone you do has a chance of being auto-etched. It's still giving the full amount of XP as if you did it through the skill. It would also allow you to get the material if you don't have the stonemason or smithing level. In case you need it for armor maker or something. You can still get the material you need through mining alone. Without needing an absurdly high, like 500 smithing and stonemason to go support your armor maker. Technically it wouldn't be that high. Can't remember what material you actually need, what level you need to do the highest tier. I almost want to go double check. What is the highest level you ever need? The easiest way to check this is buckler shield for smithing. Oh, no, don't do that, don't do that. Oh, drink. Buckler shield for smithing. 294. So I assume bone rate and stonemason are similar. But at 294 smithing, you can smith every bar up to tier 6. Oh, sorry, that's tier 5. Wrong one, my bad. That's tier 5. Wait, false alarm. Sorry, 456 is when you could do all of them. At 456, you could do all. I was gonna say, this seems kind of low. But you had 456 smithing, and assumably pretty similar number for bone rate and stonemason. But if there was like a small perk on the mining cape, you could kind of bypass that a little bit. By having them automatically done as you gather them. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see what they do with it. But it did mention cape perks are coming. We just don't know what they're going to do or how effective they're going to be. Or how balanced they're going to be. Because some are definitely going to be better than others. That's for sure. Oh, you know what would be cool for a merchant cape? Imagine if you had a reroll you could do occasionally. On like your merchant bounties. Or even having it set to like a different time frame. Like if you have the 200 keep, it's set to like a 1 minute 30-second interval. Or if you have the 500 keep, it's set to like a 1 minute interval for your items refreshing on the message board. Or even just like an automatic thing that you can do to just activate it for like a quick refresh. There's a lot of things you can do with it. But it does mean eventually you're going to need to go get a 200 of every cape. Luckily, I was already planning on doing that at some point. Getting a 200 of every, you know, profession cape. So I wonder what's going to happen to all the old combat profession capes then. Does anyone know if they actually mentioned anything on it? Because I don't think they did. Like, what's going to happen to the really cool 500 watch person cape? Yeah, they didn't mention anything on the capes. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen to them. You're still going to probably be allocating points in a way to the chapter when you go and respec. It's all on mystery. Yeah, there's just so much we don't know about it. Honestly, there's almost more questions than answers in that AMA. After like 2 hours of answering questions, there's more questions. There's more questions than the 118 he answered. There's at least like a new 120 questions that we need him back for immediately. But he did say we're getting more info on it in like 2 or 3 weeks or something. We just gotta wait a little while. That's a while though. But yeah, infusion or merging and respec are huge though. They're actually merging all the skills. Every single skill with a sword is being merged, and every single skill with a hand is being merged potentially as well. Which means the total amount of skills. How many skills are there if that happens? Let's say hypothetically all that happens. Let's say hypothetically all it happens and Chapter 5 is currently released. Like all combat gets merged, which we already know is happening, and all gatherer gets merged, which is not necessarily happening, but if combat goes well, they are doing that as well. So let's just assume both of them happen, and Chapter 5 is currently out. How many skills are there in the game? So not counting combat and not counting any of the gathering, there are 1, 2, or you know, the special gatherers, the hand gatherers. They're a different category of gatherer. You know what I mean by no gatherer. We're still counting gatherers, just not the other gathering skills. All the hand ones are being merged, potentially. Well, let me go do a head count on them real quick. That means there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There are 12 skills in the game right now. Oh, sorry, 13, 14 because of the next chapter. There are 14 skills in the game if they do both of them. If you count Chapter 5 and minus all combat and all of the hand skills, because they're both likely getting merged. Well, combat confirmed merge. Hands probably merged, but not 100% confirmed. But definitely very high. He said they would if combat goes over well. And combat will probably go over well, so they're going to merge the hands as well. But yeah, there's only 14 in the skills in the game by Chapter 5 then. Because all combats merge, all gatherings merged. Or, you know, not all gathering skills, but all the hand gathering will be merged in a similar way that combat will be. Wait, did I miss an ore? Wait, what happened? I'm so confused. Why is there... What? I don't think that's ever happened to me. Oh, the double respawn, though! Oh! The double respawn tech. Nice. Not even punished. Gosh, double respawn tech is kind of broken. I wonder how people have been using it for Forger. I don't plan to get it up quite yet, or even at all now that it's going to be completely merged and everything. But, yeah, it's kind of interesting. Because there's some interesting tech you could do with it to instantly double spawn some resources. You have to be perfectly on cycle, though. But there's some foraging routes where you could probably double respawn a couple things for really good value. And it increases your XP per hour, even though the patch note says it doesn't increase XP per hour. But it does indeed increase XP per hour in that situation. Not by much, but slightly. We're talking like only a few percent. But hey, when people are buying those heavy XP pots, a few percent goes a long way. When there's such a price difference between a 5% pot and a 7% and a 10%. A few percent buff to like Forager is pretty huge. It'll make it less confusing considering there are 21 planned chapters. Oh yeah, it would definitely make it way less confusing going forward. I really hope they do go through and merge all the Forager hand skills as well. Because I'm not a fan of the icons. Like a little hand pointing towards like a resource. I really hope those get merged. That way every skill that we have left is going to be a lot more unique. Rather than having 20 different combats and 15 different Foragers. It's just all going to get merged into one big master skill. Should you stop training your gatherer? No. You shouldn't stop training it. Whatever you're doing now for is fine. Like, I still plan to get 200 Gatherer. I do not plan to get Forager up, though. That definitely confirmed I'm not getting Forager up. But I still do plan to get 200 Gatherer. Because I needed to help with 200 Bone Right. But Forager's definitely going on the back burner for a bit. Yeah, Forager's really good. I like the routing with it. There's a lot of really interesting things you can do. Depending on what your needs are. Based on if you want to focus on alchemy, or if you want to focus on profit, or if you want to focus on XP, or if you want to focus on knowledge. There are so many different routes you can do based on what your current priority is. It probably has the most amount of route flexibility. Honestly, Forager with how it's set up, I would probably say is one of the best few skills in the game. I would actually probably place it third. I know it doesn't look like it because it's one of my lowest. But I would probably, as far as gameplay loop, place Forager as the third best skill in the game. I would say Merchant's my favorite. Detective is second. And Forager is actually third. As far as how unique and good the overall gameplay loop is. Because it's quite a bit different than Gatherer or like other similar gathering skills like Fisher or Mining. The gameplay loop is really adaptable. And you can change it based on your playstyle and what you want to prioritize. You're not as flexible with a lot of other skills, but Forager gives you really high flexibility. For most things, not everything. But a good number of them, it gives you really high flexibility with how you want to route. Yeah, one day the monument will have a reward. However, keep in mind, when trading comes out, you can just buy the monument. You can have the reward for monument at level 0 Forager. There's not actually a level requirement for it. It's only a material requirement. Or at least supposedly. That's what someone said earlier. But I think that is pretty true. Because trading will end up breaking that unless they put a hard requirement on it after trading comes out. But if they don't, if you have like a platinum laying around and you know someone who could source it for you, it's going to be anywhere from like 500 gold to a platinum for a full monument. Which is exceedingly expensive. But it would allow you to, at any foraging level, have a fully completed monument when trading comes out. If you're willing to pay for it. It'll be hard to source someone who's going to bother doing that, though. And you'd have to pay them quite a bit to make it work for their time. Because it's not quick to get all those pieces. I'm not sure how long it takes. But it's definitely not quick. Because you need like tens of thousands of pieces in order to finish it. Are we going Iron Man or trading? I think I've finally went for trading. There's a couple reasons I'm going trading. Even though I much prefer Iron Man mode, there are several reasons I'm going trading. One is originally, the game was supposed to release with trading. The entire game was originally supposed to be trading by default, with no initial Iron Man mode. But instead it was like the other way around, where it was like Iron Man mode first, then trading. But it was originally designed and supposed to launch with trading. So the entire system and everything that they kind of are planning for the overall arc of the game assumes you have trading unlocked. It doesn't assume you're doing everything on your own. I still plan to do a little bit of in-between where we do like a Bronze Man mode. Like, you know, unofficial Bronze Man. Where, you know, we're still going to earn like boss drops and stuff like that before we ever buy it. Like, I'm not going to do day one of a boss and buy it within like the first hour. I'm going to actually go and earn it. And then we can use it. But, so there's going to be like partially Bronze Man mode. Which is kind of like Iron Man mode, but you have to earn it first before you can really end up utilizing it. The only exception for this is probably going to be raw material and stuff. And some potions and such. But when it comes to like really serious drops, like boss drops, raid drops, stuff like that, I will earn it before I will ever do it. Like if they add like a super mega big thing from a raid, I will not simply just buy it from someone. We're going to have to earn it before we can use it. So we're going to be kind of playing down that route. Where I'm going to enable trading. But when it comes to like those big drops from bosses, raids, stuff like that, we have to earn it before we're allowed to use it. I'm not just simply going to buy it from someone day one, even if we have the currency to do so. There might be some exceptions to that, but for the most part, I want to earn it ourselves. Beyond that, what else was I going with this? But, oh no, I just feel like it's going to be a lot more convenient. If I really want to play Iron Man mode, I was just going to play the hardcore and old school. So I am going for trading active. It's going to hurt. It'll be very painful to click enable trading. But we are going to enable trading. It also makes it easier just to give people stuff. If we ever just want to trade or give stuff away and stuff like that. Whenever we have like spears or something. But yeah, I'm going down the trading route. It's because the game was originally designed to have it. If I could do both, I would. If I could somehow keep this account and just spread its timeline into an Iron Man only, into a trading only as well. But unfortunately you can't, so we're going to go down the trading route. It's just a lot more convenient. Cuts down on some of the grinds. And if we really want to self-sufficient something, we can just do it on our own. Like, obviously, we can still self-sufficient our own armor if we want to. It's just we have the option to not to if we don't want to. And same as boss drops. Like, you know, we can still self-sufficient the boss drops. But if we truly wanted to buy it from someone, if we're going like 4 times dry on day 1, and I just really want to show off the weapon, it's like, anyone in chat have one I could go buy? Or you don't need if you have a spear? And we can kind of do it that way. Like, that's like day 1, we go like somehow 3 times over drop rate for something or something. It's like, you know what? Anyone got a spear I could go buy? It's mostly going to be our dryness protection. Is the ability to trade. Because that's one thing that's really annoying about endgame Iron Man. We have still been 3 months straight over 1,000 hours going for 1 drop on the Iron Man. He's still going. The hardcore, the max hardcore. He is still going for Beaver. Of course, you can't buy this, so even main accounts would still have to do this grind. But he is 3 months over 1,000 hours in. Literally every second of Brighter Shores, and he still doesn't have the drop. Imagine if that was an actually best-in-slot boss weapon. How dry we would be. You know how bad it is? And you can't just buy it. Because we can't trade. So if that was a boss drop, and we didn't have that, this is just so much time where we just are so inefficient. Because we don't have, like, that really good item that we really need. Obviously, in the case of what he's farming right now, it's cosmetic. But, what if it wasn't? What if it's, like, the best-in-slot bow in the game, or the best-in-slot sword, or the best-in-slot whatever? And we're, like, 3-4 times over drop rate. That's the thing that's really annoying about Iron Man mode. Is mostly when you go absurdly dry. Does the item that I'm going for have dryness protection, or you mentioned that in something else? The Beaver technically does. If you get max level woodcutting, which I'm currently 1/3 the way to, if you get max level woodcutting, you get 15 times the rate that you'll get the pet. So it kind of has it. Though if you somehow went that dry, that is insane. Because that's like 8 times over drop rate if you make it that far. But if you somehow go 8 times over drop rate, it gives you 15 times drop rate, which you could still go dry on, but at least it's 15 times more likely that you won't go dry. If you somehow went 8 times dry. It's like partial dryness protection. Also, for him to actually hit that high, we'd literally have to woodcut for the rest of the year. Though at our current drop rate, he might be. At least it's super AFK. Oh yeah, this still cancels your Q. That's kind of annoying. There's still a lot of things you gotta tweak with it. But they'll get around to it eventually. You still can't get over that Q&A though. That's still insane. I think the 2 funniest takeaways, which are things we kind of already knew, but just to hear them say it in words is really funny. The 21 chapters already done for lore, or, you know, as far as the scope. And that's not even counting more. Obviously, it could keep going. 21 just where the lore is currently developed to. Doesn't mean there's only 21 chapters. But that, and the fact that they will keep supporting the game no matter what. Is I feel like a lot of people are always concerned, like, player number, even in chat. Especially the last month or so. I don't know, I personally never let it faze me, and apparently they are completely unfazed by it. They're in for the long haul. They're in for like the long haul, which makes sense. That's the same way he did Classic. Like, imagine if like old school RuneScape wouldn't exist if Andrew Gower gave up at Classic, or you know, RuneScape Classic, and just gave up and never made RuneScape 2. Because that took 3 years, like RuneScape Classic to RuneScape 2. Imagine if he gave up during those 3 years and we didn't have like old school or RuneScape 3 or anything like that. But no, he's going all the way. He will not stop until this game is good. Not that it isn't right now, but you know, better. More content, more in-game content, more features, more quality of life, more everything. A billion chapters. You'll be the last one, I know, right? Yeah, we were mentioning that on stream at the time, too. Like, well, he would definitely be that last person. The last person he was talking about if there was, like, only one player person, or one person playing. That'd be us. We are definitely in that category. I mean, I've been since day one. But yeah, I was also joking about it for any of you who were watching the other thing and not listening to us at the time. I was joking that when we first started this game, because I just got done with, not done with, but you know, Gems of War I was doing for 10 years straight. So we always joked that Brighter Shores would be my next 10-year addiction. But I slightly underscoped that. Apparently it's going to be more than 10 years. Because, gosh, this game is scoped for like 10, 20 years in the future. Gosh. To even hit 21 chapters, you know how many they would have to release per year? They still never answered that question, by the way. How many they plan to do per year? It seems like it's about 2 or 3 per year. I assume 2 because 3 seems rather ambitious. But I assume it's about 2 chapters per year based on current trajectory. Unless they hire more people, in which case they could probably push 3 a year. Yeah, it does make sense to people that are quitting just waiting for more content, though. But I could easily endlessly grind what's even here right now. Because this is at least 2 years of content. If they do literally nothing between now and 2 years from now, that'll take about 2 years. Obviously, they're going to do a ton in that time. Honestly, the game won't even be recognizable 2 years from now compared to what it is now. Even this menu will be unrecognizable. You won't have any of the combats here. You won't have any of the foragings here. You have like 2, 3, 4 more chapters. There's one thing that's going to be really weird, though. You know how many total skills there's going to be in Hope Forest if they do that, though? Hope Forest will have 2 skills, woodcutting and carpentry. Wait, that's kind of funny. They might need to add a new skill to Hope Forest. It's going to be kind of awkward. It's going to be a chapter that only has 2 skills. I didn't think about that just now. But Hope Forest would be a 2-skill chapter. Woodcutting and forestry. Obviously, you still do combat in it, and obviously, you still do gather in it. However, it would still only have 2 skills. It's not that gather or combat would be gone from it. Obviously, they're still there. But as far as unique skills, it would only be 2. Like, all combat would still be there. All woodcutting, I mean, all gather would still be there. But as far as actual, like, named skills, it would just be woodcutting and carpentry. Make it hope cutting. Remove carpentry and make it hope cutting. That's funny. The deforestation skill. Instead of woodcutting, it should just be called deforestation. Because the only skill to do in the whole chapter is woodcutting. Not counting all the ones that have been merged. This is going to be the deforestation chapter. Yeah, we're almost there. 231's the goal. And probably the only goal of the stream. I do at some point need to go dunk all these iron, but that is an issue for a different day. I'll probably do a little bit off stream. I did some last night as well. Not a lot though. But yeah, it is one of the things I feel like is going to be the most controversial, though. Out of everything that was mentioned today, I don't even think the combat merging is the most controversial or any of the other few things. I think the most controversial is that they're adding Iron Man mode officially. And going to be giving them a special icon. And potentially even separate leaderboards. Because I do feel like that will divide some people. I personally don't care either way. Even if I don't go down the Iron Man route, I don't mind if they have their separate thing. But I know some people won't like that. That like half the game are going to remain Iron Man and then the other half are going to, you know, be trading. You were hoping they would never add Iron Man mode so you would have to make the choice? Yeah, I've been wavering on which way to go. But I think I've done the final verdict of enabling trading. Just because I feel like we could do a lot more with it. I do plan to go like Bronze Man mode on some things. So like unofficially still, you know, Iron Man mode some things. But we will be playing like a mix. Like we will still be doing completely from scratch things, even if it's inefficient. Because that's just how I like to play. Even if we're not forced to be an Iron Man, I'm still going to play like it sometimes. Even when we have access to trading. It's just we have access to it is the main thing. Like, we don't have to use it, but, you know, if we want to use it, it's an option. We definitely will be utilizing it, though, of course. It splits the top 100 into 50 irons and 50 traders. I can't remember. We did an Iron Man poll at one point. I can't remember what the results were on. I know it was pretty close. On if people would enable trading or disable trading. I can't remember the results. I would have to go back into stream. I wish YouTube gave better data on all the polls you do every stream. There's one thing YouTube does not have good data on. It doesn't really track them properly. Like, it's really annoying trying to find that data after the fact. Like, the results of the current poll we were doing right now. Unless you do it on, like, your community page. Yeah, we got a bit of an awkward situation because I accidentally put them on the wrong tile. So gotta do a little shimmy over here. There we go, I fixed it. Gonna waste a little bit of XP here. Oh no, we wasted like 1 second of XP! No! It saves more time than it wasted though. Moving it to the correct tile. Otherwise it would just left it there. It actually does save time rather than waste, even though it does waste a little bit of time. But it saves more time than it wastes. But we're almost there. 1.5 more levels. We're so close. And we'll have the only goal we wanted this stream completed. And then tomorrow will be the Merchant Leatherworker versus Combat poll. I'm really curious to see which one will win. I'm also curious which ones you guys will be going for. Like, are you guys going to keep doing what you're doing? Go all in on combat or do Merchant Leatherworker? Though the poll I'm going to be doing is only going to be the 2. Just to figure out what we're doing. The poll will be for us. as far as what you guys wanted me to go do. Because I'm fine with either. But whatever it is, we are hard pivoting into for a while. And it's up against either 200 all combat and then start working on 500 Chronopolis. Obviously not getting all the way, but, you know, working towards it. And then the other option is Merchant Leatherworker before Leatherworker gets nerfed to the ground. The only problem with doing combat, though, is you have to keep in mind it's pre-rework combat. So no special attack, no combat merging, no nothing. It's the only reason I'm kind of leaning towards Merchant Leatherworker, to be honest. I still want to pull it, though. But the reason I'm slightly leaning towards Merchant Leatherworker is Leatherworker we know is going to get worse, whereas combat could be better. For all we know, combat in a month or two is like 20 times quicker, especially because of special attacks. Even if we don't train any right now. Like, one could even make the argument it would actually be inefficient to even train at all. Which is what I was originally going to do. I was originally going to keep it at 30, 30, 30, or 59, and then just do the little bit of watch person because it's so AFK. I originally wasn't going to do any combat at all. But then I went for base 50s, then I went for get some alchemy supplies from Mindfighter, as well as base 200 here eventually soon. If we do any amount of combat, we're still doing that, by the way. I still need to get at least 200 Mindfighter. And even when we do combat, Mindfighter is definitely going to be the first one we get to 200. Because I still got to do that regardless of what our plan is. Just to finish off 200 all for Mind to Mantuban. And also to feed EXP into Bone Rate. You're doing Leatherworker and putting knowledge into Merchant? Yeah, that's one thing I was concerned with doing. If I did do that grind. Maybe that's the poll. It's not even if we should do Merchant Leatherworker. It's, should we put knowledge into Merchant? Just so we could do more Leatherworker. But then that's also the problem of... Oh no, would anyone even want to watch like a 1 week long Leatherworker stream? Because every time we unlock a new hide, I'm going to keep doing Leatherworker until we get to the next hide. And yeah, maybe I'll even knowledge it just so we can get past it a little bit. I'm not sure. Even though Merchant's already such quick XP. Just to brute force it so we can do Leatherworker more before it's nuked. Because we're pretty much on a timer now. Of the nukening. Alright, that's something else that was kind of interesting that was confirmed. When wieldable potions are added, which they are being added, we already know that. But when they are added, they are going to be hidden behind a quest. They, oddly enough, didn't say what chapter. I know of one that might work. You know, maybe the chapter that uses alchemy. But they didn't say what chapter it's going to be added to. But they did say that the ability to wield potions is going to be quest locked. So when they do finally get that feature out, it's going to be a quest in some chapter. I think the funny part is it might not be chapter 1. Because he said he wasn't sure what chapter it would be. Which seems really weird given that there is one very obvious choice. Like, why would it not be chapter 1? Unless they just don't want to bloat chapter 1. Oh, maybe they don't want to get free to play potions, I guess. Wieldable potions. Because if they put it in chapter 3 or further, yeah, that's a problem for free to play. Rip wieldable potion to free to play. Even more of a reason to put it in chapter 1 though. Because you have to keep in mind, anything ever put in chapter 1 or 2 is free to play, of course. So that means free to play will have access to it. But if it's not in chapter 1 or 2, that means they won't have access to it. At least currently, unless they extend how many chapters go forward for free to play. So hopefully we don't run out of potions again. I don't think we will. Because that'll take like, what, 2-ish hours, roughly? Maybe a little bit longer. And in that time, we're drinking 60. So yeah, we'll be fine. We're not going to run out. We did run out earlier. We're not going to run out now. We have more than enough to last that long. Oh yeah, I can get rid of the AMA Brighter Shores thingy. Let me go unpin that message. There we go. I have unpinned the AMA. He's been over for like an hour or two now. Forgot to unpin it earlier. But technically it's a Q&A, not an AMA, but whatever. Whatever that was. That we just went over. And I do need to go watch it again after the stream as well. See if I may have missed anything the first listen around. There's a little beast. Welcome, welcome. How have I been doing? Oh, I've been doing amazing. Hope you've been doing good as well. Hope we've been having a wonderful 2025. This year's been going to a really great start so far. Oops, I just canceled it. I hate that. I'm so used to queuable action where you can't accidentally cancel something like that. But currently you cannot queue your potion. You can queue the action after your potion, but you can't queue the potion itself. So you can still cancel out of it. How did I celebrate New Year's? Honestly, I didn't really do much for it. Mostly just catching up with a bunch of friends and family. Friends and family are XP waste. But they still haven't re-leaderboarded themselves. We're still at 12. Hey, KC's finally top 20. Yeah, I believe he's the only person on top 20 with two 500s. Because now that everyone hit themselves, yeah, he's on top 20 with two 500s. The only person on all of top 20 right now. With a double 500. Soon to be a quad 500. He's working on Merchant Leatherworker right now. He was ahead of the time. He's ahead of the curve. Not only does he have a 500 combat for whatever the combat rework is, but he also has Merchant Leatherworker as his current grind to go finish out 500 all. The patches have helped him greatly. Like perfectly aligned to what he's doing. Hello, AB. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you don't like the whole darkening of the side rooms? Did it say they could consider like changing that slightly in the future? I don't mind it too much. Because it kind of helps establish like what kind of room you're in. I just still wish you could like click nodes and stuff from the future room. But it kind of makes sense why you can't because of, you know, it just needs to deload everything. They might eventually make some kind of system where all adjacent rooms at least have like a different kind of thing to them. Where you might be able to go to the next room or have like different lighting for it so it's not so dark. But it still indicates like, you know, it's the next room. I can't remember if they mentioned something like that in the past. I know it's been suggested by quite a few people though. Personally, it hasn't really affected me too much. But, yeah, it is a factor. I'm not sure what their current stance is on if they're doing anything for it though. Because I think they were just going to keep it as is for now. Because they have so many other priorities at the moment. So I really love that quick respawn thing. Whenever you make a mistake on misclicking, the next set you could just put it right back to normal. Before you would have to wait like an extra 5, 10, 20 seconds. Now it just does it automatically with no downtime. I've been sitting here so long. Butt's getting sore. There's only problem with streaming for a very long duration, especially since I didn't stretch this morning again. I need to start doing it more often. Like going for a quick walk every morning. I was doing it for quite a while, and I kind of been skipping it this year so far. But definitely got to get back into stretching, getting some fresh air every morning. Because by like the 6-hour mark or so, I get like so sore midway through. I'm pretty sure our only goal today is to get 231 mining. I'll still be grinding some stuff off stream though. But after 231 mining, we're probably calling it. We still got a good 2 hours before we get that though. And I'm probably doing it entirely off of Carbonese unless I want to go power mine some. I could also put knowledge directly into mining, but I think I'm just going to mine it manually. I need the iron for smithing anyways. So it's not like we're going that far out of our way. Oh, so I do need to use all my iron before I get to 226 though. Something I'll need to run off stream the next few nights. Maybe that's Monday stream. The mini furnace stream. The furnace catch-up day. Though I'm not doing too much mining beyond 231. It might seem like a weird number to stop at. But we got to get on our merchant leatherworker pivot or the combat pivot or something pivot that isn't it. Because then we'll be at the point where we can start doing the really good AFK for smithing. We'll have the point where we have the better venture for mining. So both of these are kind of in a point where we don't really need to go get more manually. At least for not for a little while. So we can start prioritizing other things like finishing 200 bone rate, finishing 200 gatherer, finishing 200 mine fighter, finishing 200 alchemy, potentially combat pivoting, and if not, going all into leatherworker merchant. That's another thing too if we do go down the merchant leatherworker grind. You know something we could actually do? If we can get a level 50 pickaxe, we can hard pivot to 500 mining over time. Not all at once. But a 500 mining smithing grind that we really need. at some point. Because that will go a lot quicker with a maxed out tool. Like a lot quicker. Maybe not a lot, but some amount. 4% quicker. But 4% adds up. It'd be 4% quicker than now. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but for how long we have to do it is a lot. I think we calculated out earlier. It saves like almost 20 hours or something. Going all the way to 500 mining. So when you put it that way, it's like, oh, okay. I took you a decent amount of time. Though that doesn't account knowledge, though. Because it might be knowledge against someone in that grind if we're going like all out. Like, you know, dumping knowledge into mining, dumping knowledge into smithing. Which I haven't done it yet. Actually, that's something I haven't actually done at all yet. I have not put any knowledge points in any skill above 200 yet. Yet. It will happen, just hasn't happened yet. But it will definitely happen. Obviously, eventually you would have to because they're 200 plus all. Eventually you'd be forced to. Oh, so you know what? Now that we're at like the 2-month mark, you know what? Maybe that's something I do on Monday. And maybe we stream for like a super short duration. But I kind of want to do a video because we did a tier list before the game came out of like speculation on what the skills would be like. Now that we're at the 2-month mark, before all the combats have been merged, and before all the gathering skills have been merged, I kind of want to go do on this Monday, do a video on a tier list for, it would be off stream and then posted. Or maybe we'll go over it some on stream too. But I kind of want to do a tier list for where I would personally place every skill currently in the game. Before any leatherworker nerf, before any combat merging, before any gathering merging. Like where they currently are right now, just for reference. Because I've been meaning to make one since launch, because the other one was, you know, pre-launch. But yeah, I haven't had a chance to yet. I think that's what we're gonna do. Actually, maybe we'll even do it on stream. Maybe that would be the stream. Oh no, would you guys be interested in that? There's a stream where we literally just do a tier list for every skill in the game. Like that would just be the Monday stream. And then I could just edit it down to a video later or something. That or just do it separately. Because I could easily just cover it as a video. Is it something I've been wanting to do since launch? You know, since like pretty much the 1-month mark, I just never really got around to. The ranking every single skill in its current state right now. Not any based on anything future, not like trading, not based on anything else. Based on exactly right now, in this exact state of game. It's this exact moment in time. Not accounting for anything that's going to happen in the next month or 2 months or, you know, future in general. Just exactly right now. This is like a little bit of a timestamp of where the error was at the time. I'm like so zoned into mining right now. Mining has completely consumed me. I feel so tempted to put our first knowledge into mining right now, though. I think I'm going to click it. Should we click it? I think I'm about to click it. The button's getting tempting. We haven't done it a single time yet. Put EXP into a post 200 skill now that we're getting close to it. It's tempting. It's really tempting. Especially for how dead of a zone we are in mining right now. And the worst part is it's going to stay dead until we get to the rock. Until andesite. Assuming I even do andesite at 247. I assume I would. I don't see why I wouldn't. Because it's 100% better than iron. Even if you bank it, it's still better than iron. The problem with it is I don't need the resource. Because I don't plan to get 200 plus stone mason anytime soon. So the resource itself is kind of redundant to us. I'm doing it. Convert mining XP. There it is. I did it. I did the thing. You know what? That's not too bad. 6.25 is actually a lot of XP. Yeah, we need to start doing that more often. It's the first time we ever put a knowledge into a skill above 200. Yeah, it's not bad. Like, it's worse than pre-200, but it's not that bad. Compared to the alternative. Which is the endless iron mine. Yeah, I'm going to start for the rest of the stream putting it in. Hello, Josh. Oh, yeah, we work around Chronopolis a lot. Yesterday, we just finished 200 all Chronopolis, actually. I think the stream title says 200 Leatherworker, but it was actually 200 all Chronopolis. But, yeah, we finally got 200 Leatherworker yesterday to finish off 200 all there. And we might be going back because they just announced a Leatherworker nerf today. So, back we go. Tomorrow, we're probably getting 211 Merchant at bare minimum. And probably doing a little bit of Minefighter. We'll see. Definitely gotta do Merchant so we can get Leatherworker working again. We technically need 222. Though there is no way I'm grinding all the way to 222 tomorrow. I know that for sure. But yeah, we're coming back to Chronopolis. Not because I necessarily need to, but because the updates kind of are forcing us to. Because we gotta get all of our Leatherworker in before it gets nuked. If they're gonna nerf the gold rate per hour. That's just gonna buff everything else, but it sounded like they actually wanted to tweak the gold rate for Leatherworker. You were going for 500 Leatherworker already? Nice. The only good thing about Leatherworker getting nerfed is it would encourage me to bank all of it. Because I do eventually want 500 Armor Maker. And my willingness to go get 500 Armor Maker will increase substantially. If they end up doing that. Because then I'll want to bank them all because we're just wasting so much money selling them. That also means Armor Maker is now cheaper to train. Before it's even out, it actually got buffed. Because a nerf to Leatherworker is a buff to Armor Maker, ironically. As you'll be less enticed to sell more hides. As well as if you were to buy it from other people, it'd be cheaper. Yeah, the really OP levels are all the way at the end. I don't know, you still make some pretty good penny getting there, though. I still find it crazy the guy that was the first person to get 500 Leatherworker dropped everything at that level range, though. From 390 to 500, he dropped everything on the ground. I can't even comprehend that. Yeah, I think I'm not even sure if we're going to pull it tomorrow. I was originally going to pull, like, should we pivot into Merchant Leatherworker? But honestly, now it's just coming down to, should I start knowledging both of them? And even that's not even a pull. I think we just do it. I think I just start dumping knowledge into Merchant. I know how inefficient that is. But we're on a time frame. A tight time frame. Which might actually require us to do the thing I said to never do. Knowledge your merchant level. Hello, you just finished the AMA? Oh yeah, there was a lot of great stuff in it. It was amazing. Yeah, I definitely gotta rewatch it after the stream. When I go grab dinner after the stream, once we get 231 mining, after I get dinner made and everything, I'm gonna rewatch the entirety of it. Just to make sure for tomorrow so we can discuss everything again, even further. Kind of do like a little brief summary at the beginning of the stream. For anyone who didn't catch it like midway through the stream. Do like a whole recap at tomorrow beginning. Or it's also justified the theme of tomorrow's stream. Which is probably Merchant Leatherworker. As well as, honestly, a lot of streams going forward. Because that confirmed Leatherworker nerf is not ideal. I wish they wouldn't do that. I'd much prefer them to buff everything else than to nerf Leatherworker. There is one small upside to that, though. Detective doesn't look as bad for money anymore. Like, when there's a nerf to Leatherworker, doing detective investigations aren't horrific. They're still worse than doing merchant. But they're not awful, awful. If Leatherworker isn't as strong as it is. It's still worse than merchant. In multiple ways. But at least it's slightly less worse. It still needs a buff, though. It's one of those things when they consider nerfing Leatherworker, they gotta consider buffing. They gotta buff Investigation Gold. Ideally EXP slightly too, but mostly the gold. It's just worse merchant. It's the issue with money-making skills in general that I feel like this game is always gonna have. Like, how are you supposed to balance them? Unless you make all of them, like, exactly the same profit per hour. Because right now, doing investigations is his worst merchant, so why do it? And the only reason you have to do merchant is because of Leatherworker profit. If you could just do only Leatherworker, why would you even do merchant? You don't even need to do merchant or detective investigation. But even if they nerf Leatherworker, why would you do investigation still? Because merchant's is better investigation. Because it makes more per hour. And then if you nerf merchant, then what if investigations become the best thing? What are you going to do? Nerf that and then make cooking the best one? Or whatever it would end up coming out to be. Like, you can't just keep passing the buck. I hope they only, like, mini nerf Leatherworker, but bring, like, everything else up. Rather than, like, bringing Leatherworker, like, way down. Because cooking definitely needs a profit buff. Fishing needs a profit buff. Detective needs a profit buff. Honestly, mining into everything that it gets byproduct into needs a bit of a buff too. That's hard to buff though, because it also buffs the profit from combat per hour. Because they're both tied together. At least currently anyways. Because if you ever buff the process of, like, you know, mining, smithing, or gather bone rate into, you know, that, and then selling it into, like, carpentry and everything. You know, the full bone rate equipment. But any of these, the problem with them is anytime you ever buff their gold rate, you're also buffing combat's gold rate. You can't buff one without the other, at least with how it's currently set up. Like, you can't make the, you know, profit from blacksmith per hour bigger without affecting the combat of every cryonite when they're doing combat. So you can't buff one without the other since they're tied together, at least currently. Actually, there's one way you could technically do it only for smithing, or, you know, the processing skills. You can make it easier to get a higher rarity. Not by, like, a huge amount, but at, like, a slight amount. Because that would only affect production skill, that would not affect combat. So it would still increase the profit of, as well as the amount of downtime of how much material you need to make a, you know, 3-star item. So not only would it reduce the amount of material you need for a 3-star item across the board, but it would also buff the profit of these 3 skills without affecting combat's profit. Because combat already makes a lot of money, especially at the high level range. Because right now, what I'm doing right now is only about 400 silver an hour if you count the full process. If you count the full process, it's like 400 or 500 silver an hour. And by full process, I mean mine the iron ore, then smith the iron ore, then make the iron ore into a product, then go to a shop and sell the iron ore. Oh yeah, by the way, Quartermaster will be able to go and sell items from there eventually. They did end up announcing that today. But, yeah, not only do you have to do all 4 of those steps. Actually, that is it. That's the point. You have to do all 4 of those steps. And if in combination, it's only 400 or 500 silver an hour. If you count the mining time, plus the smithing time, plus the make it into item time, plus the go sell it to shop time. What we're doing right now is only 400-ish silver an hour. If you count the full process of everything. Which is not ideal. That makes investigations almost look good, compared to how low that is. It almost makes cooking look good at this level range. I think even stews at this level range make more money than mining smithing. And that's with 222 mining. I mean smithing, I mean. But yeah, we'll be putting the rest of this knowledge on the mining for the rest of the stream then. Just to slightly nudge it to the finish line. I just realized something funny though. If I actually want to use knowledge points on merchant, I would have to, like 100% be required. I would have to use knowledge on, or I would have to use XP pots while doing a merchant run. Which means I gotta somehow route with a XP pot constantly in my inventory. It also means we gotta go through a lot of money to go keep buying the 5% as well. So we're gonna be making so much for merchant, I don't think that's gonna be that big a deal though. They're like 3 silver each or something? They're a little bit more expensive in Chronopolis, but it's not that bad. So hello again, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. So what have you been grinding? Paleo or Pal World? His Power World's number has been kind of insane lately. Because they've been over like 100,000 consistently since the update. Apparently it's really big. I still haven't checked it out yet. I probably will be at the end of the month. Need to finish old school RuneScape Leagues first. It's been like my main off-stream thing if it's not grinding something in this game. We're just trying to finish out old school RuneScape Leagues, which ends in like 2 weeks. But after that, I'll probably go check it out. There we go. One more level to go. Oh, as soon as that ticks over. Might take it a few years because of how slow that bar moves. But it will get there. And then we only need one more level. It's always funny because this number always changes before that number does. So we'll know exactly when it happens when this number goes all the way. Let's see, does it get it here? Nope. Oh gosh, next cycle. That was like 10 ores and it's still not there. It's just teasing the bar at this point. It's going so close, yet so far. Come on. Come on. Oh, come on. It's about to touch the number at this point. There it goes. It's not going to update till the whole queue is done. That's good. It actually waits until afterward. I wasn't sure if that actually interrupted or not. Yeah, it does wait patiently for the queue to end. Alright, one more. And that'll be our goal. Unfortunately, I can't take it until tonight. But when we come and do it tomorrow, we'll be able to go claim it for the first time. I'll be able to activate it tonight. The 231 thing. Alright, there we go. 230. One more level. And that'd be our end goal then. Completed. And after that, as soon as we get one more mining level, I'll probably go grab dinner and rewatch the Q&A that happened. And then tomorrow we'll do like a big summary at the beginning of the stream. And then probably go into the merchant leatherworker pivot. Except I will be knowledging merchant the whole time. I know how bad it is, but I'm doing it. I don't care about the knowledge. We need it. Short-term gains over long-term efficiency. We're on a timer. Until leatherworker gets nuked. It's different if we have infinite time, but this is not a situation where we have infinite time. We have a very finite amount of time. It's whenever they hit the nuke leatherworker button. Oh, that's why I canceled my potion earlier. Yeah, it doesn't actually cancel it if you do a queue instead of a walk. It's just I always normally manual walk it, which cancels the potion if I do it that way. But of course the queue doesn't cancel it. I was wondering why we canceled it that one time, but it's because I did a walk instead of the queue on the wall. The walk will cancel it, the queue will not cancel it, of course, because it does it after the potion. Oh yeah, that's something else that was confirmed, by the way. All names are permanent. So even if we stop buying membership and everything else, if we get the name Tacit at any point, or, you know, whatever name we wanted, you get to permanently keep your name. It's never going to go back into rotation or anything else. Even if our membership expires or anything, we will permanently keep this name. Oh, I forgot to go grab 4. What am I doing? Actually, a couple things I forgot. I need to grab 4 here and drop potion. So I wonder how much iron we have. I think we started at like, what, 500? So whatever iron we have minus 500 is going to be a very big number by the end of the stream. We definitely got to check before the stream ends what that ridiculous number is. If I had to guess, it should be like, what, 3,000-ish? I'll try to do most of those off stream if I can. But yeah, I think it's like 3,000 ore. It's a very big number. Whatever it is. Oh, so 3 more knowledge into mining, and I think we'll be there. It feels weird saying 3 because normally 4 would be an entire level. But post 200, yeah, I think it's about 3. If you're actively training something and use all the knowledge that you do while actively training it, I think it's 3 knowledge before you get a level in it. Maybe even 4. Probably 4 actually, now that I'm looking at it. Obviously, it's not 4 to get it all the way up. But I mean, all the XP you gather and then the knowledge is 4. Whereas normally it's like 1 or 2 for most skills. You put like 1 or 2 knowledge while you're training it and it'll get a level. But no, it's definitely going to be closer to 4. Because you need 16 total if we were to do it knowledge only. Alright, that's something else that was confirmed in an AMA or Q&A thing. They're going to be adding a lot more quests soon. To put it in perspective, they had about 100 quests. Actually, let me go look at the exact date. I keep mentioning a date of around 2005. I want to get the exact date of when they hit 100 quests the first time around. Because this was pretty much like peak Andrew Gower, Golden Age, Gower brother years. Let me go check something as soon as we set up the next queue. I want to say when Recipe for Disaster came out in old school, or technically normal RuneScape back then. But that's when they hit 100 quests. Because I believe they would have to add about 1 per month to keep up with the rate that they did back in the day. And I think they're trying to. Obviously they've done 0 since, you know, the beta. But counting like the new chapter and everything else, let me go check something. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Recipe for Disaster. This was the 100th quest. It was made as like a mega quest. Yeah, it was actually 2006. It was really early 2006 though. I thought it was late 2005, but it's actually early 2006. But still, yeah, that's about 1 quest per month since launch, is what he did the first time around. On average, there's 1 new quest per month. So they're probably going to try to get to that speed, about 1 a month. And obviously, any new chapter coming in is going to bring in 2 chapters or 2 quests immediately, if not more, kind of like they have been already. So every time a new chapter comes in, boom, 2 quests right there at least. And then they're probably also aiming for 1 a month. So probably 1 a month, and probably none on a month where a new chapter comes out. Is probably the rate that they would do it at. Roughly 1 per month, with none in a month where a new chapter comes out. Simply because the new chapter would add like 2 or 3. So it's technically 2 or 3 in a month, but you know what I mean. Like the 1 per month thing would be part of the new chapter, not part of an old chapter. But it seems very likely based on what they said. They didn't say they're doing 1 a month. But if they're hiring just like another 3D modeler, but literally the whole purpose of we need them to go do more quests, they're probably going to be adding quite a bit more quests. If they hired someone almost for the sole purpose to animate quests. That's a lot of quests. It's not a small amount. They're not going to have to do the fade to black like they did during that one quest. I think Forgotten Things, they end up cheating it that way. Which is pretty common. But because they didn't want to animate a rope climbing animation, it just faded to black. Or just moved you instantly, I forget which. It did one or the other. Either fade to black or just auto-moved you with no animation. But now there'll actually be an animator who could do all that for any quest. It was the first quest where I really noticed it. Where it's like, that's kind of funny. He didn't do a climb down rope animation or anything, it just kind of appears at the bottom. You click the rope and you just like tellies to the bottom. I was wondering how much you're going to need rope for Chapter 5. Like, so far, you only need it like once or twice to get down like a single hill. Hasn't really come up much yet, that mechanic. Also, one thing I found really interesting is the community manager during all the random discussions, he ended up mentioning that Chapter 5 is his favorite chapter. We need more anime and less random cats to click on. But yeah, the community manager, though I'm not sure how much we could take his word for, because he did say carpentry is his favorite skill. Seriously, without actually joking at all. He said with a straight face, carpentry is his favorite skill. So we have to be skeptical. But he did say that Chapter 5 is his favorite chapter. So that's interesting. Because we don't know what Chapter 5 is yet. But apparently it's good. Though it's good based on someone who thinks carpentry is the best skill in the game, though. So, we'll find out. That's definitely a take to have. Though he did say he also liked alchemy. He said alchemy and carpentry. Which is quite the combo. Like, alchemy I could see if someone says alchemy is their favorite skill. Like, that checks out. Like, I can understand liking carpentry. I can't understand it being someone's favorite skill, though. They are out there, though. Like, I can understand not hating it, but I can't quite understand it being, like, your favorite. Because if carpentry's your favorite, wouldn't you like bone right even more? Like, bone right's just better carpentry. Or, you know, the final product of what your carpentry does. It's the same reason I wouldn't really say I like mining more than smithing or smithing more than mining. Because they're part of a full process. Like, carpentry is nothing without bone right. Or the other production skills in Chapter 3. I do have to say, if I had to choose between mining and smithing, though, I do like mining more. I do believe mining is a bit better. Especially after cubal actions. Though the main thing that's fun with smithing is, you know, the whole RNG aspect of it. There's nothing that happens with that in mining currently. But there's a ton of it when you're doing production. Like, ooh, are we finally going to get the good drop? Especially if you're making something you actually need. Like, you know, a crown knight trying to make a weapon. But even if you're not, even if we're, like, making a hammer mage weapon, you know, there's still the fun of, you know, getting the higher rarity one. Of course, it only means profit rather than something else, unless we're combining into a weapon. But it still has that factor, whereas mining is pretty flatlined. Like, there's not something amazing that's just going to randomly happen. It's just going to be a slow, flat line till we get to whatever goal we need. At least currently, until they add more variants or pets or anything else to the activity. And who knows, maybe the mining cape perk, they did mention cape perks are coming. We don't know what they would be, but they are coming. They're also going to be transmogs eventually. You're not going to have to constantly keep wielding them and everything. And I would assume the higher tier capes would have a better perk. I don't think it's going to be like old school or even RuneScape 3, where I'm pretty sure you just have one perk for the entire thing. It's probably going to be a 4-tiered perk. Where, you know, you get a basic one at level 50, but then it's way stronger at level 500. And of course the two in between. It could be like 4 tiers of perks you would get. Which means every 200 cape is actually going to be really worthwhile. I was going to do it for completionist sake, but it might actually matter going forward to have every single 200 cape. Currently I only have 200 mining cape. But at some point, we might have to get it for literally every skill in the game. If they actually go through with that. Also, this is the last time we have to do mining in a very, very long time. It's going to feel weird not doing it for a while. But it's actually our final mining stream in probably a month. Because every single thing we need to do in the near future does not require us to do mining quite yet. The only exception to that is getting to the next mining AFK. I might end up doing. At some point if we need it at 239. But that'd be the furthest it would go. I guess the other thing is reaching the blue ore at 262 is pretty important. I'm not in a rush to get to it at this exact moment in time. But it would be good to have by the time the combat rework happens, so you know what? Maybe it is somewhat soon, now that I think about it. We just don't really know when the combat rework is. They said they have more info in like a week or two, or a few weeks, or whenever they said. But that means the combat rework's not coming until like weeks from now. Like we're talking like late January, early February. Like, you know, the merging. The great mergening. It'll go down in Brighter Shores history, the great mergening. And in the great mergening part 2 when all the hands get merged together. Hey, what level did we get the final minecart again, by the way? It was level 317. That's something else I guess I would need eventually. 317 so we could go do a comprehensive mining guide. As we'd officially have every method then. The only thing that would look a little off is I wouldn't have the golden pickaxe yet. Obviously it's not required to do a mining guide. If we still want to cover every method. Because the final method's at 317. Everything else is just the same thing but higher. But it's the final unique method that mining has. So much go pretty deep. The final unique method for merchant, for example, is all the way at 484. Detective goes to like 470. Like some go to a different distance than others do. Whereas the final unique method for leatherworker is at level 18, which is kind of funny. And what I mean by unique is like what you actually have to do the activity. Like it going up a tier doesn't make it unique. So, you know, doing tier 5 compared to tier 6 or compared to tier 1. Like it's still all iron. The method is the same. But the cutoff is quite a bit different for everything. Actually, that's not true. Technically, you have every unique by 26. If you count one of each activity. So technically it's 26 for leatherworker. You have one of every unique activity. At only level 26. Whereas mining goes all the way to 317. Merchant goes all the way to 484. Detective goes to 470 because the investigation thing gets the final step. Technically, you could even say 480 because the Pearl stall. Though, gameplay-wise, it's still similar to the other one, though. But, yeah, it's quite a bit different for all of them. I guess you could even say combat kind of ends pretty early, too. Which might be why a lot of people don't like combat. Because combat kind of ends by, like, 16 or 14. Or technically it ends at level 0, depending on how you look at it. You have every unique option for combat at level 0 currently in the game. Which might be why some people feel like it doesn't feel particularly progressing. Is, you have every unique method by level 0. Might be a little hard to kill some of them, but you could. There's nothing stopping you but enough heal pots that are strong enough. But at level 0 combat, you have every unique method. Unless you count, like, the 28th K. So by level 20, you definitely would. I was like, gosh, we're still only 1/3 the way there on this level. Even though we're dumping knowledge into it, I keep forgetting how slow it moves. It's the final level that feels so much more sluggish because we're just so close. Even though I'm using knowledge on it, it still feels slower than any other level we've done. Just because we're so close to the goal. Unfortunately, we won't be able to utilize it immediately. We will be able to tomorrow, though. I'll be able to set it up tonight and then utilize it tomorrow. Because I can't set it until 9.5 hours from now. And we can't claim it until 21 hours and 26 minutes from now. Which is midway through next stream. Like 3-4 hours in. But that will permanently unlock that venture, so we never need to worry about it. And it's pretty much the last venture for mining. There's another one, but we got to get all the way to 380. Which I can assure you is not happening anytime soon. So what is our mining rank after this much mining? Surprisingly not as high as you think it would be. Wow, they're actually really high. 258 is ranked 20, and there's probably hidden people too. Which means realistically, rank 20 is like 275, around there. I said hello, oh, welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hope you've been having a wonderful 2025. Ooh, also, the poll's starting to get a little bit more even on the pet poll. So we did a poll earlier for if, or technically when, they actually confirmed today that they're coming eventually. No time soon though. But when pets and followers are added to Brighter Shores, what kind of impact should they have? And 12%, after 60 votes, we have 12% for strong effect that matters. 37%, which is really starting to catch up, for low effect that helps but isn't required. So, you know, it wouldn't be like super required to go get the pet, but, you know, if you have it, it would still be a small little benefit compared to absolutely nothing at all. 40% for 100% purely cosmetic. And 12% as well for no pets and followers at all. So purely cosmetic is winning, though low effect is slightly behind. We'll see what they ultimately do with it. Because they did confirm today they are coming, but it's going to be like a year or two from now, like, or something. Like, they're no time soon. It's like way down the board. But they are eventually coming. How are you going to get them, what they do, or the purely cosmetic, stuff like that we don't know. But they were actually confirmed today, so that if is actually a when. It's just we didn't know that prior. It was one of the things announced in the Q&A today. Yeah, they had an AMA today. We watched the whole thing. I didn't have the audio on stream though, I was just watching it. just to not have like a double audio or anything. Yeah, we're reacting to it the whole time. I'll be doing a summary of it probably at the beginning of tomorrow's stream, just for anyone who doesn't catch like the whole streams that we do. But we watched the whole thing, and I'll be watching it again tonight just in case I missed anything. Or talked over some stuff since we're streaming the whole time too and talking. Anything mentioned for co-op? They're going to be adding raids and dungeons to the game eventually. They're going to be procedurally generated. That would incorporate the party system that they're going to be adding. This is likely after 1.0 though. Because they mentioned it's going to be after Chapter 5 and a few other things. So it's still a little bit away. Like we're talking like several months probably. Before every single aspect of it's like implemented in the game. Because they mentioned they want to do it right when they initially do it. Like they actually want to go like all out when they start doing dungeons and everything. They don't want to make like a little mini dungeon or something. Like they want to start off strong whenever they do it, so it's going to take them longer before they ever get the feature out. Because they want to do it right the first time. And then just keep building upon that when they do future ones. Also, they did confirm it's not going to be a skill. It's just going to simply be an activity. It's not going to be like dungeoneering was in RuneScape 3. Might get you out of the mines. Yeah, I've been here quite a bit too. The main thing that got me out of the mines is they said they're going to probably nerf Leatherworker. So we're probably going on to our merchant Leatherworker pivot starting tomorrow. Because I want to get as much of it in selling it for profit as we possibly can before it gets nerfed. I do want to finish our current grind today, though, which is the 231 mining. Just so we can get the new venture unlocked. Well, not new, but, you know, tier 5 venture. Haven't even touched Granopolis. Granopolis is pretty good. I would say it's the overall best chapter in the game. Which is kind of funny. When we did polls on which chapter is everyone's favorite chapter, we actually had to do 2 polls. One that had all 4 chapters in it, and one that excluded Chronopolis just because Chronopolis was so popular. Chronopolis was so overwhelmingly popular by like 60-something% that we actually had to ban it from the second poll. It's because everyone was voting Chronopolis. It had as high as like 2/3 of vote at one point, despite there being 4 chapters. It's mostly because it has the most unique skills. It has Merchant, which is by far, I would say, the best skill in the game, but also the most unique. Detective, which is really unique, and allows you to AFK combat. And of course, combat can be AFK'd, so those are tied together. And Leatherworker makes the most money of any skill in the entire game by a large margin. That's why they're nerfing it. It's just so much better than every other moneymaker in the game. And its consistency is really high as well. Unlike combat that makes a lot of money at, like, you know, the 500 range or the 450 range around there. But it's not consistent. Because it's very heavily dependent on 3-star and 4-star drops. Whereas Leatherworker doesn't care about that at all. It's the same RNG every hour. Yeah, they're nerfing Leatherworker. Yeah, I hope they buff all the other ones instead. I'd much prefer them to buff everything else rather than nerf Leather. But I'm still gonna full panic mode, assuming they're just nerfing Leather. I'd rather they just buff everything else, but I'm doing the assumption that they're just gonna nerf Leather into the ground. Because that's easier. So they might take the easy way out. The easy way out would be to nerf Leatherworker into the ground. The hard way out would be to rebalance every single moneymaker in the entire game. So we'll see which one they do. But there is one that is way easier to do than the other. And that is just to nuke Leatherworker. But they could just buff literally every other skill. But that's a lot of things you gotta go buff. That's a lot of rebounds to make them all catch up to Leatherworker. So hello, Kyra. You have all 3 accounts running? All around level 350 total? Nice. Yeah, I think mine are like the low 330 or something. I currently have them trying to go through Lost and Found quests. I've AFK'd them all the way to Chapter 5, or Chapter 4. Well, technically Chapter 5, you know, when it comes out. They already have Chapter 4 quest completed. But I have them currently trying to AFK for all of the Lost and Found requirements. I already did Mantuban's Legacy as well for them. And obviously Spider Nest because he needed to do Chapter 4 anyways. So they have Spider Nest, they have Mantuban's Legacy. They're currently AFKing Lost and Found. We should have it done by early February, probably the first week of February, maybe second week. But first or second week of February, they should have that done. And then after that, I'm going to camp 1 all the way to 500 Stonemason, and then the other one to 500 Bone Rate. And then by October at the latest, they should both have 500 in their respective skill. So even if my main account doesn't have it, I will always have access to 500 everything. You know, 500 Smithing on this account, 500 Bone Rate on one, and 500 Stonemason on the other. Obviously, the Guardian going for 500 Bone Rate and the Stonemason for the Hammer Mage. That will cover all of them when trading comes out. Because obviously trading will be out by then. I would sure hope it'd be out by 9 months from now. Should be like the next few months or less. No official date yet though. That's one thing that the AMA did really bad at. He confirmed literally 0 dates. He dodged like every question, even remotely related to it. Like, Leatherworker nerf could be tomorrow. Could be like 3 weeks from now. We don't really know. Yup, trading is free and for every episode. Yes, you can trade your inventory to anyone anywheres. Like, I can trade these potions or these iron ore that I have with anyone, like, in this room if they wanted it. Like, let's say someone said, hey, I need, like, 20 XP pots. Does anyone have some spares? We could just trade them immediately. But, to be able to trade from your bank, from bank to bank, you have to be around Chronopolis Square. So if you want to trade, like, 1,000 iron ore to someone, or 10,000, or 3,000, or, you know, any number above 24. You'd have to do that in Chronopolis Square, so you could trade bank to bank. That's also likely going to be the only way that you can actually see all your bank stuff at once, they mentioned. Hopefully they'll eventually add a spell or something for it, though. But I mentioned that would probably be the first instance where you can properly see all your banks at once. Because currently it is very clunky to go check them all. But it's also going to be the only way you can bulk sell. Like if you want to sell 500, 1,000, several thousand. But anything in my inventory I could sell right here. If someone wanted to go trade right here. They confirmed they're not adding banknotes ever. They also confirmed that bosses will auto bank loot. So you'll have an option of, like, you know, bank all. Also, RuneScape's been doing that a lot recently too. And I think RuneScape 3 has already been doing it for a while. But a lot of newer bosses in that game start to have a auto bank feature. Where you can either put it into your inventory, auto bank it, or scrap it. Obviously, I have no clue why you'd ever click scrap, unless you're like an Ultimate Iron Man, I guess, who doesn't have a bank. But, yeah, it gives you the option of if you want to bank it or put it in your inventory. If you bank it, it puts in the corresponding banks, or, you know, in this game it would. But they actually confirmed that. There's never going to be any banknotes. But boss loot, you will be able to just auto bank. Which means it's not going to constantly keep filling up your inventory when you're fighting a boss. Maybe will there be a few things you do need? But it also means, one interesting mechanic with that, since we'll eventually have equipable potions from a quest unlock, because they mentioned it'll be locked behind a quest, that means they can actually incorporate bosses that use all 24 of your inventory space. Because you don't need any gear in your inventory, you don't need any food in your inventory, you don't need anything in your inventory. So there can actually be bosses that incorporate that by having, like, explosives that you need to go make, or, you know, like you can mine something and then make an explosive out of it. Or maybe you have to make like a food item where you need to fish something and then cook it, then eat it, and stuff like that. Like, they can end up incorporating all 24 item slots into a boss battle. It's actually something rather unique this game could do. That's something like old school RuneScape or RuneScape 3 could never do, to the same degree. Because in both those games, gear takes up inventory space. Like if you need a gear switch, or if you need food, or if you need potions. They take up physical inventory. In Brighter Shores, you can have a full 24 inventory to work with for a boss. So if he wants to incorporate bosses that incorporate skilling to some degree, you have 24 inventory to work with. As you don't need any gear switch or anything like that. You might need a little bit of gear switch though. Like, depending on what it is. Because if there's downtime in a boss, you might have to switch a weapon to some kind of other weakness or something similar. Or if you're doing a boss with less people than normal. Like, you know, one part might be weak to green, one might be weak to blue, one might be weak to yellow. Stuff like that. So if the blue part is already dead and you're a Cryo Knight, you might want to switch to a mace kind of thing. But of course, you can still do that with what you have equipped. Just set it to your one hand and use something else for your two hand. Use like a blue two hand and a yellow one hand. So that would still work out. But yeah, they can incorporate bosses to actually use all 24 spots. As nothing, none of your boss loot will be taking up that room. No potions will, no food, no nothing. So it'll be interesting to see what he does with that in the future. As that opens up a lot of mechanics that you can start doing. If you can use all 24 always for any boss. Well, we'll see what they do with it in the future. Also, there's a good chance we're not getting any boss before 1.0 release. I think this is one other controversial thing. If you're someone who's really into PvM, you're getting like none of it at all prior to release, based on what they've said. They didn't like outright say it, but based on all the time frames and everything, they're going to be in 1.0 with the Chapter 5 out and all the other quality of life. And we will have 0 bosses, 0 raids, 0 dungeons, 0 anything like that. There will basically be 0 PvM in the game at 1.0 launch. At least based on what they said during that AMA. Of course, they could change that and end up adding some. But based on that AMA, there is like 0 PvM whatsoever. Pre 1.0. Which some people will not like if they prefer PvM. This game is very skilling heavy right now. Like very, very, very skilling heavy, which I don't mind because I prefer that. But people who like prefer PvM and combat and everything, it is going to be very light on that. Like there's going to be more PvM than there's going to be more PvP than PvM. Yes, PvP will be out before launch. Which is kind of funny. We're actually going to have PvP fully implemented in the game before there's even a single boss. But yes, PvP will be before launch, but PvM will not. So no bosses are planned before launch, no raids are before launch, no nothing like that. But PvP, pretty much in the full system for it, should be out before launch. There won't be any PvP minigames before launch, but there will be like a PvP activity. What exactly all the details are, we still don't know. They clarified a few things with like the PvP leaks and everything, but it leaves more questions than answers overall. So there's very little we know about PvP at the moment, other than that it will be before launch. Also, it seems to have some kind of staking system, which I find kind of weird because they said that gambling is illegal in the game, and they will crack down on it. Yet, apparently PvP will have some kind of staking system where you can stake, like, you know, silver, gold, stuff like that. Is it full loot PvP? No. It's going to be currency-based PvP. You will keep all your loot on def. There's going to be wagering currency. Or at least that's their current plan for it. They might eventually add something like that, but currently it's not planned for launch. Down the line they might, though. But there's going to be no wilderness equivalents, nor any full loot PvP in the game. At least at launch. Might get added down the line. But the first PvP system they're doing is basically like a, you know, like a gold wager kind of system. With some kind of PvP league system that, even after they explained it, still isn't fully explained. Like, they somewhat explained it during the AMA, but they, there's still a lot we don't know about it, like, at all. Yeah, we're almost there. 2 more knowledge points, and that should be 231 mining. This whole queuable thing should be loopable. Well, I think they didn't want to make it too overpowered quite yet. But they likely are going to be improving in the future. Not sure if they're going to ever make it like fully loopable though, because that'd be kind of strong. But I understand what you mean by that. Or almost be able to do like a preset. Or even just click like one button and just have it mine everything in the room. Or, you know, do whatever all the activities are for a given thing. Like one single button press and like auto mines the whole room. Instead of having to click it 8 times. There's definitely more quality of life they can add to it later down the line. It's just the first iteration of it, so obviously it's going to improve over time. There's also a lot of things it doesn't work on right now, like carpentry or cooking or leatherworker, that it likely would in the future, but currently don't. Yeah, they definitely like their unlocks. They were definitely pivoting into adding a lot more quests soon. They hired a whole person just for animations for quests. Obviously a few other animations too, but their main goal is just to add a bunch of animations to quests because they're planning so many. Probably at least one a month going forward. Even though we haven't had a single new one since launch, which has been 2 months now. They're likely going to be doing at least one per month going forward soon. Once they start adding them. They also mentioned today at least one thing that's definitely going to be hidden behind a quest. Other than expanding out areas and stuff like that. Which already is, you know, like in Mantuban, the 3-star quest expands the area. In Chapter 2, Forgotten Things, Chapter 5 quest, or, you know, 5-star quest expands the area. But aside from that, they mentioned potion storage, or equipable potions, will be locked behind a quest. So in order to be able to equip potions into, like, a potion equipping slot, you know, like for EXP pots, fear pots, stuff like that, that's going to be quest locked. What the requirements for those quests are, or what chapter it is in, they don't know. It'd make the most sense to be in Chapter 1, of course, but I don't know, we'll have to wait and see where they put it. I think they're just hesitant to put too many things in Chapter 1 and 2, just because free-to-play does get access to them as well. I don't know, it's purely quality of life. I don't see any reason why free-to-play can't have that. They're definitely going to be cautious with some things they put there, though. Because anything that's ever in Chapter 1 and 2 is automatically free-to-play accessible. That's one that definitely should be free-to-play accessible, though. But the way he mentioned it, it sounded like they didn't confirm that's in Chapter 1. Which would make the most sense, because that's also where alchemy is. So it makes sense that you would need alchemy to go get potion storage. Or, you know, wieldable potions. When I say potion storage, you know what I mean. Obviously, you could already store potions, but being able to equip them, like this XP pot here, so we don't have to keep juggling it. Because I keep having to juggle it to make sure I don't accidentally delete one iron ore. We keep banking 120 at a time. But the ground can only hold 100 items. So if I have 100 ore on the ground, then drop my potion, I delete one of the ore. Also, we're so close to our goal yet so far. That was like the one and only goal I've had this stream. I've literally been doing nothing to stream but mining. Normally do a little bit more variance than that, but we've been going for 7 hours straight of nothing but mining. And we're almost there, because 231's our end goal. And that's for the venture. For the upgraded venture. We get tier 5 dynamite. Which is pretty decent. It's also a lot more mine XP per day that we get for free for doing nothing. Other than checking something we're already doing. Daily merchant level? True, I do need to go do... The only reason I'm not going to do the daily merchant level right now is because we're getting ready for like our all-in merchant leatherworker pivot. So we're going to be getting plenty of it in soon. It's not even going to be a daily merchant level anymore. It's going to be like a, let's go get our 5 levels plus or whatever it's going to be. Because tomorrow we 100% have to get at bare minimum 211. So we can start running the AFK so we can get to the 216. But we can even go deeper than that. Technically, if we can get all the way to 215 tomorrow, which I'm not sure if we'll be able to, but if we can get to 215, I can use the AFK at 211 to get to 216. Then the following day on Tuesday, which is technically not the following day, but you know, we don't do as much on Mondays. It's kind of our day to just catch up with things. But on Tuesday, when we do go for the all-in grind again, we can then easily do the 216 to 222, and then start doing the hides for leatherworker and just camp that all of Tuesday. But it'll take a little bit to go get the unlock first. And then whatever time we have left, we just run leatherworker the whole time. You're at 28 merchant, you're pushing for 50 today? Nice. Yeah, I'm still curious to see what they do with leatherworker nerf. Or buffing everything else, whatever they do. I need to go double check, rewatch a stream and double check the wording that was used for it. See how immediate our crisis should be. But honestly, I should max panic just in case. Because as long as we max panic, it'll get me to add to train merchant. So I'm just gonna max panic as if they're nerfing leatherworker to like 1 GP per hour. Like negative money or something. Obviously they're not doing it that hard, but we gotta panic as if they are. So we have to go train merchant. I do find it rather ironic that merchant's my favorite skill in the game. Yeah, I just like hate training it. It's because whenever I play this game, I you know, I want to relax and everything. But merchant is anything but. It's like the exact opposite to the billionth degree. Like it's just so jarring compared to the rest of the game. In like the style that it is compared to everything else. Because everything else is just like, oh yeah, just click around, just click a couple things, get like perfect loop, and you're good to go. And then merchant's just so much brain power to function. So much brain power. And it gets really tiring after a while. It's definitely the most taxing skill to do. Like every other skill I can pretty much do infinitely without burning out. But I can easily burn out doing merchant. Not from boredom, but from brain needing break. Yeah, it's hard to grind for a long period of time. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it a lot. It's just really hard to do for like 6 hours straight or 8 hours straight or something. I like the 3-hour mark. I'm like, yep, I'm done for now. I need to get better at doing it for longer. 3 hours is like my limit for merchant before my brain needs a break. Or starts getting so efficient that I should probably just take a break anyways. Because that's the other problem, is it starts to lose efficiency over time. From making more mistakes, which is also almost as bad. Like, you're still getting good XP per hour, but the more mistakes you make, the more you're burning. And there's just so many you can make in that compared to any other skill. Like, a mistake during this mining will lose me, like, a 1 second max. A mistake in something like merchant, you might just lost, like, a minute. From one single mistake. It's a lot more punishing. Oh, do you think they'll ever add a pack yak? Oh, gosh. That's actually what our current poll is on if they should ever add pets or not. He did the first time around. That would definitely be under the strong effect that matters category for pets. That's probably one of the more broken ones they ever added. Good old pack yak. I don't think this game would ever get equivalents that strong, though. Even if we get pets that help, I'm not sure if they're going to help that much. Because that's basically like 1.5 extra storages. Which would be very broken for a merchant run. Because you'd be able to hold your whole merchant run in one thing. In one inventory. Because you would never need a route running out of inventory space. Actually, that would be an interesting perk for the cape. I'm not sure how they would balance it though. Because they would have to make some completely pointless. Like make it so it goes up 3 each time. But then only the 100 and 500 cape would matter. Because what I was going to say is, because they mentioned they're going to add skill keep perks. Imagine if the merchant skill keep perk was like 3 extra inventory. But it would only hold like the merchant items. So technically you could do 666 then. Just to make it so each tier actually matters. Because I was saying 3 so that by 500, you know, it'd be max. But it'd probably be like 666. 6. So that you could do, you know, hold a set of them, then 2 sets, then 3 set, and 4 set. But it would only hold merchant items, not like every item in the game. Is that'd be an interesting perk of the merchant cape? Because you get to hold 1 set of merchant items, you know, a set of 6 per cape tier that you have. So, you know, the 50, the 100, the 200, and the 500. But they would definitely have to make it only work on merchant, though, not on every item in the game. Otherwise, it'd be way too strong. But it'd be somewhat balanced for only merchant item. Especially if they nerf the floor. Because you might not be able to do the floor method anymore soon. Because they did mention that items on the ground, when trading comes out, will probably be visible to everyone. And if that is the case, then... yeah, that's going to be problematic. Because you can no longer do any drop method ever. Because everyone else around you would see the items. So you would almost need a keep perk like that. Because they already confirmed they're adding keep perks. We still don't know what they are. I could definitely see merchant's keep perk being 1 set of items per each. But only merchant item. That way you don't have to keep juggling the ground anymore. That way you can hold up to 28 items at level 500. Or at 207 set of items. The 4 you can currently do, and then an extra set of 3. And that way you don't really need the ground as much. Since you wouldn't be able to use ground method anymore. It'd be a nice way of kind of balancing it out. Where you still kind of get the benefit of what ground method does. But without any of the downside of people being able to grab your items. When that becomes a thing. Oh, I forgot. I keep forgetting you can't queue a walk. One he didn't mention related to that is he said that for the moment we are considering Iron Man, and once we engage in trading we lose that. What if one of us picks up a ground item? Oh, that'd be funny. Yeah, imagine you pick up a ground item that's someone else's and not your own and you become de-ironed. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Oh, I definitely want to see someone lose their Iron Man status that way. Oh, I really hope they don't patch that out. That needs to be a feature. I would love to see someone lose their status that way. It's like when people celebrate when like a hardcore dies. Like, even when my hardcore dies, we'll celebrate because then we can finally start playing the game. But but people tend to celebrate when hardcores die. But imagine that was actually a thing and people celebrate when people get de-ironed. That'd be hilarious. They accidentally pick up the wrong item for the ground to get de-ironed. Imagine tempting an Iron Man with that, though. Like, there's a boss drop worth, like, almost a platinum, and you drop it on the ground right next to them. Do they keep their Iron Man status, or do they take the 1 platinum worth item? That'd be so funny. Yeah, all someone would have to do is drop 1 item on your stack. But I assume if you do go to Iron Man mode and there's a stack on the ground, it just won't let you grab it. Is that's how it works in old school. And I assume RuneScape 3 as well. Is if you currently have iron status, if you try picking up someone else's item, it just won't let you. He said there won't be an option or something? Really? Oh, we'll see what happens with it then. Yeah, but grabbing an item off the ground isn't quite a trade, but I know what you mean, though. Because you'd be grabbing someone else's item, which is not allowed. That'd be really funny if grabbing a ground item does start de-ironing people. Imagine people who actually do want to keep iron status and that happens. That'd be so funny. There's going to be a lot of support tickets sent that day, that's for sure. Maybe even a rollback. 8 more levels until Lost and Found? Nice, huge congrats. So close. Yeah, my 2 alts are still a good month away. By this time next month, they should almost be done. I'll probably roll them both back-to-back on stream as well when we do it. Just to get them the glorious fusing ability. Though none of this game might be starting to get a quest nearly every month going forward at some point. I really hope they don't add quest clutter areas, if that makes sense. Like quests that require a very large amount of area that you never go back to again. Or at least put some kind of reason to go back there. Currently this game doesn't have too much quest clutter. I would say the most noteworthy one of that in something like old school RuneScape, or probably even RuneScape 3 too, is the Underground Pass. It's an area that after you quest through it a few times, you basically almost never go back to. Like ever. Or if you do like teleports that go to like specific things like the Death Altar or other things like that. Like you never need to like cross through the area, so it's like so much dead space. The main area that's like that in Brighter Shores right now is the Podium Cave. There's no reason to ever come back here after the quest, which is completely dead quest space. You simply for a quest and then you never come back again. I hope they try to minimize this time around, because so far they're not. Because you can start to really clutter the area with just dead areas that just never get reused again. That are just for like a one-off quest or a few quests and then you never touch it again. But the area still keeps cluttering the, the space. I hope they try to minimize quest clutter. Because they were pretty bad about that the first time around with RuneScape. Because there was a lot of early quests with pretty heavy quest clutter. Like areas in the map that are just pretty much only used for the quest and then never touched again. You would commit to a 7-star quest for banking everywhere? I am curious how high they're going to go with the requirements down the line. Because when the game first launched, the highest star quest was a 2-star quest. Things like Brandoff Inheritance, Lost and Found, and Battle for Fortunehold, for example, and Forgotten Things were all 2-star quests. So they're probably going to be scaling them pretty high in the future. They just toned them down star level wise so it wouldn't be as scary to newer people. But they were probably still expecting to do like level 100 requirement, maybe even 200 requirement. I think they would ever go above too much beyond 200 though. I don't think they would go much beyond like 210 or 220 or something. But there's a chance we will get requirements in the hundreds. Or even very low 200s eventually. But definitely somewhere in the hundreds. Either low, mid, or high 100. Like way down the line. No time soon, obviously, but like way down the line. Will they plan anything like Slayer? No, they actually confirmed they are not planning on doing any kind of Slayer. The closest thing we have is, the level range that you can kill at. Like, here's our Slayer list right now. Those are 8 Slayer tasks for the Hope Port area. But no, there's no direct Slayer. They even confirmed they're not going to be adding it. There might be some Slayer-like mechanics in the future to some degree. Kind of like how these work right now. Your current, like, combat activity board. Like the combat board, or whatever you want to call it. I think he called it the combat board during the video. But I'm pretty sure he's referring to this area right here. He's not referring to a new mechanic. I'm pretty sure he's referring to this. Which is actually technically called current active foes. I'm pretty sure that's what he meant with the combat board. I wouldn't mind seeing combat bounties, though. Like getting a bounty to go kill, like, X from a bounty board. But from what we could tell, based on what they said, they don't plan to ever add Slayer. At least not directly. It won't be a skill if it is. There might be some kind of feature that's somewhat Slayer-like in the future. But an actual skill like Slayer, they don't plan to add. beyond what they already have, which is like the current foe list as far as your level range and everything. Like, that's the closest they're going to probably ever have to Slayer. Imagine you could respec your weapons from other classes so you can use them. They did mention that during the stream on will you be able to ever change your class? They said likely no, but if they ever make so many combat fundamental changes, they might give everyone one free switch. So if you don't like what your option is right now, like unless they do a ton of changes and you just really want to go a Hammer Mage instead of a Guardian or a Cryo Knight, they might eventually do one free switch. But I do kind of want everyone being locked in to what they are. Honestly, I'm never going to un-Cryo Knight this account. That's why we're playing on all 3 profiles. They also mentioned they're likely never going to add more classes than the 3. Maybe like way down the line. Like, you know, a Pyromay or a Necromay class. But currently they don't plan to go anything beyond these 3 that currently exist. At least not for a very long time. We're talking like years upon years if they do add them. If they ever do, I do hope they add more slots though. Because it'd be kind of annoying if they add them but don't add, you know, more player slots to go with them. They would also have to add a 3rd so they can make another triangle. Because we would need a whole new elemental type in order to finish out the triangle. Because they can't really add Pyromay, Necromay class, but then not have a 3rd to triangle it out with. Oh, also, they confirmed that there's going to be stats effects, by the way. We don't know all of them, but one pretty obvious one is there's probably going to be a burn effect. Like some kind of damage over time kind of thing. Off a burn. We don't know what any stats effect is. But given that a skill is called Pyromay, I would assume that there's at least a burn effect. We don't know what the full list will be, though. We also don't know what the burn stats effect does. Assumably damage over time, but it could do something else. But he did confirm there's going to be stats effects. They did not confirm what any of them are, though. Alright, we're almost there. So close. We're almost there. But does anyone else have any other questions? Anything want me to go over, do let me know. Because once that ticks over to 2:31, yeah, I think I might be calling it for tonight. Go grab dinner, go rewatch the AMA, which is going to take like 2-something hours, however long that is. Because I think it was not short. It was like 2.5 hours or something. Because I do want to rewatch the whole thing before bed. Just so we can summarize it in the morning and everything. Of course, we already have it on stream and everything too, but I want to do it like right at the beginning of the stream. For people who don't watch the whole stream. Just so they don't have to dig through like a 7-hour stream to go get all the info. Are special attacks a thing? Yes. However, they're not coming quite yet, but they are around the corner. Didn't really confirm too much with combat or special attacks other than what we already knew. One thing that was kind of hinted at but wasn't directly said is special attacks will likely have guarantee elemental damage. So, you know, like a fire sword elemental attack will almost always, or should always do, like guarantee fire damage. Stuff like that. They didn't say that outright, but based on the wording, it kind of seemed like that. So a lot of people keep asking if magic's going to be added to the game. And they don't plan to add magic. Like, you have magical imbued weapons, but you're not going to be able to cast magic over and over again in, like, the traditional sense. They mentioned that a couple times, both in the AMA and in the Q&A today. But people keep still asking them to add magic. Like, special attacks will look magical. Like, if you use an ice special, you know, it'll have, like, a cool ice effect probably and everything. But, you know, it's not magic in, like, the traditional sense. Like, you're not going to keep spamming magic over and over again on an enemy from afar. Also, I'm going to still keep going a little bit, by the way. We got to finish out this iron cycle. I refuse to bank until we have a full 120 stack. So we'll go till we finish the 120 stack then. And unfortunately, despite getting the brimstone thing, I can't activate it for another 8 hours and 41 minutes.
I could technically cancel and then reactivate it, but, oh no, I might as well just claim it and take it later. So we'll wait that out and then take it. But technically, we can abandon it and then do it. But, we'll just do it when it's expired. I should be up by then. And that starts giving us tier 5 explosive for blast mining. And hey, we don't need to do any mining for a little while. We still need to down the line, but in the short term, we have no real need to do any more mining for a while. Other than what I'm finishing up right now. Just to get a nice stack on our bank. But, yeah, we kind of ignore it for a little bit. Obviously, we do need to revisit it, but our immediacy to do so is pretty low. I just wanted to get this so we could get our first post-200 venture. Because surprisingly, after all these skills, we don't have a single one yet. Mining is our very first one. At 231 mining. Because the one for detective is until like 287 or something? It's absurdly high. Yeah, 287. Which we were quite a ways away from. Oh gosh, that means I gotta start AFK and Leatherworker off stream every single day now. Even if I'm not at an upgraded hide, I still have to do it. Like, I'm still gonna be doing deer leather as much as it'll pain me. We'll have to make a little bit less money, but the alternative is we're not banking Leatherworker. Or, you know, we're not doing Leatherworker at all. And it's way better to be doing Leatherworker. But no, we'll rewatch it to see how badly they're nerfing Leatherworker. Maybe it's not that bad. I don't think he said by how much, though. But some people said that they might be reworking other skills to be better rather than nerfing a Leatherworker, which I would prefer. We'll have to wait and see. That's just a lot of reworks you'd have to do. It's way easier to nerf a Leatherworker than it is to buff literally every other skill in the game. Gold rate-wise. So we'll see what they ultimately end up doing with it. Alright, this should be our final cycle. After we do one more. Or no, the final cycle, and then we go bank them all. And then we'll go bring this guy to his AFK. Which is still smithing for tonight. Though it should be the last time I need to go run it. Until we start running merchant AFK. And that reminds me, we're going to get a lot of useless material for merchant AFK, aren't we? Let me see. We're going to get the offcuts, which I guess is for Leatherworker AFK. But it's probably not being nerfed to profit from that, though. I guess it's still EXP if we want it. But, yeah, you could do that. Then there's just pure money. Then we get Leatherworker again. Then we get some weird spice. Oh, this is probably for the 7%. Okay, these are actually good. I think this is for the 7% AFK potion. Or the 6%, one or the other. Yeah, that's not actually useless. I think that's for one of the 2 AFKs. I'm pretty sure. The Mirror Dark Spice? I think this is to make like a 7% AFK Chronopolis potion or something. Or one of the ones. Not sure which one. As long as it's not the 5%. Ideally 7% or higher though, because you could buy 5s and 6s. But yeah, at the beginning of tomorrow's stream, we'll go re-summarize the AMA again. Or Q&A, whatever it's called. Try to get as many bullet points down. I'll make like a whole little Word document thingy for it. So I have all the notes. That, or I might just go over a summary that someone else already makes too. I just add my own input for a few things that they might have missed. Because I'm pretty sure there's going to be a summary on the Steam and or Reddit. So I might just read through that out of convenience. Like, it's probably going to be way more organized, way quicker than whatever we'd make up. Alright, let me go get our AFK potion real quick. Because I do plan to do this for at least a couple hours while I go grab dinner and everything. And just everything else I need to go do tonight. But let me go get this guy getting his EXP rate, and then we'll go call it. I'll keep the other EXP potion on me too in case I want to pivot to... actually, I don't need to go back to mining. Never mind. Because if I'm actually, yeah, I wouldn't need a potion for it though. Because if I'm doing something off stream, it's probably going to be the bars. Like if I'm actively doing something. I want to start processing some of the bars so we can get to 226 for that AFK. Even if I don't plan to do it immediately. Alright. Let me go grab these. Grab like oh, 2 sounds fine. Alright, let's go head over there. I should have enough potions good to go. Definitely at least for a few hours. Oh, don't you worry, Venture. We're coming for you. That'll be the last time we gotta take the small one. And we start taking the beefier one every single time. And I just grab all the gold from here and we should be good to go. And at 226 we can start using the better material. And I still have a lot of iron bars. Oh yeah, let me go do the iron check while we're here. I need to go in here anyways. Let's go check. What is our iron stack? We start at, what, 500 or so? It's around 500. We mined a little bit of iron today. You know, just a small, like, 3,200 or so. Nothing too much. That's a lot of iron. But anyways, guys, I think we're going to be calling it here. We will be back tomorrow around noon Eastern Standard Time as we normally are. Game plan for tomorrow is probably Merchant Leatherworker due to them probably nerfing Leatherworker. So we got a full pivot again. We got to go pivot into our pivot again. I might even be dumping knowledge into Merchant just because we need it in a time frame. When we weren't time rushed, that wasn't worth it. But we were on a time limit to go get Merchant so we could go do Leatherworker, so we gotta do that within whatever time frame they're gonna nerf potentially Leatherworker. And yeah, it's gonna be our game plan then. We're gonna have that time limit, we're gonna need to go get it. And just do it until it gets nerfed, basically. And I'll probably catch up to our other 2 Chronopolis levels as well. Or our Merchant's gonna be about that high, and then our Leatherworker's probably also gonna be about that high. Almost comparable to the other 2. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, a wonderful 2025, and I will catch you guys later. Bye, everyone, and thanks for watching.